Welcome, one and all, to SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today. I learned something just before this stream that made it imperative that is the name of the show today. And I am joined today by my dear friend, the Gutsit Gibbon, Erika. How you doing today?
Dude, I'm doing way better. SkepTalk, I was not clued into. So, okay, as usual, I was late and almost missed what was going on. So I had to get all my shit together, and I came up here, and then I was not really listening to what you guys were saying, but I did hear quite a bit of laughter as I joined the room. Was this to do with SkepTalk?
Yeah, just long story short, I don't know how much I want to ruin it, but like long story short, I heard that somebody integral to this channel thinks that that's a really stupid thing to call this show. And for some reason, somebody said that to me, of all people. And so I just immediately, that's what that had to be. So welcome to SkepTalk.
I'm a huge
great.
fan.
I think it's lovely.
I think we changed it. I think that's what I'm calling it from now on. But maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Logo. Change the logo to Zerba. Change the title of this show to SkepTalk, but only when Erika and I are hosting. That's the key.
I think
that's what we need to do.
I think that works completely.
I think it's pretty tight. I gotta tell you, we got a great show for everybody tonight, but it will be a short show. I know that everybody tunes in and they see Erika and I on the screen, and they're like, all right, buckle in, y'all. It's going to be 18 hours. No, fuck you, because I have exams tomorrow, and I can't stay up all night. I've got to be studying because I've got to drive an hour and a half away from my home to go do biochemistry and evolution tests. And so for that reason, we have a hard cutoff, or at least I have a hard cutoff tonight at 10. So I have set an alarm on my phone over here for 8:30 for us to get into super chats to make sure we have time to do everything. If 10 o'clock runs around and we're like right at the wire, I might stick around, but I might have to bounce. I don't know. The key is that doesn't mean that you are all going to be cheated out of your like super long, awesome show, because Lord Jimothy of the Snows has decided that in the fundraiser this weekend, if we raise $50,000 or more for charity, then we will do an all-day insane long live stream with Erika and I on a Saturday, which I believe we talked about. Did we decide on Saturday? You were talking about the 25th, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's what I want to do it on the 25th, because I've got the following weekend I have a Halloween party, and then this weekend I have assorted social obligations that I have to sort of find Jenga spots for. Like, I guess Jenga is like removing blocks. Do you guys get what I mean? Like, I'm trying to find time and space for everything. And the thing is that it's like, it's a big thing to find time for, because what Forrest and I are going to do is sit down at, I don't know, noon or something like that. And, I guess we'll yap for like, what, 12 hours? Something like that.
Somewhere between 12 and 25, yeah.
We'll just go on and on and on. We're going to be taking calls, right? So we're going to take calls all day, and hopefully we'll get some fun callers and some irritating callers. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll finally get our monad call. We'll get a call from the monad itself, and be able to clue ourselves in. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I would like the 25th. I think the 25th would be good for me. I'm sure that everybody out there will make time in their busy lives to listen to us talk about nothing and everything for half a day, or really a full waking day for most.
That is precisely what I'm hoping for. Yeah. So
was feeling guilty.
Everybody knows.
Though, Forrest was feeling guilty about this. He was like, I don't like that we're having to cut the show short. And you guys, if any singular one of you gives him a hard time for it, I will come to your house with a baseball bat, with a ball bat, and beat you unconscious. You'll survive, but it won't be pretty. He's going to
be like a biblical thing. You won't die within 3 days, so it's okay.
That's exactly right. And we know that gets the okay, right? So I'm good in the eyes of the Lord. Thank goodness. So my spot in heaven is safe. But no giving him a hard time. He's got to study. He's got to ace this exam so that one day he can be Dr. Valkai. So as much fun as we have here, we will have to cut it short, and we'll pay you back later. We'll owe you one.
It'll be really cool. We'll pay you back as long as you pay Skeptic Students Alliance forward, is the idea. So this Friday is the Golden Mike show, and then Saturday will be the full main bulk of the fundraiser. Personally, since we're doing the golden mic thing anyway, which I don't know what rules Jimmy wants to do this year. It's always donate a certain amount of money and it rips the mic away from whoever's talking. And I like the first year and the second year, there was different numerical values for that and different amount of time and blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't know what he's planning, but I would like it if we could raise $50K on the golden mic alone. Just frustrate the hell out of Jimmy, Matt, and I until we raise $50,000 and guarantee that Erika and I will spend an entire day pouring our brains out for you fucking freaks. That's what I'm hoping for.
The thing is that it's like it's not a punishment for us. This is a work excuse to sit down and have a captive audience in all of you for 12 hours.
Yes.
You can listen to us at your shift. It's going to be so fun. There will be so many people who will tune in near the beginning, and then 12 hours later, they'll say the one thing that no one said yet, which is that, oh my God, I can't believe they're still going. That's crazy. And it'll be original and fun
no one
every
says
single time. It'll be great. You'll get to hear so many fun facts. I'm sure Forrest will have a million abbreviations. We'll waste just an extraordinary amount of time on that. It'll be good. It'll be good stuff. So we'll hopefully reach that fundraising goal for all of our sakes.
Also, I wasn't going to say this because I know what it will cause the audience to do, but Jimmy just put it in the fucking chat. Yeah, we were setting up for the show, and Jimmy's girlfriend is currently our producer tonight. Thank you very much for producing, Luthien. And so we've got she's talking to my ear, setting things up, and she's talking to Jimmy in the background. And there's like the mic goes quiet for a while, like it was muted, and then she comes back and she just says, Jimmy doesn't like it when I call it SkepTalk. And I hear Jimmy in the background saying, why would you tell him that? Why would you tell him that? Of all the And so immediately it's like, that's what it is now. That's what I'm going to call it forever.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? It's not going to be temporary.
Right. And I was courteous enough to not. Right, that's what I was courteous enough to not expressly say that it was him specifically that was frustrated by this, because then I know it's going to be locked into ether. The audience is going to buy into that now. But he outed himself here, and so I don't know what you want from me.
If anybody wonders why SkepTalk is the new sort of ooh-woo name for this show, it's Jimmy, right? It's Go Fuck Yourself, Jimmy, yet again. One person to blame.
We've got a great show for everybody tonight. Lines are open right now. We've already got 4 people on the lines, and it looks like we don't have any theists yet. So we've got some people calling in with questions for Erika and I about science stuff. We got one person who is making a paranormal claim, but they're listed as an agnostic. So if you are a theist out there and you believe in gods or demons or angels or devils or whatever, or if you are a skeptic of evolution or of the age of the earth or the shape of the earth or vaccines or trans people or any other anti-science position that you want to call in and talk to 2 scientists about, I would love to talk to you. I know for sure I've got one person who has been all over my YouTube channel that promised they'd call in today talking about how evolutionary biology isn't a really thing. And I was like, hey, you got 2 evolutionary biologists right here. Both Erika and I have strong backgrounds in evolution. I know for sure we have both called ourselves evolutionary biologists at one point or another. So this is your chance to bring it up. That person has promised to call, so I'm hoping they do. Shout out to you, Valkai. Let's talk, yo. But we'll see.
The thing about it too, they know that we give the theists priority calls, and I'll even say amongst the theists, I like to give priority calls to stuff that is within my realm of expertise because I feel like I can give a worthy answer to those kinds of things. Meaning, Valkai, if you call, we'll take it. You're going to the front of the line, right? If you call in, we are going to talk to you about this, which is exactly why the people, and maybe Valkai will surprise us, but this is why people don't call, because they know that we're going to fulfill the promise, and they can't back it up. I mean, it always boils down to a handful of arguments we've heard 1,000 times, usually every now and again.
Whether or not they call in, I will be reading their comments aloud because they're really funny. But we've got a great show for everybody out there. So call in. In the meantime, do you want to go and just jump into what we've got here? Because we've already got 4 calls waiting. So we can dig in right away if you'd like.
I mean, dude, I'm good to go. What I'm looking at, I see 4 great calls. Any of these are going to be Perfect. I mean, honestly, actually looking at them, they're all. We could go for a long time on any of these.
We've already got an 8-hour show. Yes. All right, so let's start then. I vote with Jack, pronouns he, him, calling in from Wales and not the moist kind, who wants to talk about paranormal things. Jack, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jack. Can you hear us? Wait, can you hear
Jack,
us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, kind of, but it's muffly. Kind of sounds like you're talking in a tin can.
Hi, both. Forrest,
Hello.
I spoke to you and Justin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's better.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We can hear you. You're good to go.
Forrest?
Tell us about the paranormal.
Yes. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Loud and
Please just
clear.
start talking.
You're good to go.
Oh.
What is
hear me
going
in the
on in
background.
Wales right
Hello.
now?
I just want to say, Forrest, I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I was rather drunk. It was my 40th birthday when he was on with Justin.
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Please just start talking. Oh my fuck. What's going on?
Did you just catch what I said?
Jack, I'm so sorry. We can't. There's some serious echo coming on your
losing my
end.
mind.
Maybe what we do is we mute for a second and give Jack an opportunity to like.
Yeah. That's exactly what's
Sort
happening.
that.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack. Okay. We're trying. Okay, we're gonna bring Jack back on. Jack, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes. Oh, that's better. Yes, now I can hear you both.
Amazing.
You can hear me?
Amazing. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now what's going on? You talked to me and Justin a couple of weeks ago. That's all I know.
Yeah. It was my 40th birthday. I was rather drunk. I was quite rude to poor Stephanie. I just apologized to her. And I just wanted to phone and have a bit of I wanted to ask you all something, first of all, about the paranormal, and then I wanted a bit of education from Erika, basically.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. I'm just gonna do this so that we have a clear starting point for clipping. We're talking to Jack in Way. Oh no, we're not, because he dropped. So never mind.
Jack,
What the fuck was that?
No,
Was he really?
you lost him.
Well,
We
balls.
could have convinced him otherwise. Surely we could have taken. Surely, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Just out of curious, did everybody hear what Jimmy was just saying to me in my head, or was that just
Well, I
to
heard
us?
it. I heard it.
You heard it. Okay, cool. Because I don't know. Sometimes when they talk, it's just us. But like, good gravy. Yeah. But in case you didn't hear, apparently the last time he talked to Jimmy, he was a huge asshole and transphobic and strange. And so like, who knows if we even wanted to take the call? But like, flip, dude. We'll try again. I think he's calling back in. We'll try again. In the meantime, let's talk to the person in chat who said he jacked off. Go to bed. Let's talk next to somebody who wants to talk about science communication on the internet. We got Ralph, any pronouns, calling in from Brazil. Let's talk about the ethics of science communication. You're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today? Hello? Can you hear us?
All the people calling are living inside a garbage
Hello.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Ralph.
Can you hear me?
Ralph. Hello.
Sorry, I'm closing stream because the audio is awful.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm hearing now. Hello, can you hear me?
What did you want to talk about?
I wanted to ask like a couple things. I'm currently starting to start a YouTube channel. Can you hear me? All right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To go.
And I'm making currently streams of video games, things like that. And I'm thinking of doing the actual videos of the channel since the algorithm is different about science stuff, but I'm no specialist in anything. I'm not a scientist. I am nothing like that. Wanted to know what is the ethics of like making a video with information you know, but you don't remember where you got to and things like that. If it is okay, like to put sources later.
You should write the script and then go back and make sure all your sources, like find sources for what you're already saying. I do that all the time. Stuff that I know that I've known for 1,000 years. I still go back and fact check it before I put a video out.
I'll say this, Ralph.
I'm just thinking because sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna sort of co-sign what Forrest says. You know, when you're making videos, especially early on, there are a lot of corners that it's easy to cut. Where it's like, well, you know, I know this is true, and everybody knows that it's true, so I don't need to put a source, or you know, little bits and bobs with you know how you record or how your audio sounds or whatever. Take it from someone with a little bit of experience in this. It feels like it's shorter now. In the long run, it's only going to hurt you. It's better to just go in when you make sure that whatever you put out into the world onto the internet, because the internet is forever, is to the best of your understanding as correct as it possibly can be. You're still going to make mistakes, right? But you can at least go into it knowing that you did as much of your due diligence as you could at that time. That would be my advice to you. I think that that's the most ethically responsible.
Yeah, and like when I started when I started on TikTok, I can tell you there were several times where I was like, "Oh, I just know this off the top of my head," and then I would check later and find out that I've either been saying something wrong for a very long time, or there was more to it than I thought, or more often I just wasn't teaching it properly. I was saying something that made sense to me, but it didn't make sense to the audience because I wasn't articulating it properly. When I look back at my old science test videos, I did this series. My first ever videos on YouTube were called Science Test, where I would test out science kits. And I was just starting out, and I was a terrible communicator at the time comparatively. And like I look back at that, and I remember this one point I was talking about how to make like bubble solution, and I was trying to explain like diffusion, and I was like, if you make your bubble solution, leave it overnight, and then it'll be better bubble solution later on. And the reason is because it diffuses properly. You don't have like different clumps. The whole concentration becomes evened out. And the way I phrased that at the time, because I was speaking to myself, not an audience, was the whole molecular structure just balances out. What the fuck does that mean? And like, I hate that shit. You know what I mean? So
it means nothing.
And so you just gotta like, you know, go back and fact check yourself and make sure that you're saying things that make sense to everybody, especially somebody who isn't inside your head. Think whenever you're talking about something, how would I explain this to a child? How would I explain this to my peers? How would I explain this to somebody who actually knows this stuff better than me? That's what you should be doing.
And for example, trying to find resources that I read once and things like that. It's good. Google Scholar is the best thing I have, for example.
No, you're good. Sorry, I was gonna say something, but then I accidentally interrupted you. You go ahead, and then I'll give. I have one more thought that I wanted to do.
It's fine. I understand. I understand the delay problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm saying in finding the resources, things like that. Especially for someone like me, which lives in Brazil, I am not a scientist. I don't have access to papers, things like that. Is Google Scholar the best resource I can get normally?
Yeah, it's just right up there.
Google Scholar.
That and PubMed.
Google Scholar is what I use. And what I'll tell you, you should be aware. You should just be aware that there is a hub, a science hub, that using that website can give you access to any paper that was published prior to, I believe, 2022. It's called scihub.se is, I think, the extension that's working. It is illegal to use this website because technically it is piracy. So I'm telling you about this, Ralph, so that you know not to use it. But I will tell you that I know of many
yes,
people
I think I
who
remember.
use this website to help them.
I think I remember
of
Dapper
course, I would never
Dinosaur with you saying that very clearly sometimes. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but
You're fine.
No,
I'm not
it's
used to
totally
delay at all.
Yeah, Dapper is also aware of this particular, and we're all aware of it so that we can stay away from it, right? Because you don't want to accidentally.
Yes,
steal
I'm
money
very
from
aware.
a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
You can
I'm
also
very aware
like
you guys saying answering to not use it.
yeah, just in case. Also, if you go on Google Scholar for whatever reason, which it is a great resource, you may still run into some situations where you get an article behind a paywall. Where it's and if you want to just be very careful, whatever, on Google Scholar, it'll type in whatever you want to look for. It'll give you the names of whatever papers or resources, and then underneath it'll have the name and the description, just like a Google search. And then underneath it'll have save, cite, how many people it's cited by, related articles, and the last link there says all however many versions. And if you click that, very often one of those versions will be a PDF that somebody uploaded to the internet at some point or another. And that is another way to get around those paywalls in a totally legal way, if you want to be very careful not to use the other thing that is very illegal.
Yeah, illicit websites that we don't.
We don't ever use them. I've never used it. Erica's never used it.
No,
We're good
no,
people.
we won't touch them. We won't touch them.
Mhm.
I'll add to, you said earlier that, well, I guess maybe this is, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what I was picking up on. It seemed like you were a little bit concerned. That's not really the word. Trepidatious, maybe. It seemed like you showed some trepidation, let's go with that, about talking about science, not being a scientist yourself. I'm very much against people feeling that way. I think you can absolutely talk about science as long as you cite your sources so people know where you're getting your information from. Anybody can be a science communicator, right? Anybody can learn science.
There is a little of that, yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
so try not to. You got.
All right, go ahead. No. Pardon me. I apologize. I thought you were at the end of a sentence. I was going to share this right here. Literally, the definition of the word scientist is an expert in or student of one or more of the natural or physical sciences. So, like, you don't have to have 15 PhDs to be a scientist, right? You just have to care about what you're doing. I hit the wrong goddamn button. There we go. You just have to care about what you're doing and be taking it seriously. So, like, if you are studying science, if you are a student of science, you're a damn scientist. Take it seriously.
Yep.
If you're not checking your sources and you're just spouting off bullshit and going against expert consensus, you're a bad scientist. But you're still a scientist, right? So don't worry about, like, oh, I don't have this credential, I don't have this whatever. Like, some of the best science communicators in the world were people who had low-level degrees or no degree and just cared a lot about what they're teaching. Bill Nye has a bachelor's degree in engineering, but he's a really good science communicator that people like, respect and trust. And I've seen him get shit wrong before. So, like, you have to be careful about what you put out there and do your best. And everyone makes mistakes. Just make sure you're taking it seriously.
And you'll get stuff wrong.
Okay,
That's just the nature of the beast. But that's okay. Just make sure when you do get stuff wrong, you correct yourself and let everybody know.
Yes.
Also, can I make another question related to the line specifically?
Sure.
Fine by me.
Is there, like, a way to joining a show like this for, like, trying to talk to theists, things like that? Or science deniers?
For trying to what?
Trying to talk to theists and stuff. Yeah, the rules on this one, I don't control any of this. It's really just Jimmy who controls things like this. And the rules are you have to be like an already established person. So you need to grow your own platform first and get good at it. And
Fair
then have enough people recommend you and suggest it. And then eventually sometime, maybe.
I was thinking because Jimmy, I think it was Jimmy, but the line had a, how do you call it? A community post a while ago asking for different recommendations for shows, I think. Something like that. I was thinking, like, if you guys had any ideas already, or was just to see what people said. but that's more
You
with
mean,
Jimmy, I think.
So are you sort of suggesting that there would be a show where like we would have like people call in from either side and sort of join the conversation with the hosts? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I was thinking something like that, like the host mediating a talk or something like that.
That
I
sounds
think
like they had
it would
the.
be very
He
interesting for
tried to
people.
show. Yeah, he tried a show called End Boss that I think was something like that, where you had like the audience could call in and pepper the host with ideas, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But with that, we are going to jump on to the next call. But Ralph, I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you looking for opportunities to try this out. Just you got to get out there and do it. Nobody can
Okay,
get
thanks.
you. Nobody can start this for you. You have to take the first step and just do it.
I just want to say before I leave, I love the channel. I have been starting seeing science communication after the pandemic, but I've been loving it and I've been very entertained and learned a lot by it. So it's very nice to
Right
talk
on.
to you guys. You guys are very
That's great
big,
to hear.
well known.
That's great to hear. Take care.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Val.
Bye.
Thank you. Rulius in the chat, call in. We don't have another theist on the line at this moment. We're going to have 3 atheist calls coming up. We prioritize theist calls. If you think that Christianity has stood up to scrutiny for thousands of years and can do it now, pick up the phone.
Do not
Your phone.
listen, dude. Do not be talking smack in the chat if you're not willing to call in. We don't even have a line for theist callers right now. If you call in,
We
we
don't.
will talk to you about this right now. Right now, you will have
You
our
would be the next person
undivided
we talk to.
attention. So call
So
in,
this
please. This is sort of a
it's
nut
that
up or
easy.
shut up kind of situation for me. Like I do not appreciate people whinging in the chat and then not wanting. I mean, I guess if you're whinging in the chat and you're like, I don't feel like calling in, fine. But you're gonna lose some street cred if you do that because this is
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you're whining in the chat of a call-in show. Call in.
pick up the phone. No one wants
It's
to hear your
not
shit
that
in the
hard.
chat.
We're nice.
Oh man.
Sometimes.
So sometimes.
I think we're
sometimes.
usually.
It's what's crazy
I'm
to
gonna
me.
give my
I've got
cup
on my fucking Instagram, like this
Yeah.
keeps happening. I will do a show and then weeks later I will get a comment from somebody and it's always the same thing. It is first name bunch of numbers. And that's every single it's Mark and it's Luke and it's Levi and it's Vince and it's this and that and it's just first name bunch of numbers and they address me by my full name and the comment is always Forrest Valkai, why do you say this and this about the Bible? Why Forrest Valkai, why are you lying about this in the Bible? I'm like, hey, call in. And they're just like, well, why won't you answer my questions here? Because I don't answer these questions here. I answer on the call-in show. You can pick up the phone and call me. And I have that conversation with a different account that is first name bunch of numbers on a weekly goddamn basis. And it's every fucking time. And it's the same conversation every time.
It's also just, this is so much faster. Like, I'm sure people out there who have had the unfortunate habit of arguing with people on the internet, you're probably all aware that comment wars take up so much time. When I used to fight on Twitter, and I was very, very good at it, I sunk hours and hours and hours into fighting with accounts on Twitter. And it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Honestly, nobody has ever been, I truly do believe this, no one has ever been convinced in like a Twitter thread. That has never once happened. Scientifically provable, I'm sure, if we had the data to test it. But it's like, we're giving an opportunity here to call in and have that conversation with priority. Right. This is a at least once a month opportunity to call in. And there have been a couple of exceptions, but usually when I'm on these kinds of shows, there's usually at least one opening, right? For somebody to, if they were early or if they were sometime in the middle or near the end, there's an opportunity for someone to come in and say something. And that these people are all talk and they don't actually want to come in and defend their point of view. They want to get like weird, Reddit upvotes or whatever in the comments section and call it a day. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Come on and defend your position if you want to fight about it, right? Like
that's really, that's what kind of stuck out to me because I was doing the same thing. I would spend so much time trying to convince somebody who was not going to be convinced, and I kind of got to a point where I was like, okay, well, I know I'm not going to convince them. Maybe I can, somebody else seeing it, and then I'm like, the most liked comment in this thread is mine, and it has 20 likes.
Right.
Why am I working this hard for 20 people to agree with me? What am I doing? Like I'm going to put this on. It's just and that it sounds so selfish and like kind of like haughty. Like, like, oh, me as the influencer, blah, blah. But like, it is not worth my time to sit here in a comment section and beg you to read the thing that I just wrote. Like, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put you on the stage in front of thousands of people. And we're going to talk.
It's not even haughty, I don't think, because it's like, it's a simple numbers game. It's like, if you do, and I'll go ahead and say, I was getting in these kinds of fights before I ever did anything online because I am a moron and like to get in fights with people in the comment section. But it's like, when you are on a larger platform on the internet, everybody kind of feels entitled to have like a full-on back and forth. And I think that you're going to be hard-pressed to find more opportunities than the ones provided by the hosts of the line who are like, hey, here's an opportunity for you to literally have a verbal conversation with me on a show in front of everybody who you want to impress. Let's do it. Which, when you think about it, is really it's a much bigger platform. It's a much bigger microphone for these people to give their ideas. And yet sometimes I wonder if that's even really what they want.
Well, it's like, if you were sincere, if you really think that, like, say, for example, just hypothetically, that Christianity has withstood scrutiny for thousands of years, if you really believe that, right, then, like, it shouldn't be an issue to, like, call in to people who are not prepared, right? Like, Erika and I are not prepared. We sat down in front of a camera. That was what we did to prepare for this. We went out and got advanced degrees. We went out and studied like hell. We've been doing this for long. Those are things we were prepared for, but we didn't prepare for your specific conversation. You get to pick up the phone with any level of preparation you want, or even just an idea, and give us your best evidence. Give us your best idea. And it's not like a one and done thing. If you don't do good, call back next week. But like, if you really believe in this shit, think of all the souls you will save if you prove us wrong. Think about all the people you'll convince. Think about how stupid we'll look. I had a guy call in a little while ago arguing against evolution who was just repeatedly, I don't remember his name, but I remember his entire argument was that he got the concept of species wrong, and he thought the species was a real thing, and that a species is defined as he used the biological species concept coined by Meyer to say that, like, they can't reproduce to produce fertile offspring to not a species, and that never happens, and therefore species don't change, and therefore evolution doesn't happen. And after like 30 goddamn minutes of saying over and over, that's not the definition of evolution, that's not the definition of species, he just gave up and hung up. And we have people in the chat saying, oh, he cooked you, like he totally won. And it's like, think you could, some idiot's gonna agree. Pick up the phone, let's talk. Like,
it's really like, you can't lose because you do. Yes. And that's actually a great point, Forrest. And I've wondered that myself. How come no one ever does like hours and hours and hours of prep and then calls in to humiliate us live on a subject that we don't know very well? Like, you could do that so easily. I mean, we all we have is rhetoric. If we don't know the area, we have rhetoric. Now, to be fair, that's probably what would happen if you called in with like an advanced theological concept. If you called in on evolution, you're probably not going to be at a point where you're going to, between Forrest and I together, we have a lot of that area covered. And I think that if you were at the level where you were going to like overturn the entirety of it, you'd probably be doing it in the literature and not necessarily a YouTube call-in show. But I digress. There are certainly topics out there that people could come in and totally stump us on. Why don't they do that? Right? That's actually a great example of one that you could theoretically bust our chops on. Just call in and do it. We want to be.
Sorry, I was typing a thing
on this show. No. I'm just gonna say, like, part of the point of this show is that we want to be challenged by people who call in. Right? Yeah. We can do the millionth, or the 100 millionth, that's what I was trying to say, intelligent design call. We could do the 600,000th call, from Stevie from Texas telling us about how the Earth is actually young. We could do the gazillionth call about, the esoteric, monad-esque deity who is everything and then nothing and then one and then zero and then infinity and etc. But like, you have this opportunity every single time the show is on, with whoever the hosts are, to call in and challenge them with an idea, right? And, some of us are like harsher than others, but I like to think that everybody here on SkepTalk is open-minded. That's kind of a prerequisite to be on the show. I guess we can all only speak for ourselves. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I want to hear why you believe what you believe. This is why I always ask for, like, I want to hear somebody's interesting like alien abduction story, or come tell me about Bigfoot or ghosts or whatever, because I think that would be fun to talk about, and I'll explain. Maybe you'll convince me. I don't know. I mean, stranger things have happened, certainly. So what we're trying to say is, not up or shut up. Call in.
I just want somebody to call in and define what a woman is. That's all. I want somebody to do that. That'd be fun for me. That's such a fucking great gotcha question. It's so clever and fun, and I would love to hear somebody do it. Also, to the person in chat who said they might be able to get Mike Richardson back on, dear God, help us all. No, Mike Richardson. If we had him call in one time, he's been fucking living in my comment sections on TikTok and everything else for years. And he's not just on mine; he's on every evolution communicator, every biology communicator out there that talks about evolution. He's in their comment section and has been schooled by every one of them and every person in the comment section with half a brain as more times than I count. And he called in here once when I was almost set. His entire he has two arguments. Number one is evolution isn't possible because when the first man evolved, there had to been chance that the first woman evolved at the same time, and then otherwise the human species would have stopped. And so that's too big of a chance. That's ridiculous.
Are you sure this isn't Kent Hovind's?
It's wild. And then the second argument that he has is evolution isn't real because evolution can't. We don't need evolution to make things like eyeballs and whatnot, because we already know where eyeballs come from. When sperm and egg fuse, we can see development of an eye, and that's where it comes from. So that's not evolution, and we can see how eyes develop in babies. So we don't need evolution to make eyes because they develop this way, and that's not evolution. So evolution isn't real, and it's just wild. And it gets to this point where it's like you literally can't tell if he's just rage baiting or if he actually, because he'll repeat back to you. I know you won't say that evolution's in populations, not individuals, but there had to have been a population of men and a population of women that evolved at the same time. And it's like, how? There's no way you're getting this.
That's actually that is a crazy amount of dedication. Wow, I'm jealous. It sounds like in this economy you've found a way to live rent free somewhere. It just happens to be in this guy's head. Right. That's crazy. Wow, I wish he would call in. Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of like really provocative. Well, I haven't seen them. People have been emailing very provocative, newer creators who are like creationist creators, and they're like, debunk this video that has 950 views or something like that. And I would love it if I had the time to debunk every single video that said something wrong, but I don't. And so you kind of have to prioritize which ones you're going to go after. Right. You did this the other day with Answers in Genesis Canada's #1 video. It's like you could go through all of their videos. Calvin's got 1 million of them, right? But you genuinely don't have the time. There aren't enough hours in the day. But it's like,
they're all the same thing.
People who are they're so aggressive, and they're a lot of times kind of rude, at least in my experience. Lately, there's a rash of ruder creationists that I've been encountering. And it's like, okay, call in, big boy. Like, if you're such a powerful alpha male and I'm just a duplicitous dumb femoid, like, call into the show. Please, this is your opportunity.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, it is wild. Answers in Genesis Canada is fucking a gold mine, because like regular style Answers in Genesis is the same arguments in the same way. Like it's all the same shit. But Answers in Genesis Canada just so happens to also have the added benefit of the living embodiment of smugness in a tweed suit, telling you that his lies are fact. And like what was crazy to me is like I just did the Skeptic, the floating British circle, John Lovell. He just invited me to do a big collabby thing, and he sent me a bunch of little videos to react to. And so I just sent those off to him. 2 of the videos he sent me were from Calvin. And it's the same fucking thing. It blew me away that like I didn't have to write much of a different script for these 2 short videos from the same person at the same time, because like it was one of them was evolutionists admit that it's all just semantics when it comes to evolution, and he quotes this paper that says like it's semantics to whether or not if you say that a fly loses the hair things, tubercles or whatever the fuck, that if they have an adaptation that causes them to lose this, you could also say they have an adaptation to gain a smooth body. And like, okay, so here's what that means. And just to prove it, here's the fucking paper where they explain what they're talking about before and after this quote. And this guy took this thing as a totally normal statement and is framing it as an admission of guilt because he cannot comprehend what intellectual honesty looks like. And that's every fucking video
Calvin,
all the time. And I just don't know how you don't get bored every fucking time.
I understand that Calvin doesn't understand what character polarity is. But I mean, it's an intuitive concept, but it can be difficult to wrap your head around. That's fine, whatever. But like the fact that all of the video, like the way that they set up AIG Canada's YouTube channel is they were like, okay, we're going to give Calvin Smith a mic and we're going to give him Adobe Premiere Pro, a fuck ton of plugins, and $1 million, and we're just going to let him run absolutely wild with it. And that's what they did. But yeah, he does not understand basic concepts in evolution, and I know people have corrected him on it. I know that he's aware of some of these corrections, but he won't change his mind. It's a tale as old as Dwayne Gish. But he one of the ones that I saw from him that I was looking at recently was when he was talking about radiometric dating, and he's like, this dating game, and I'm paraphrasing here. He was like, and I'm not talking about the dating game that faces many young men as they try to find a mate in the college quads filled with feminists, or it was like the most out of left field, like feminism, woman bad shit that you've ever seen in a video, Forrest, about radiometric dating. Calvin, who hurt you? Who hurt you?
There's something under that. There's something under that for sure.
You know, a goth baddie with a septum piercing broke his heart, and that's what sent him down this path.
It is. That's what it is.
And like, it could happen to any of us, I guess, but like, you gotta find a healthier outlet than doing this shit, dude. Like, it's getting a little intense over there at AIG Canada.
That is so fucking rough. I will talk about AIG Canada all fucking day because they are the worst. But we have somebody who's been waiting for like an hour. I'm going to talk to this person next, and then we'll hopefully talk to somebody else because we got somebody who looks really interesting on the call-in queue, but that's their last call. I don't know. Let's talk really quickly to Sarah, pronouns she, her, calling in from Caffeinated Alpacas, who wants to talk about how apes and humans are related. Sarah, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello, I am freaking out because you two I look up to, so this is kind of like a fangirl moment for me. I know you don't like that,
Sarah.
Forrest, but I gotta hype you guys up. So I'm sorry to hype you up, Forrest, but
hype Erika up more than me.
No, don't do that. Thank you for the kind words.
That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. What can we do for you, Sarah? You have what I see on the call screen is a really cool question that we could both talk about for several hours. So, what did you want to talk about specifically?
Yeah, I heard Forrest say that he has a hard cutoff, and I was like, well, this call might take the rest of the show. But,
we'll see.
But I wanted to ask because I know humans are related to apes and monkeys, but I'm just curious, what are the exact qualities that we share? Because honestly, this question was inspired by my boyfriend who made Erika's intro in 3D. And he was he was like, you should call in to Erika or Forrest or both, but that's once in a blue moon. And I was like, you know what? Next time they're hosting, I will call. So that's the backstory on the question.
It's worse than you think. Yeah, it's worse than you think because we're not just related to apes and monkeys. We are apes, which is a type of monkey. So like, we are apes and monkeys, yo. How wild is that?
Yeah.
And I mean,
let's talk about shoulders and short lower backs. Let's get.
You can walk all the way up and down the sort of taxonomic classifications with this, and you could split hairs down to superfamily and infraorder or whatever. You could do this all the way up to eukaryotes. You could do it all the way down to human species. I'm not personally affirming any human subspecies. Like, I don't buy into Neanderthalensis being like a separate or being a part of Homo sapiens, but that's kind of a story for another time. So let's start with humans and work backwards, right? Like, what makes a member of Homo sapiens physically speaking? Because we could do this physically or we could do it genetically, and both of them work. And coincidentally, both of them just so happen to corroborate one another, which is, it's almost like that's what you would expect. if evolutionary theory were legitimate and the reason why modern biodiversity exists. But Homo sapiens is compared to other hominins or other members of our family tree, any ape that is more closely related to us than they are to our closest living relatives, which are chimpanzees and bonobos, to be in the sort of human or hominin group, you have to have a couple of different characteristics, and most of them surround what makes humans different from other living apes. So the suite of characteristics related to bipedalism is typically put forward as a early hominin adaptation, a reduction in canine teeth and a reduction in the dimorphism of those canine teeth, where males and females have the same size canine teeth. You could look at the characteristics that are related to early behaviors, like the first advents in our tool use, our super wickedly slow development time, and of course, big brains. And all of those characteristics are what make the human and human relative group different from other apes. So then it's like, okay, well, that makes us a hominin, but what makes us an ape? And it's like, well, apes are members of the superfamily Hominoidea, and this includes humans and chimps and bonobos and orangutans and gorillas and all of the gibbons. It's a really phenomenal suite of animals that are super diverse and also not very diverse at all, depending on what you're looking at. But as Forrest alluded to earlier, we've got super flexible shoulders, right? Like a baboon or a macaque, like most old world monkeys can't raise their hands directly above their head like we can. It's unique to us because we have dorsally oriented shoulder blades or scapulae, and that's what lets us hang below the branches, which is a super stable way of moving. We have short, stiff lower backs. That's also related to that. We have big brains for our body size. We have a Y5 molar pattern. We develop just wickedly slow. Like even we take that to the next level, but like even orangutan kids will stick around with their parent until they're like 12 years old. In some of the more extreme cases, 8 is usually the average that you tend to see. So then it's like, okay, well, those are the characteristics that make us apes amongst just countless minutia. Then it's like, okay, well, what makes us catarrhine primates? What makes us old world monkeys as opposed to the new world monkeys that you see in Central and South America? So critters like spider monkeys or howler monkeys or owl monkeys or capuchin monkeys, those kinds of guys. And the official word for them is platyrrhines versus catarrhines. We prefer those to old and new world monkeys, but unfortunately, people like the geography helps people like grasp the concept, and so we usually say this is the old term. This is what the term that we use now actually is. But it's like to be a catarrhine primate, you have to have nostrils that face downward, right? And you have to have I think it's an ectotympanic tube as compared to just a sort of regular, like thinner ring of bone. And you have to have 2 premolars instead of 3 premolars. So it's like, okay, all old world monkeys, right? Not all old world monkeys are apes, and not all apes are humans, but all humans are apes, and all apes are old world monkeys. So you could take it to the next step up, and it's like, okay, well, what characteristics define an anthropoid monkey as compared to a catarrhine monkey? Because anthropoids includes old and new world monkeys, your catarrhines and your platyrrhines. And it's like, okay, well, it has to do with the nature of the uterus, it has to do with the fusion of the mandible, and it has to do with a whole host of minutiae in the craniodental features and postcrania and blah, 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 blah. You work your way up through haplorhine versus strepsirrhine primates, your lemurs versus your tertiariforms and anthropoid primates. It's basically just like all of the primates excluding lemurs and lorises, well, including lemurs and lorises once we combine them together. And then you're like, okay, what does it take to actually be a primate? So well, primates have grasping hands, right? They have binocular vision that's usually color. They have nails on at least their hallux or their big toe on their hands. They have really flexible ankles and flexible wrists, big brains for their body sizes. And it's like any of those characteristics you might find a little bit in other mammals, but the only order of animals that you find that whole suite in is primates. And so it's like walking all the way back down on the list, all humans are apes. All apes are old world monkeys. All old world monkeys or catarrhines are haplorhines or dry-nosed primates. All haplorhines are primates generally, and then you could walk your way all the way up through mammals and through vertebrates and through animals and through eukaryotes, and you end up with this nesting pattern, just like Russian nesting dolls or Matryoshka dolls, however you say that. And that's what's called the nested hierarchy. And so it's like these physical characteristics are super duper cool because they create these monophyletic groups where it's like you never outgrow your ancestry. You are what your ancestors used to be. You are a human, but you're also an ape, and you're also a catarrhine monkey, and you're also an anthropoid monkey, and you're also a dry-nosed primate, and you're also a primate generally, and you're also a mammal, and you're also a vertebrate, and you're also an animal, and so on and so forth. Which is super cool and awesome, because those physical characteristics are also reflected in our genomes. So if you sequence the DNA of all of the animals that I just told you about, a member of all of those major groups, you are going to create the same family tree that you see if you create that general family tree on the basis of physical characteristics. Now, there's some little differences that are interesting and fun to investigate, but by and large, you get the same thing. So that's what makes humans, monkeys, and apes, and why it's so awesome and cool, and it's also the reason why you can hang below the monkey bars and why kids are so good at climbing.
That actually makes a lot of sense, because I mean, I'm not great at the monkey bars, never have been, but like I've seen other people be good at the monkey bars, and I'm like, how are they so good? But that actually makes sense, and didn't process in my little kid brain, but now my adult brain is like, that makes sense, it tracks. So
yeah, you're like, why do kids love to climb? Because they're apes, because they're monkeys, because they're primates, right? They like to climb because we've always liked to climb, and we're really good at it. Your dog's horrible at climbing, right? But you're really good at it because you're an ape. And that there, you could sit here and talk all day about all of the cool ways that we've taken what it means to be an ape and what it means to be a monkey and changed that, taken it to the extreme in our group specifically, and done something really wild with it. And primates are super social, and they communicate in really complex ways. And then we're going to be hyper social, almost eusocial, and we're going to speak and communicate via language, which is just an incredible elaboration on basic communication rules. You say, okay, well, humans are really good at hanging below the branches because we can hold our arms directly above us. Well, that also means that you can throw overhand. And if you throw overhand a really sharp rock attached to a stick, then you can kill something way bigger than yourself, especially if you've got a bunch of humans working on the same task, right? I mean, like you can take all sorts of different interesting things that humans do, and like it's going to boil down to, well, not all of it, of course, but a lot of it is going to boil down to our rich evolutionary history. It's the same reason why you like a colorful cupcake, because it's sweet and fruit is sweet, and fermented fruit that's sweet tastes better and is more energetically packed than non-ripe fruits. And so it's going to give you a larger energy boost. You're going to survive longer, have more kids, and they're all going to carry that sweet tooth. Yippee, right? Primates are awesome. They're super cool.
It's true. Next time you go to a child's birthday party, just remember, they like this cake because it means they might have more children. That's what it means.
They're performing for mental calculus.
Well, thank you, Erika, for the science lesson. Honestly, I love you guys, but sometimes I do because I'm not a biologist, I'm not a scientist. Like, I'll watch your videos and I'm here like I'm trying to process everything that you're saying, and it just goes way over my head. But having it explained the way that you just explained it really helps, because I do also have a learning disability, so I kind of need like things explained like several times. So I appreciate you taking the time to educate me on primates, and I know this was like heaven for you, because I know you could you could talk about this for hours. So
please. You gave me you did me the favor on this one. You gave me the yap about this subject that people have heard me talk about a million times. But Sarah, we all have areas of expertise, right? I am absolutely positive there are subjects that you could easily school me on, right? It's like, it's easy to sound like you know a lot when someone asks you a question on the thing that you study. And it's my pleasure to get to share that with other people, because I think it's cool.
Right, 100%.
Forrest, you want to add anything?
Right.
I know you've been sitting over there so quiet, letting me just soak up and monologue.
No, it's okay. Wait. There we go. Sorry, talking to somebody in the chat as well. They know the reason why I said stuff about like shoulders and short lower backs was because I've heard you give that talk so many times, and I was like, she's got this. Like I was priming the pump, And so, like, no, I honestly, if you want to know, like, you can hear, both Erika and I have given this discussion of, like, you can build your way in both directions. Start from what is life, what kind of cells do we have, what kind of what kind of life are we? Animals, okay, what kind of animals are we? We're mammals. What kind of mammals are we? They're going on and on. You go through every step along the way. And look at every single little defining characteristic. And what's crazy is this is not news. This is not something crazy. This is all the way back to fucking Linnaeus that we've been knowing this shit. Where it's like, hey, the similarities are inescapable. And if we're going to group people together, if we're going to group anything together, then this is where we need to be. So I have nothing interesting to add beyond what Erika could throw out there more eruditely than I ever could. That's all I wanted out of this call.
That's because I vomited all of it up. You would have something to add had I not covered my bases, Forrest. I will not be humiliated. I will not miss a single bit of the basic minutia of the primate taxonomy. Honestly, they should strip my degree.
That's why we're friends.
If I forget, take it away. Take me away and
right.
If I ever forget the definition of what actually defines a catarrhine primate, just put my feet in cement blocks and drop me into the Atlantic. I just couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear the pain.
A punishment befitting a bad biologist, a badologist, if you will.
Yeah,
a badologist.
Yeah, exactly. Sarah, did that?
Anyway, I hope this answers your questions.
Yes, it definitely did. Thank you both for taking the call, and I'll be in the chat, and we'll try not to send Erika any puns because I know she hates puns. So I don't want to be banned. I want to be
everyone.
Erika. I want to be Erika's
forget
friend,
everybody.
So.
Don't even get on that. Don't even get on that.
No, that's really important. That's the most important part of SkepTalk. Do not, under any circumstances, get into the super chats and send puns that you know we will have to read. Don't do that. And do not, under any circumstances, go look up that one place where you can pirate, scientific papers and learn whatever you want. Don't do that either. Those are bad things to do. So don't do them.
Well,
SkepTalk is better than that.
Yeah, one of those don't do. The other one might get you killed.
Yes.
That you'll see a red dot on your forehead and you're like, oh my God, is it because I accessed Sci-Hub? And then I'm out there in the crow's nest getting ready to take you out for the pun that you sent to SkepTalk.
Absolutely.
I'm just for the purposes of TOS, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I definitely won't find out where you live and dissolve you in, I don't know, 70% alcohol. That probably hurt.
I feel like Sarah, do you know why you shouldn't brush your teeth with your left hand?
Don't, Forrest.
I don't, actually.
Don't. Your fate is in my hands tonight. We could go on all evening if I desire it.
Because it's so much easier to just use a toothbrush is why. And with that, I'm going to move on. We got some other callers waiting, but I appreciate you calling in, Sarah, and letting us talk to you. Have an awesome rest of your day.
All right. Yes.
Bye.
Sweet.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted for a second because we've got in the chat someone talking about how we can't explain chromosome number 2, and therefore we did not come from apes. And I'm like, yo, there is a phone number on the bottom of the screen.
Please.
And there are 2 biologists wanting to talk to you. Pick up the fucking phone.
I need you to know, caller. The caller on that, though, I need you to know, I've fooled around and blast with this myself, right? I've run these comparisons. I can tell you how to run these comparisons. Please, call in. Let's talk about the fusion of human chromosome 2, something that is so evident that Answers in Genesis and CMI have half their staff just accepting that it did happen, but that it's totally unrelated to human and other non-human hominid common ancestry. And that actually it just happened in the human lineage alone, and it's just a big coinky-dink. Really, that's what they're saying. So call in.
We have right now 1, 2, 3, 4 atheists, 1 agnostic, and 1 theist who literally just called in. So sorry to the people waiting for a long time. We do prioritize theist calls. We're going to take theist next. And then the next one that I would like to take is we have one of our atheist callers has a question about intersex conditions. Would love to talk about that. But in the meantime, in between time, you good to jump on to line number 26 there?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Sweet chicken. Let's talk to Gary. Pronouns he, him. Calling in all the way from, forget logic, which is why he's a theist. I'm starting out with the sass. You see that? Let's talk to Gary, who wants to talk about science and value judgments. Gary, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Well, thanks. Well, I'm just living life like anybody else, I suppose.
Yeah.
And you guys seem to be having a ball so far, and
absolutely
enjoying the. Well, Erika and Forrest, biologists, right? You both have a degree in biology, and well, you must know, guys, that yes. Now, Forrest, you're studying to get a doctorate degree in primatology?
No, my PhD work right now is in biochemistry and molecular biology with a focus on neuroendocrinology and learning. So I'm studying how people learn things and what hormones are going on in the brain when they're learning stuff. But specifically, I'm focusing on evolution because all of my background is in evolutionary biology and human biology. And so that's what I'm going from. Erika would be way more in that line of talking about primatology. You're doing bioanthropology, right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, Gary, I got my undergraduate degree in pre-professional animal science, so I was pre-vet, and my master's degree was in primatology, so specifically it's called primate biology, behavior, and conservation. And then my doctorate is going to be in biological anthropology, which is about human evolution in particular.
Well, fuck. Well, for listing things, I hold associate's degrees in science education, general biology, liberal arts and biology, a bachelor's degree in integrative biology. My first master's was in bioanthropology. My second master's was in biomedical sciences, and now I'm doing fucking. I didn't know we had to list it out. I thought you were just gonna be like, yeah, I'm studying this right now. Damn it.
Well, I had to because Gary said you guys are both biologists, and strictly speaking, yes, but also none of my degree titles are like biology. I mean, I got a BSA in a class that required all those prereqs, but it's not technically biology. That's why I wanted to say it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to ever
But it is, though.
I don't want to ever be accused of calling myself something I'm not. That's all that's why I listed.
You are letting your imposter syndrome tell you that you need to be more honest than you. Like, that's bullshit. That is bullshit.
I'm playing it safe.
That's like me being all nervous because none of my degrees say evolutionary biology in the title, so I shouldn't talk about evolution. That's what that is, right? That's the same imposter syndrome that I have, and I see it in you. How dare you?
It is. But you feel it's an itch. It's a okay, Gary.
It's awful.
So having answered your question, now that you know what we studied, please.
Oh yeah, we have a call.
Tell us what's going on.
Yeah. No. This is great. This is fun. And but our favorite primatologist just passed away. Oh, within a week. Jane Goodall. Wow.
He was my hero,
and
dude. He was my hero my whole life.
Didn't they make a movie called Gorillas in the Mist with Sigourney Weaver portraying her?
So that was actually on Diane Fossey, who was she was one of Leakey's angels / the Trimates, depending on what you want to call them. Basically, Louis Leakey, when he was a young paleoanthropologist first studying in Eastern Africa, he wanted to get some researchers out to study the closest relatives of humans. And so he was like, okay, he said, I'm going to pick three women because he thought women made better field researchers because they were more patient and because their smell wouldn't rile up the male apes. And so he was like, I need three baddies to send out to various locations. And so he got Jane Goodall, who was formerly his secretary. She didn't even have a degree at the time. And then she revolutionizes ethology. They sent her out to Gombe Stream National Park to study chimps. Diane Fossey would come later, and she would go to Central Africa to study gorillas. And then Birut Galdicus would go to Oceania to study orangutans in Indonesia and Malaysia. And they both had their respective expertise in their respective primates and learned a ton of stuff, and it was really awesome and badass. But Sigourney Weaver portrayed Diane Fossey, who actually died many years ago She was killed by poachers while she was actually out there doing research, and she was pretty hardcore. I actually met one of her field assistants when I was getting my master's, Ian Redmond, and he told some wild stories. She was an absolute animal, man. Diane Fossey, she had her positives and she had her negatives, as we all do. But man, no one could ever accuse her of not caring. She would have put her life on the line for her study subjects for sure. Anyways,
wow.
She was the one who grew up, but she's really cool.
Yeah, that I didn't know that. Thanks for the heads up. That wow, interesting. You know, it's kind of ironic. I saw Jane Goodall recently, maybe in the last year, and she was saying, you know what? I winded up not so much liking chimpanzees as much as dogs. And she said that because she said, man, you know, I discovered that chimpanzees can be pretty, you know, they can murder each other. And
they're horrifyingly human.
Yeah, just like you were talking about in the other call, that we're in the ape family. And so, yeah, I was kind of surprised.
Let me say, like, their behaviors are horrifyingly human. The way that they have not just murder, but premeditated murder and warfare and shit. Like, yeah, it's freaky.
They carry out revenge. They are, I mean, they're like, well, I was going to say they're like us, but really we're like each other.
We're like
That's
them.
Something that
exactly.
So it's, you know, I could sit here all day and talk about apes, but please, Gary, what's your question? I want to make sure we get to that.
Yeah, that's right. That's well, thank you. No, I enjoy every bit of it. So what you're sharing, what I was calling tonight was science. It's called Science and Making Value Judgments. And the reason why I decided to call tonight, because I heard you with this other lady talking, and you were mentioning, you know, it's wonderful. It's so cool to, you know, we're part of the ape family. And I've been thinking about Carl Sagan, and you reminded me of Carl Sagan because Carl Sagan would do the same thing. And I love the guy, and when he's walking through nature and talking about how marvelous, how remarkable, how this universe, and he goes on about it. And yet he's a scientist, just like you are, just like Forrest. Scientists can make value judgments. Richard Dawkins calls this the poetry of reality. So even though we're atheists, you can be poetic about it. You can make value judgments about it. There's nothing wrong with that. But nevertheless, I wonder, it made me think how us apes, Homo sapiens, live. Even our science is controlled by value judgments. Even, you know, let's go back to Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan says that this is a wonderful universe. Well, that's a value judgment to say that it's wonderful. And I just want your opinion. I want your
value judgment.
Please clarify.
I just mean, like, he's not saying this is a wonderful universe, therefore it's worth this much money, or he's not saying, like, this is a wonderful universe that should be protected because here's this scientific thing that says it must be protected. He's just giving his opinion and the fact that he thinks it's worth something to him in his worldview. And so, like, I think that you can very easily look at science, you can look at the universe around you, you can look at the nature that you live in, and feel very connected to it and say how excited you are about it without needing to, like, have some, like, what's your p-value on wonderful? You know what I mean? Like, what's the statistical significance of excitement in this region? You can just talk about how happy you are to be a part of this beautiful universe and how, from your perspective, from where you're standing, it's something worth investing time, energy, money, care, patience, love, nurturing, all these things into to preserve it for other people to get the same joy that you get out of it.
Well, very well said. And I expected nothing less from you, Forrest. No, really, sincerely. I was having trouble with that because, you know, I was thinking, I said, you know, no matter if you're a Christian, no matter if you're an atheist, we're basically living our lives based upon well, what I'm referring to as value judgments. Even when you say thank you to somebody, you're making a value judgment. And for some reason, I tend towards philosophy. The first conversation I had with you, the first time I ever called in the line was philosophical. So I'm trying to understand how scientists go about their thinking and how they become interested in their subject matters, and where does value judgment and opinion fit in with all of this, and how important it is. It's fundamental to everything we do in life. Constantly we're making value judgments, whether it's a love interest or whether it's a science interest or whether it's protecting a minority group and speaking up for them and calling out the BS when you see it. The reason why you're calling out the BS when you see it is because you're making a value judgment. I was just thinking about that tonight and wanted your feedback, and you gave some excellent feedback on that. You said that from where you stand, it's something that gives you joy, gives you happiness, gives you purpose, and that's why you pursue it, you celebrate it. But I was thinking about Erika when she says it's so great and wonderful to be an ape. I was thinking, but are we the only apes that say that? I wonder how apes, like chimpanzees or gorillas, we're the only ape of the family that would say that. Would you agree?
I think whenever we have conversations about the level of sapience of other apes, or really just other cognitive animals, like we're asking these questions about, like, for instance, there's this it's what would you call it? It's not really like a factoid because I don't know how true it is. There's sort of an urban legend, let's call it for now, where people will be like, well, humans are the only animals that ask questions. And sometimes they'll be like, well, Alex, the African gray parrot, asked a question at one point as well, but like they're the only ones that ask questions. And I don't think that's true. I think that the way question is defined to try to say that is a little bit sneaky. But the way that I typically answer that question is, how do you know? Right? Like how on earth could we possibly understand where we are right now, scientifically speaking, how well, like what a chimpanzee does think of itself, right? Like we know that they are aware that they are real entities. They pass the mirror test. They're capable of empathy and collaboration and sneakiness and trickery and all these kinds of things. They know that they are something. They have a sense of self. They have like a theory of mind. Now, how far does that go, right? Like, does that reach the human level? Does reaching the human level make you human? Is that what makes a human human? And it's like, not really, because people who don't have that ability are still considered human. We don't hinge our humanity on the ability to have, an intense amount of empathy or pass a mirror test or whatever. Not even every kid can pass the mirror test, depending on where they grow up. So my answer to your question in that roundabout way is, are humans the only ones who think ourselves exceptional, or who think it's wonderful to be what we are? I don't know. I think it's easy to say yes because we're the only ones that we can confirm, but like absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I think until we get a much better grip on non-human animal communication, we'll understand a whole lot more about the depths of these sort of pools, these sort of mind pools that these guys exist in. In case in point, it wasn't until this past year that we found out that Asian elephants bury their dead. How did we miss that for so long? Right? And yet that's something that's so like familiar and really kind of groundbreaking. I mean, you can look up the pictures and see them for yourself. It's quite sad, but that they dig a hole for their calves and they put their calves in the hole and then they put dirt on top of it. Right? And you can see the little calves' legs sticking out the top. And critically, they avoid that spot afterwards. They have some kind of reverence. And people accuse me of anthropomorphizing, but I don't really know what else to call it. I guess it could be fear, discomfort, whatever. But the fact that it took us this long to understand that that's what they're doing means I think that there's a whole lot more that we don't know or understand. And while I can't say for certain how deep the pool is for non-human animals, I think I can say with certainty that it is deeper than we currently appreciate it to be.
What I think is a really cool thing to add on to that is just like, even if you're not if you can't directly address things like mirror tests or whether or not these things can ask philosophical questions or bury their loved ones or anything like that, you can see some behaviors that, like, in my humble opinion, as someone who isn't an expert in these particular areas, indicate to me some kind of mind that goes beyond what we expected. For example, back in 2022, we learned that jumping spiders have dreams, or at least there's strong evidence for this. And we learned that bumblebees play. And it's like that's one of my favorite studies of this fucking decade. Is there's these bumblebees, and they would go through this little thing, and there were these little wooden balls, and they had to like navigate and get around them. And then eventually they took the wooden balls and put them somewhere else. The bumblebees didn't have to go past, and they would go out of their way to go grab these and roll around with them, and for no reason. No, they didn't have to get through them. They would even go back the other direction sometimes. They literally just would go play with these things. So if we're seeing play and dreaming, tarantulas were shown to have working memory a couple of years before that. And so, like, we're seeing these indications of things that, by my eyes, are very, for lack of a better word, human things. Whimsy and silliness and imagination. And, you know, what's a fucking spider dreaming about? Catching a really good fly? Maybe it's having a great time in that dream. Who knows? Like, what's it doing? Why is it playing with these little things if it has nothing? If it's just an automaton, just a biological machine that has to go out there and get nectar and come back, and that's all it does, why is it doing these weird things? Because maybe it's just that's what life's all about. A little bit of joy is actually something that's evolutionarily in all of us, something that actually could just be a part of our shared experience as living things. So, like, I don't know. I see that as a connection that goes so much deeper in our lineage, something that is truly, truly deeply ancestral. And when you ask questions about, like, how we make value judgments, how we have talents, how we decide what we want to do and what brings our lives meaning, I no longer really see that as just a strictly human thing, because it just doesn't seem, it seems more likely to me in this case that this is something ancestral and not something special and unique that just popped up in our species. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes. And you've given some really delightful and remarkable examples of that, specifically with the bumblebees, because that struck a nerve with me. I have childhood memories of just being mesmerized with my dad's garden out in the backyard and watching these bumblebees, and I just couldn't take my eyes off of them. Beautiful creatures, animals.
Bumblebees are one of the things that got me. Sorry, you go ahead, Erika.
Yes.
My thing is fast. I was just going to say, there was a video that went viral a couple years ago of in a gorilla enclosure, and it's a father gorilla and his son. I think it was a son, his kid, and they're both kneeling down, like almost resting their chin on their arms, watching an inchworm make its way across the ground, and they're just totally enamored with this inchworm because it's cool and it's mesmerizing and it's fun and it's interesting and so it's like, you know, I mean, there's no survival benefit that is immediately evident, right? That's not to say that there isn't, right? But we don't see a purpose in these guys doing it, and yet do it anyways, and that's because, you know, curiosity extends far deeper. So I just thought that was fun because it's like, you know, you find bumblebees interesting because they are, and then it's like gorillas find inchworms interesting because they are.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier on, you asked like how we got into these things. Like bumblebees actually were a thing that got me excited about biology because when I was a little kid, I grew up pagan, and so I was like all big into like connections with nature and all this stuff. And I remember distinctly there was this one place in here where I live in Tulsa. There was this place called the Herbal Glen. It's closed a long time ago, but it was a pagan store. It was a place you go and buy spices and dream catchers and rain sticks and magic rocks and all sorts of shit. And out back, they had this huge fucking garden, and it was awesome. It was just this beautiful herb garden that you could just go walk through, and there's all these rose bushes and trees and wonderful things, and I loved to go there and hang out. And one day there was this bush that was just alight with bees. The thing was crawling with bees just all over this one flower bush. And the path that went through there diverged, it bisected this, you know, pile of bushes. And so there's this area that like is just thick with bees. You just can't see through them. There's so many. And everybody's afraid of this area. Nobody wants to go over there. And everyone's like, go be careful. There's a lot of bees out there. And I was like, I couldn't have been more than like 8 or 9 years old. And I was like, you know what? I bet that they can recognize that I'm nice if I'm nice to them. And I just went over and I just really cautiously, just real slow, just walked right through that pile of bees, and nothing happened. Not a single one of them bothered me. They bop on me and they fuck off. And it was all, and I did it like 30 more times to prove that I could. And like, I felt so wonderfully connected with these little guys that like, and I know looking back at it now with adult eyes, it's not the same, but in my head at the time as a child, I was like, they can tell my intentions, and I'm not being mean to them. I'm not swatting them, so they're being nice to me. And so I'm going to be nice to them too. And I made it a point to be nice to other bugs the rest of my life. And it's just that kind of thing makes you feel so connected with nature. And that's the best thing about biology, is that like you get to go to a family reunion every time you're anywhere. The bacteria crawling around on my fucking slippers right now are my relatives, and that's awesome.
Yes. Wow, this is really a good, solid phone call. I'm glad I did call. Erika, when you mentioned that those primates looking at the inchworm, and they were just looking at it traveling along that little branch or twig or whatever, and just observing it. Notice that. They were making, they were curious. But at the same time, I don't think it's too much to say that they were making an observation. They were observing. And this is the foundation for science, is it not? Is observation. So what you just described,
observation and then asking
Erika,
questions.
Yeah. I think that was a prime example, primate example of
Gary. You don't know how we
is science was born with those apes that you described, observing that inchworm with curiosity and attention. That's what scientists do. They have curiosity,
Gary,
and they pay attention. What was that?
When I taught as a TA, when we opened up the class at the beginning of every semester, you start with the scientific method, and you start with what is science, and it's a way of knowing, and like what kind of questions can science answer, and what kind of questions can't science answer. And when I talked about the scientific method, what I would always mention to the students is that it's like, observation and question asking and experiment and expectations and predictions. All of this has been the root of every single major discovery, essentially without exception, throughout the history of our lineage, right? From Galileo and Newton to the very first hominin, really probably just a hominid, actually almost certainly just a random ancient Miocene ape who sat there on the savannah or in some temperate jungle more further to the north and picked up two rocks and thought, what if I smash these two together? Or like, what if I took this rock and hit this nut that I can't open? What would happen then, right? It's very easy from our vantage point to look back at that and say, that's not science, that's not question asking, that's not cognition. That I think there's a great deal of folly and arrogance in that, because what is it then, right? If this isn't exactly a mirror of what we do now, what is it then? So, and I always found that my students thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, well, the mirror, you said, if that isn't a mirror of what we're doing now, that may be arrogance on our part. This, very, very well put, both of you guys. I'm going to leave it off this. This has gone so well. Let me leave it off on something I think that caps this off, icing on the cake. A fun way to do it with this conversation, and that is Stanley Kubrick's film 2001: A Space Odyssey. In the beginning with the apes, the very beginning scene, I think it's the first 10 minutes of the film, apes, and it dovetails perfectly with what you just said. He's playing with the bones, and then he notices that the bone can do something as a tool. Of course, he winds up murdering one of the rival group, and Arthur C. Clarke, one of the most famous atheist science fiction writers, helped write the screenplay for that movie and informed Stanley Kubrick of the greatest science fiction film ever made. And what we all just described tonight, and the curiosity and science, really is in the first 10 minutes of 2001: A Space Odyssey with those primates.
That's true.
And Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Right on.
Gary, this was a blast. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate you
yeah,
calling in, dude.
yeah.
We got a few other calls we got to get to, but if there's anything else you're going to say, this is your chance, and we'll move on.
Oh no, this is perfect. Let's I'll do part 2 when you guys come together again.
Right on. Sounds great. We'll talk to you next Saturday then, probably. Take care, Gary.
Okay. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
What's the next call? Where are we going?
We got a few of them. Check if do you have Discord open? Check what I just put in there and tell me if you agree.
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I agree.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, great. In that case, let's jump on to our next call. A person who is calling in about intersex stuff, you're an atheist, so fucking just wait for a minute more because you're going to be coming up. Let's talk to Adrian next. Adrian, calling in from Chaotic Avocados, who wants to talk about the God of Abraham. Adrian, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good evening, both to you, Mr. Forrest. Good evening, Miss Erika. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure thing. Tell us
I'm
about your
calling from
question.
California. Yeah. I've noticed. I noticed the topic. I'm gonna try to stick with the topic as much as I can. As always, when I engage with atheists, I do want to come non-contentious because I'm not about to disrespect, especially the strangers. You feel me? So I'm saying that both ways. So as I get into this, I just want to come with that vibe off top, so there's no confusion or nothing. All right.
Perfect.
My
Sounds
question
good.
though. Cool. You said your religion stand up to science, right? So my real question is first, so I can get to know who I'm talking to, Mr. Forrest. What is your background on your science? Because again, I don't know y'all, so I want to see, like, if I'm gonna take in y'all knowledge, I want to see where y'all coming from.
Well,
Sure.
I'm
apparently,
sorry. Let's go ladies first,
Erika.
Mr. Forrest.
Yeah,
If I may,
Erika,
let me go
set
ladies
the
first.
precedent.
I gotta be a
Yes,
gentleman
Erika,
up
set
in
the
here.
precedent
All
for
right.
this to make sure that
All right.
our imposter syndrome represents us well.
Dude, do we want to just do the degree sound off? Do we want to roll off
do the
degrees?
whole
Is
thing.
that what we want to do?
Do the
Okay,
do the
Adrian?
degrees with concentrations and relevant like independent stuff, like anything that goes on.
minors?
Do the whole thing. Do the whole
I mean,
thing.
Okay,
you don't have
Adrian.
to get all like. I'm just. I just want to know where y'all coming from before.
No,
before
we're
getting
All right, how
we're
about
teasing
this?
each other. Because we both
How about
we're
this?
both scientists and we both have imposter syndrome. I'm just teasing her. That's all.
Okay, Adrian. How about this?
Okay.
Forrest and I both graduated with bachelors of science or bachelors of science and arts. Both of us have a master's degree in scientific topics. Mine is in primatology. Forrest has 2 different ones. I'll let him tell you what they are. And then I am a doctoral candidate, so I'm about to get my PhD in biological anthropology, which is the study of human evolution.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's we have similar backgrounds focusing on biology, mainly a lot of animal stuff. I love this is good. And then yes, we both went to grad school and did some masterses. And I am currently a PhD student studying biochemistry and molecular biology, focusing on how humans learn things. My biology background is much more integrative. I am an integrative biologist. If I had to give myself like one specific title of what kind of biologist I am an integrative biologist. And Erika, I think you can safely say that you are a primatologist more than anything else, or would you say a biological?
I do. I what I usually say is I study human evolution, because that's kind
really
of the intersection. Because it's kind of like I got the paleontology in there and the evolutionary biology in there and the primatology. So I study human evolution, and there's stuff that goes into that.
That's great. Yeah. And if you want more details, Adrian, Lord help us, we will go through them. But like, I will list out all of them.
You got. I got the gist. I got the gist. Y'all some smart individuals that got a vast background in what y'all study. Hey, y'all invested in that money for that.
You've got me fooled.
We're very fortunate to have the opportunities we've had.
Yes.
Hey, well, you're doing what you love, I'm sure. So I'm sure that's what gave y'all the extra motivation to do what y'all do. My second question, I wanted to ask y'all scientists, how is it or why is it that science has to go against religion and it can't coexist with religion?
I mean, you know my
Because-
answer. I've given my opinion on this many times. So Forrest, you go first.
I would say it's because science and religion have very different standards. In science, we don't believe something unless we have really good reason to believe the thing, and in religion, you have faith. It's if you're going by the Bible, which you specifically called the God of Abraham. Faith is the hope for things unseen. It is the evidence when there is no evidence. It is, it's why you believe something when you have no good reason to believe it in the physical world, and you just either want to, or you have some other thing, some anecdotal thing, whatever it may be. Because I talk to different religious people all the time, they all give me different reasons, but none of them are fucking science. And so, in science, if I'm going to believe a thing, if I'm going to think that something is real, I better have a damn good reason to believe that thing. And that reason has to be independent of my wants, my desires, my interests, whatever it may be. I need to have something that is testable, demonstrable, falsifiable, repeatable, I need to have a reason, and religion does not. So it is arguable that religion was our first attempt at science. That we would wonder where thunderstorms and hurricanes came from. We wondered where we went after we died. We wondered why, rainbows happened and the earth shook sometimes. And we invented monsters to fill in these gaps, and then decided that maybe the monsters were nice sometimes when we, sacrifice enough people and do the right kind of dancing and like all these other things. And that we developed this ideal of like anthropomorphizing the forces of the universe. But because it was our first attempt at doing these things, it was also our worst. And since then, we have grown and become better and better, and tested and checked the things that we learned that we believed. And some parts of religion stuck around. For example, the Jewish tradition of ceremoniously washing your hands before a big meal. That's great because microbiology is important no matter what your religion is, right? So this practice was beneficial.
I think that's
not
good
eating
hygiene.
shellfish. Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly why. Because what they were doing was cleaning some shit off of their hands before they put stuff in their mouths. Same thing with, cultures that avoid shellfish. It's really, really easy to get hurt by shellfish. And so, like, at the end of the day, just avoiding them as a blanket thing might have been a good practice at the time. But now, as we, come up here into the 21st century, we can actually ask serious questions and test these things. And when it comes to questions about like, should I wash my hands before a meal? Yes, and here's why. When it comes to questions about, is there some dude outside of the universe that created everything and cares about, whether or not I masturbate? Probably not. I don't have a good reason to believe that. I'm not saying that that's absolutely not true, but I'm saying there's no reason to think that is true.
So your stance is essentially lack of physical evidence, and science brings more physical evidence that goes with your way of thinking.
Facts versus faith, yes.
Okay. And you take the same stance, Ms. Erika?
I do in most ways that matter. When I taught this to my students, because I'm not doing any teaching this semester, but when I was doing teaching, this as I said to our previous caller, we would start the semester every semester, right, defining what science is, and science is a way of knowing. It's a way by which we investigate the natural world around us, and it directly impacts our lives in tangible ways, for better or for worse. So right after that, we would talk about the kinds of things that science can answer and the kinds of things that science can't answer. And I would always tell my students, science doesn't make any claims on general theism. It can't. If something is supernatural, it is outside of the realm of the natural, so it can't be investigated using science. That's typical deism. So, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think science can disprove God, because it can't. But it also doesn't claim to. But that's also a very different thing than the question that you're asking, right? Because on your call here, it's specifically about the Abrahamic God, I believe. Is that correct? That's
Yes,
cool,
it
right?
is. Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So that's
So
that's a little bit
I
of
was about to say,
that's a little bit of. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and I don't mean to interrupt or disrespect, none like that.
No, it's okay.
I freaking lost my train of thought. I'm not going to even front. Goodness gracious.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. It's happened to me too.
I'll bring. It'll come back. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just interrupt me again when it comes to you. So wholesale science can't disprove God. It doesn't try to. That's not its goal. Science is a way to understand the natural world in ways that actually tangibly impact our lives. But it can say things about claims that are within the material world, right? Which most religions do make claims about that. So science can investigate, for example, did the Exodus happen?
Mhm.
Or, is it possible that humans could descend from a single pair of people 6,000 years ago? Or is it possible that a global flood could have happened? Those are claims that science can actually investigate. And all of those have mostly to do with Abrahamic religions. But, we could investigate claims found within Buddhism or within Hinduism or whatever. And if they have to do with the natural world, all of a
was where
sudden
I was
that
going
falls.
with the interruption.
Yeah. Then it
That's
falls
where I was
within the
going with
realm of
that.
things that science can investigate. Yeah.
Man,
Go
this
ahead.
delay. Oh my god.
Go
No,
ahead.
I was about to say that. I was going to say that the science that you're having is against all religions, not just the God of Abraham that we're talking about. You're saying that the science that y'all have in possession of, what y'all believe in, the knowledge that you receive based on your scientific method and so forth, is against all the religions.
So what I
Not
would
just the God
say
of
is that I don't. You go ahead, Forrest.
I was just going to say what you would call a religion in common parlance. Yeah, it's a supernatural claim with some sort of a deity. Yeah, it's exactly as Erika said. I'm not going to go overturn every rock in the universe to see if there might be a God under one of them, right? So I can't prove that there is no such thing as a God this way. What I can do is say the God of, say, this religion claims to have done these things. I know these things are impossible, therefore I can rule out that particular God. Is it possible that that particular God does exist but didn't do those things and the religion is just wrong? Maybe, sure, why not? But at the end of the day, the religion itself is still a problem for me. And then I can go on from that and say, okay, well, what does this thing actually teach? What does this actually do? And I can say this religion is actually a net harm for the reasons that it is teaching these absurdities.
Okay, way to go. Okay, that was my 2-part question, basically. That this was not just, all right, we got this science is saying, hey, the God of Abraham and the risen didn't exist at all. We're just going to stamp saying because of X, Y, Z of what we have here, according to Dr. So-and-so, this is why the God of Abraham or archaeological finds, archaeology, what they find, with all that evidence and so forth. This is why this one religion right here doesn't exist, but that goes with all of them. Okay, I just wanted. Okay, that was my first clarification. Oh, and second one. Here's my second 2-part question. Now, doesn't the scientific method, doesn't it include, like, say, margin of error, or say a hypothesis that y'all come up with winds up being disproven, so to speak? Where would y'all go from there?
Yeah. So I've had some conversations with people who bring that up. They're like, why should we trust science if science is always changing? Why should we trust science if there's inter-observer error, if people can make mistakes? And my answer to that is because it is the best that we've got, and it's pretty damn good, right? Like, as science has advanced, life has changed in measurably positive ways that are actually basically impossible to quantify because of how many there are. I mean, from medication to heating and cooling our homes to agriculture, like, all of that comes from science. It comes from experimentation. It comes from writing that knowledge down and having people try to debunk you. Like, is it the case that people will make mistakes? 100%. Yes, absolutely. Is it also the case that we may find out that something we think is true now is not as true as we thought it was, or there's a caveat to it, or even it was outright wrong? For sure. But what I will say is that if science didn't work, and if it didn't work well, we would still be in the Stone Ages instead of having advanced so drastically to where we are. What that tells us is that science is accurate more often than it isn't. So what I would say to you is that, yeah, absolutely, science can be wrong, but it's right way more often than it's wrong because people are behind it trying to debunk each other. Science only sticks when enough people have tried to disprove somebody's idea and failed. And then people are like, well, we've tried everything to show that this person's wrong, and their data still hold and their analysis still holds, so I guess they're right. And then that's how we advance.
Yeah, I think it's really important lesson to remember is that you never accept a hypothesis. You fail to reject it. And so you should be always trying to prove yourself wrong. And when you can't do that anymore, then you move forward with the idea. That's like one of the most important lessons that should be in every 1,000 level science course.
I agree with your points. Like, because at the end of the day, I'm not here to say that.
That is also another reason why we're. That is also another reason why I'm anti-religion, because religion doesn't self-correct that way. Religion doesn't go back and say, okay, well, if this is true, we should find this, and if we don't find this, then this isn't true anymore. It just has dogma, and science does not have dogma.
Okay. Goodness gracious. I'm not okay. Where I was going with was that I'm not here to call and say, science is not true, or saying that okay, because I think I heard a little clip earlier about y'all talking about how we came from monkeys and stuff like that. Let me let y'all know straight up, I'll be dang, number one, if someone calls me a monkey, right? And number two, I know that we have similarities with apes and monkeys, but personally, I don't think me or my ancestors came from that though. If that's what I have hard to believe. That's what.
So just to be clear, what you heard us talking about, we were talking about evolution, human evolution, and what we said is not just that we came from apes and monkeys. Humans are apes, and apes are a type of monkey. So you are, sir, and we are apes and monkeys. That is what we are. And so, yes, our ancestors were those things too. And then before that, before those things were around, we had other ancestors that were other things. That's the whole idea.
Adrian, it's kind of like how you and I are both mammals, right? Because and Forrest too, presumably. But it's like everybody here who's on this call, we have hair, and females of our species produce milk to feed our young, and we have 3 bones in our inner ear that let us hear really well, right? Like those are the characteristics that all mammals have, and that's why we call humans mammals, because we have those characteristics. And those characteristics would define a mammal even if humans weren't around, right? All mammals would still have those characteristics. The same is true with apes. So when we look at apes and we say, okay, what are all the characteristics that unite orangutans and gorillas and chimpanzees? What are the characteristics that all 3 of those guys have, but other types of primates don't have? And then you could go down the list. You say, well, they have short, stiff lower backs, and they take a long time to grow up, and they have pretty big brains for their body sizes, and they have really flexible arms that are long. And once you came up with all those characteristics, you could look at a human and say, well, where does a human fall? And you would realize that the same characteristics that unite chimpanzees and orangutans and gorillas and make them separate from other types of primate also makes humans apes, right? We have all of those same characteristics. It's not meant to be like a negative thing that takes something special away from people. The first person who noticed this was Carolus Linnaeus, who existed way before the theory of evolution was ever presented, right? He was a creationist. He was a Bible-believing Christian. And when he looked at the physical bodies of all animals that he could get his hands on, He said, I don't know how to get around this. Humans have all the physical characteristics that mammals have, and they have all the physical characteristics that primates have, and they have all the physical characteristics that monkeys and apes have too. And so he said, we're going to have physically humans or apes. Now, he would say that humans are different because humans have souls, right? There's something extraneous to that makes humans special. But no scientist is going to tell you that humans don't have all the physical characteristics that apes have, because we do.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that there's not similarities between us, because again, we are Homo sapiens. Like there are similarities between us, but I am, to me, again, this is for me, like, I am kind of hard pressed saying that me myself evolved from apes, but I'm not trying to get into that. My question is kind of, when it comes to the science, can we acknowledge that we do live in a big universe, and right, like there's a grip of galaxies and a grip of, black holes, all that other good stuff, right? Where did all of that come from? And we're talking millions now, right? Where did all of that come from? What was the beginning of that?
Are you asking where the universe came from, or where all those individual parts of the universe came from?
The latter.
Okay, so all those individual parts of the universe are mainly from gravity. So, like, you got stuff floating around, and some of that stuff is a little bit more densely packed than other stuff, and that causes a greater dip in space-time, which then pulls other stuff towards the center of that. So mass interacts with space-time to form these little dips that pull other stuff in, and slowly but surely you get a big wad of stuff that now pulls in even more stuff. And if you get a bunch of that stuff happens to be hydrogen, you have just a shitload of hydrogen all together, and it gets really, really big. All that pressure in the very center of that, because all that gravity pushing in, all that stuff piling in, creates a lot of pressure and a lot of heat until you get nuclear fusion, and then surprise, you have a star. And then all the stuff floating around that star, orbiting around that star, it's going in all different directions, and it balances out all those different, all the different angles and momentums and directions of all the random stuff. Stuff collides together and bumps into each other until eventually it all averages out into everything in one flat plane, all moving in one direction. That's what we call an accretion disk. And within that accretion disk, we get the exact same things happening. Little clumps of stuff.
What was that again? You said accretion disk?
Yes, an accretion disk. So in that accretion disk, a little bit of dust, a little bit of rocks, a little bit of stuff gets a little bit heavy and builds in more stuff, and now you've got little meteor things, and then that gets bigger, you've got big asteroid things, and then that gets bigger, you've got big, what we call planetesimals, and a bunch of planetesimals get together, and you've got now a big enough rock, a big enough chunk of something that it's able to clear out all the other stuff in its orbit and compress itself into a ball. And if it can do those things, we call it a planet. And as this star continues to shine, it's blasting off ionizing radiation, and supercharged particles, what we call solar winds, are blasting off of this thing. And that pushes a bunch of the gas and whatnot way out to the outer side of this star system. And that's why we get rocky planets close to this star and big gas planets way out past, a certain point, way out farther from the star. And if you get a big enough thing, and it keeps growing and growing and growing like crazy, and that all that mass collapses in on itself for reasons that we can get into if you want to, then you get something that's so unbelievably massive, has so much gravity, that it pulls in so much stuff that it even pulls in light, and light can't even escape its gravitational pull, and then we have something called a black hole. And so there's stars, planets, and black holes for you. It's all just gravity acting on stuff. And if you want to know where the stuff came from, that takes you all the way back to the Big Bang itself. And if you want to know where the Big Bang came from and what caused the Big Bang, my answer is I don't know, because the Big Bang was the beginning.
Okay.
That's usually where it goes. Yeah. The Big Bang is the beginning of space and time as we know it. And so if you ask what caused the Big Bang or what was before the Big Bang, you are asking what happened before the concept of before had any meaning, before time started, and outside of the entire universe. What happened in a place that doesn't exist at a time that can't exist? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't even know how to ask the question properly. But I, as a scientist, can be honest and say, we know a lot more than we did 100 years ago, and I hope in 100 years we know a lot more than we do now.
That's
But
true.
I'm not just going to invent. I'm not going to invent some magical thing to say there was probably this and this and this. I'm just going to say I don't know, and I hope to know someday.
Two things from me. So essentially, you're saying gravity itself, the origin of gravity, came from this Big Bang.
No, gravity is not a force in and of itself. Gravity is just a function of the shape of of space. So like you can imagine it. The most popular demonstration is like if you were to pull a sheet, have a bunch of people standing around in a circle, and they all have a sheet, and they're pulling it tight amongst themselves. Then you put a weight on that sheet, and it puts a dent in there. Now if I were to roll a ball on that sheet where it might just normally go straight across with that dent in there, now it's going to fall towards that dent, right? You can do the same thing, stand on your bed and see the denting towards the bed, whatever it may be, or a trampoline. That's what gravity is. Gravity is just the curvature of the shape of space. And so when you have something that has a lot of mass, space bends around it. And I know that's kind of hard to think about because what the fuck does that really mean? But just think about space as a big sheet, right?
Yeah, my head.
Imagine a planet or a star is like a bowling ball on the middle of this sheet or this trampoline or whatever, and it's putting an indentation in there. And so when things pass by, things bend around it. And you can see that not just by looking at orbital dynamics, but you can see that with even like light physics, because light obeys these laws of gravity too. And so if you have this is one of those cool things, one of the ways that Einstein proved this, because this is all the concept I'm describing here is how general relativity works. One of the ways that Einstein proved this is if you have a star over here, I'm drawing on a whiteboard. You may not be able to see it, but it's okay. You can figure this out later. You can Google this if you like, or you can watch the stream later on. Normally, I'm just drawing on a whiteboard. Normally,
my friends gonna see this. I'm gonna share this out.
Awesome.
They're gonna see what's up. You good?
Sweet. The light from this star normally would be seen over here in a straight line, right? But if we have like a great big planet here, here's some continents on that bitch, right? Well, now what happens is the gravity from that planet kind of pulls that light around, and so you see the star. As a person viewing it this moment, you see the star as if it were actually in a different position than it really is, because you perceive it as a straight line. And so the way that this happens, what we call gravitational lensing, as gravity bends light around massive objects, this is one of the ways that we were able to prove general relativity and how this whole shit works, because during like eclipses, we were able to see the light from stars that were on the other side of shit bending around the earth and being visible to us in ways that we didn't think that was supposed to be possible. So yeah, that's just all gravity pulling that shit together. Once you get the Big Bang, once you have space and time, then gravity comes in just as the function of the curvature, the shape of space. And from there you get stars, and with stars produce new elements through what we call stellar nucleosynthesis. You start off with hydrogen, and hydrogen fuses into helium, lithium, beryllium, carbon, boron, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, all the other elements that go up until you get to iron, and then you get a supernova, and then in that sudden flash of fire you create all the heavier elements all the way up to, I believe, plutonium. And then even heavier elements can be created in laboratories here on Earth. And so you get all these new elements that are being blasted all over the universe, creating cool things like planets and rivers and trees and people and cheese.
New elements?
Yeah, so like all the elements, there's 118 elements on the periodic table. 90, I believe, of them are naturally occurring. All you have at the beginning of the universe, and during the Big Bang, all you have is hydrogen and maybe some helium. But with hydrogen, you can make a star, and stars operate through nuclear fusion. They don't actually burn. They fuse atoms together to create new elements. Remember, the only difference between one element and another element is how many protons they have. And so as they fuse these hydrogen atoms together, you build on more and more and more protons. You build heavier and heavier atoms, and that's making new elements. Most importantly, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, and calcium. Add hydrogen back into that mix. Those elements are made in the smallest of stars, and they also happen to make over 99% of your body mass. Carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, just those six, are over 96% 6% of all life on Earth. All life on Earth, 96% of the mass is just those 6 elements. Add in calcium, you have over 99% of the weight of your fucking body. And then all the other elements are just little trace elements, little fun things that make you work, like a little bit of iron that makes your blood functional and shit. It's really cool stuff. You are Stardust, Adrian, is what we're telling to you. You are Stardust. You are Stardust.
That's essentially what you was breaking down, like all these new elements, all this star, this, the star, that. Basically, I'm just a part of the star, right? Big Bang star.
A star exploded, because the stars that we're seeing now are, I think, 3rd generation. So the Big Bang happens, stars are formed, stars explode, more stars are formed, more stars explode, and these stars that we see around us form, and around one of those stars, we have this massive, super ridiculously massive black hole. Collects just tons, hundreds of thousands of stars orbiting this one supermassive black hole. That's called the Milky Way galaxy. And in one weird little corner of that Milky Way galaxy, there's one relatively small star, and that forms a planetary system around it. And one of those planets happens to be close enough that it can be warm and have liquid water, but it's not just fucking on fire, right? It's not burning like crazy. And on that weird little planet, around that one weird little star in that one weird little galaxy out of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the whole goddamn universe, you have some neat things happening where macromolecules start building through processes that we know through laboratory experiments and through studies out in nature happen totally naturally without anybody helping them. Inorganic chemicals, inorganic compounds form these really complicated, like, organic compounds, amino acids and basic little lipids, little fatty acids and little sugars and little nucleic acids, things that we find in space all the time, where there's nobody contaminating the jars and tweaking the knobs, right? So out in space, we find sugars and nucleic acids and amino acids and fatty acids. And what do those things build? Those amino acids build proteins, and fatty acids build lipids, and sugars build carbohydrates, and nucleic acid or nitrogenous bases build nucleic acids. And those 4 things are the 4 major macromolecules that make all life on Earth. And as those things form by natural processes, they bump into each other and they interact together. And what do? They do what you are doing right now. Every process, every bit of biochemistry, every molecular process going on in your body and every other living thing in the entire world follows the laws of chemistry and physics perfectly, without fail. And so as these little things get together and bump together and fuck around with each other, they make living things. And how do they do that? We're not entirely sure. We're still figuring that out. But I tell you what we do know is that by 3.8 billion years ago, we already have it started. And you know why that number is crazy? Because this planet is 4.6 billion years old. The first about billion years of this planet, it was still clearing out its space in the accretion disk. It was getting pummeled with asteroids and meteors all the time. It was a molten lava hellscape. There was no way anything could have lived here. And seemingly, the very moment that this planet cooled down enough to have liquid water on it, the instant that this planet was cool enough that everything wasn't on fire all the time, life gets started. And for the first couple billion actually years, it's just tiny little things, little microbes, little dudes swimming around in water doing photosynthesis and shit. Photosynthesis evolves, then animals evolve, then plants evolve, and then we start creeping up onto the land, and then we start doing weird things like having philosophical conversations on the fucking internet, dude. It's wild. And so you, Adrian, are stardust that turned into some molecules, that turned into some monkeys, that turned into you, and now you can call and talk to my dumbass on YouTube. How cool is that? That's the universe you live in, yo.
That is very cool, and I do commend the ingenuity of human beings in general. Like, we did come from, from being a caveman to like how you basically expounded. Like, we're here on the internet,
and we did it with science, bitch.
Oh, science absolutely played a part in our viewing pleasure. I'm not denying that at all. Like, this is very educational. Like, y'all really dropped some nuggets. Like, I've never been a science guy. The last time my wife and I have gone to the National History Museum in San Diego, right? And that's how I knew about the 60 different different bee species, all these different antlers. I mean,
That's
goodness gracious, like 200 different snakes. And they were talking about how Earth was, here like for 70 million years and so forth. So when Mr. Forrest said like we were here for like 4.8 billion some years, I'm not going to be here and dispute that because again, I do seek education and knowledge outside of the word. I'm not going to, I'm not going to sit here and just be like, hey, just purely 100% Bible in my living because I wasn't born that way. I grew into it from life experiences. So let me just put that out. I say that in saying I do have a higher respect for science and how it contributed to our growth, especially nowadays, coming from even like say 1600s. I mean, the technology from airplanes and cars and so forth. Just saying off the cuff, like how we evolved our technology and so forth. So again, I'm not disputing, how science has played a major role in human development. It's just, I just wish that science and what I believe in could try to coexist more, but I hear your guys' arguments and I'm not here to poo-poo anything. I'm here to educate myself. You feel me?
Adrian, let me add something there because I think this is good for you to know. I'm on here as somebody who's not religious, right? But my department is in human evolution, right? So I study human evolution and the fossils that tell us, that what kind of ape-like creatures we came from and what came before that, and so on and so forth. And there are people in my department who are Jewish, who are Christian, who are Buddhist, who are Islamic. There are people of all walks of life who accept science and evolution, and they find a way to make it work. Now, my issues that I have with religion come from a completely different place, and we could have that conversation, right? But like you're talking about the ability of science and religion to coexist. They did for a very long time, and for most people, for a lot of people today, they still do, right? We only run into problems when there are people who insist that they can't, and that when they can't, science needs to bend the knee, that we have a problem. So, I just want to let you know, don't feel fearful or as if this is a necessary battle. Like you can't look into some of these ideas within science without compromising, your religion. That is not the case. One of my favorite scientists in my life who is a great mentor.
Thank you for even saying that. I respect that. Thank you.
No,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to say I respect that. Thank you.
No, of course. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. So,
I used to work for an atomic and molecular physicist who was also a practicing Catholic. And when I asked him why, I was like, how does that work for you? And he said the intricacies of the universe that I study are worthy of the God that I believe in. And you know what? That doesn't work for me, but fuck, it worked for him. And right now, my advisor for my PhD is a geneticist and a Christian. And she is helping me study how to teach evolution better and how to help religious people become more comfortable with science. And so, like, I also reckon, like, on this show, I am very adversarial to religion. I am on this show.
For me to interrupt.
You're fine, yeah.
I think that's what it is, for me to be more comfortable in the knowledge of what science could give me to expand my worldview, so to speak. So go ahead. Continue.
I would encourage you to look up a concept called STEM identity. STEM identity is this thing. It's a concept in education theory, and so it's STEM: science, technology, engineering, and math.
Think I'm just saying it.
You're just fine.
STEM identity. No, like I said, I'm here to educate myself. You know what I mean? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and so like STEM identity it's asking, like, when you look at how we teach things, you have to wonder, it's not just, okay, I have this information in my head, now what the fuck do I do with it? And so STEM identity is asking, like, when people take this science knowledge home, how do they identify with it? What does this mean for their life? Like I said a minute ago, I'm excited about evolution because everywhere I go is a family reunion. That's really cool to me. Someone else can hear about evolution and hear it as this person thinks I came from a monkey and I have no morals, you know? And so like that's this crazy dichotomy of learning the same information and having a total different view on it. And so yeah, I would just look up like just what that means and kind of think about like when you approach the universe around you, when you look at nature, you need to be thinking about, okay, well, what's my place in this? What does this mean to me? Does it matter? Do I care about whether or not the things I believe in are true? And if I do, then do I want to fall prey to a fallacy of saying, well, this has negative implications for my religion, so I guess I better not believe it? Or do I want to say, all these things can be true. I can learn stuff and have good reason to know stuff and figure out what that means for me. Build my philosophy out of it rather than having it be combative. And so, like, I understand on this channel, I am literally paid to be adversarial to religion. Yeah. I have a problem with religion. I want to be grumpy about it. I get calls from Christians all the time, and I tell them why I don't like their religion. But when we're talking about science, it doesn't have to be a fight. It can be something holistic. And me personally, I think if you're being a good scientist, you'll do away with that shit anyway. But if you don't, then fuck me, dude. I'm just one asshole. I'm not here to dictate how you have to live, yo. I just think you should study more. Do your homework. It's cool. It's math and science is fun and cool. Staying cool. That's all.
I appreciate that. Like, again, like, when I engage with y'all, like, I'm not about the disrespect. I'm not about, like, gotcha moments. I'm not about none of that. I'm just like, hey, y'all know where I'm coming from, and I'm trying to expand my knowledge on where y'all coming from and the reason why y'all believe what y'all believe. That's just all it is. You know what I mean?
That's a good way.
And that's what it's about, you know? That's the point of the show, right? That's why we have this show, is so that we can hear why other people think the way that they think, and we can tell them why we think the way we think, and we can, you know, sometimes have wonderful, fun conversations like this, and sometimes we yell at each other. But that's just the internet. I like these ones. When it goes like this, I like these ones better.
No, and I think with me being a believer, I would think we would be more receptive if conversations didn't swing left ASAP. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to get to know y'all, try to see where y'all was coming from, y'all science background, and the reasons why y'all believe what y'all believe, and educate myself on why evolution is a stance that most people take, and so forth. This is total sense. I've been on this little try to get to know atheists, and their way of life for like good 4 or 5 months. It all started with the damn network in the morning and so forth, and I met some good there. Like, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, there are some good atheist people out there. Like, for real, we have more from the people that I've engaged with. You know what I mean? We have more in common. Like, say, same music taste, same game taste. We have more in common than what separates us, in my experience, or for what I've talked to, for people that I've talked to. So with that being said, like, there, you know, I'm not, you know, anti none of that. I'm just, again, a man trying to expand my worldview, my knowledge outside of the word. That's all it is, and I appreciate those that have been respectful. That's just what it is.
I love that. You know, I grew up really poor, and poverty.
Was that him or me?
Looks like I.
Hello?
Okay, sorry, he cut out there for a second, Adrian. Yeah, you cut out. You were getting. Yeah. Start over.
Yeah, you cut off for a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I also had a whole connection thing. I think that was an issue that was bigger than either one of our computers. But yeah, what I was saying is I grew up very poor, and poverty brings with it diversity. And I also had my family was very interested in multiculturalism, and so we went to every church and mosque and temple and cathedral and everything all around town, to every cultural festival and everything. Largely because we were looking for food, but also because we just wanted to go explore and like learn about people. And being around other poor people of all different walks of life, I learned very early on that everybody wants the same thing. Everybody just wants a safe place to be. Everybody wants peace and love and happiness and quiet and comfort and all those things, and a better life for the next generation. That's everybody. Everybody wants that same shit. And so, yeah, I agree with you entirely. We all want the same thing. There's so much more in common between us than not. So I love your perspective, dude, and I hope you keep calling in and asking good questions. And
Of course,
I think we'll
you
find
guys
more common ground.
definitely. I see y'all on my algorithms and stuff like that. So when I feel like this was straight off the cuff, and I said, let me go and talk to some scientists because that are coming from an atheist perspective. Let me, this was off the cuff. I said, dang, is in my algorithm for some reason. Let me just go and call and just trying to hear from them and again try to educate myself. That's all it is.
I'm glad it brought you to us, Adrian. It was fun.
Most definitely.
This definitely was fun and engaging, and thank you again for taking my call, and I'll look forward to calling in again. Everybody have a good night.
See you then.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Just want to throw that up on the screen. It's a fantastic screenshot.
Wow, gorgeous.
Name this band.
Why are you sharing that?
Because that's the freezing moment. That's when my stream went out.
Yes.
And I just scrolled back to see what that looked like, and surprise, y'all, it looks like that.
Well, when you gave out, I was like, "Uh-oh, is this me? Is this on my end, or am I about to have to make something up for Forrest past here?" Yeah, when Forrest was a kid,
Yeah. It's so good.
That was a great call. That was superb. It's exactly the kind of attitude I love to see.
We've got 3 calls left that we have on the line right now. And then we should probably do the whole things like with supers and all those things. We can try to speed through those and give people the time. That said, that dude never called in. So I'm going to read this really quick if that's cool with you.
Please.
Here we've got this is from my most recent Answers in Genesis video. And this dude commented 3 times. The amount of ignorance in these comments shows why people follow atheistic. Oh, actually, you know what? I just realized I can just show the same thing. I can show the screen. Hold on a second. Let me do this and let me do this. Oh. The amount of ignorance in these comments shows why these people follow atheist evolutionary biologists. Clearly, they live with fairy tales with no proof. Yes, evolution is a fairy tale. You believe all life came from a single-celled organism, and then also thinking all plants came from sea algae. Yet their minds can never explain how there's more species of beetles than there are plants. It's easier for small mind to think it just all, and then it trails off. It does. There's no even expand. I can't even see more. That's just where it ended. Because he copy and pasted this. Then we've got right off the bat, we have ignorance based on belief. So this is referencing in the video. Calvin Smith says something about how Noah might have hired people to build this ark for him, and I said something about unskilled labor.
Oh my god.
And so here we have this whole scathing screed. They'll make a claim without any proof or evidence to make a theory. They simply make things up to fill the gap, just like skeletons that prove change between, and again, just trails off. It just ends. And maybe there's more in here. I'm not looking. This is my favorite part, though. It's always funny that an evolutionary biologist claimed to be a scientist. They have to add evolutionary in front of biology because it's not real biology. You know, how reproductive biology, cell biology, yeah, exactly. Anything at plant biology, animal biology, any other. Those aren't real biology.
That shit is fake.
And then, of course, this whole thing, it can never be repeated. And then we've also got, hold on, let me bring up this other one here.
Adaptation can be studied, he says. Only adaptation can be studied.
Only adaptation. Only adaptation. You can't argue with that, Erika. You just can't. Here we've got on this other video that I did, because he wasn't getting any attention there. So we went to this other video and go, fucking Jesus Christ. Here he commented, I'm trying to pull this over. There we go. I'm here for debate, debating facts, not theories. And I said, okay. And we talked for a while where he was asking, like, is this other person evolutionary biologist? And I was like, yeah, dude, call in. And he Said he would.
Here's the link.
Said he would, and he never did.
He forgot. He forgot.
Oh yeah, I put the link as well.
He's too busy studying the skeletons between and like debunking other people in their comment sections. That's incredible. Wow.
I was trying really hard. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say we're really worse for the wear not having him have called in. I really think he could have enlightened us. I want to know what kind of science is the real science. What's the kind of biologist that is the real one?
Yes, which one is the one? It's just biologist. If you're any kind of biologist that isn't just biologist, then you're doing it wrong.
If it gets more specific than 101.
Sorry.
No, link this in the next, like when we finish this, link this as a reply to him with a timestamp of us trash talking him.
That absolutely.
I love that.
I'm trying to fix this. I moved my whole bullshit around so I could show my screen. Also, as I was moving that around, I was trying. It's fine. I was trying not to show my terrible, dark, embarrassing secret, and I think I might have flashed it for a moment. If anyone was paying attention as I moved that around, you might have seen the tabs open. What is that?
Your fanfic account? Oh, Forrest. No Wattpad? No AO3? Nothing?
I'm gonna look this up now, and I'm gonna regret it. What the?
So here's what I think you should do. Why don't you just when you're by yourself later, just take a minute, check out AO3, check out Wattpad, just see if you happen to find any fan fictions about yourself. Because I'm just
googling the words. I'm googling the words AO3. It's AO, the letter O, and then the number 3. It's
Archive of Our Own. So it's, I think it's just AO3.
Oh, I see it.
3.
And then I'm going to search. I found the website.
See if you find anything.
I understand the terms of service. And I'm just going to type in my name, and I hope I don't.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many people less. Yeah.
No results found. Oh, what a good day.
I'm just saying, if you go through some of these fan sites, there are people out there who I know for a fact have less of a reach, perhaps, than some of the hosts on this show, probably ourselves included. And there's some stories. There's some stories on there. You should just
typed in your name and I typed in your name and something come up.
Ew, really?
Yeah.
No thanks. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know, dude.
Something about humanity and world building and like, all I was going to say,
I don't want to see it.
Somebody might have noticed my embarrassing secret. I had ChatGPT up to give me more state name abbreviation ideas because I realized I'm running on the same ones over and over.
Oh,
so I was
shame.
Like, before the show started, I pulled up. Before the show started, I was like, hey, give me some other ones so I can kind of refresh my idea. Because I say leaping alligators and shit every fucking time, and I just wanted something new. And so
in the comments.
Yeah. You can all make fun of me now.
Shame him.
Yeah.
Forrest.
Shame me for that.
Forrest is over here like, what's like 3 trees and like 800 gallons of water? I need these abbreviations now. I'm throwing shade on you specifically because here's my great shame. I've used ChatGPT before as well. I hate AI, and I've gotten desperate when my code doesn't work, and I've used it for my R code.
Yep.
So you guys can. Yeah. That's my great secret too. That's my great shame.
I also don't like AI, but like I use it from time to time.
You're not going to find me ever using AI art in video or picture format. Pay real artists, pay real people. I wish I was above using it to check my code, though. When my R code doesn't work and I don't know why, and then it turns out ChatGPT will be like, well, you didn't have a comma here. Or you didn't have a closed bracket. My R is like from a million years ago.
I will never use ChatGPT or any of those things to like just write a video or like make an art piece or something like that. Never gonna do that shit. But like there have been plenty of times where I've like written an essay and I'll plug it in there and be like, hey, tell me what the best arguments against this are. So I can then go in and make it better. Like I do that shit we were taught that in grad school at OSU. They were like, pass your final exam through ChatGPT and have it critique you. Yeah.
Wow. That's probably smart. I mean, I don't know. outside of the R stuff, I don't think I've used it for anything outside of my R stuff. But I can see that I could see the utility in that. I mean, you know, I don't know.
Pretty tight.
I'm kind of scared off using it for anything writing related because I feel like I can always tell when somebody else does. Like I feel like when I watch a video, like I've seen some videos from people, some of whom I have respect for, some of whom I don't, and then sometimes I'll hear something and I'll be like, that's kind of weird. You know, like that doesn't sound it doesn't quite sound like that was written by a person. And worse yet is when it's like stuff that ChatGPT will say is true, but is not actually true. And so it's being used sort of as a crutch to not do any research. That one drives me crazy.
Right.
But, you know, whatever.
That's what bothers me. Like, you're going to tell me just everybody on the planet learned how to fucking do the command for an M dash in Word and started doing that recently? Fuck off. Like, it's very obvious.
Oh, you know, please, Forrest, this is going to be the last thing I say. And then I don't know how we're possibly going to meet your deadline, but you're going to have to do some scummutzing as we work through these calls, and we're going to have to be fast.
Fine.
But let me say this quickly. You know, Standing for Truth, right? The young Earth creationist YouTuber, Standing for Truth. He's
unfortunately.
Okay. So for those of you out there, and I've known Donnie for a long time, and you know, Donnie and I have good interactions, but I'm about to have to spike the volleyball in his face here soon because he's been using ChatGPT to write his articles, and to write his like scripts for stuff, I guess, and to write his community posts. And so if you're a glutton for punishment, you can go to the Standing for Truth YouTube channel, you can go to his community page, look at his community posts, or click, God forbid, if you're really trying to hurt yourself, you can go to his website and take a look at some of those articles. I'm talking the emojis that ChatGPT includes when it's giving you suggestions for stuff are kept in. And I'm like,
come on.
I'm like, dude, you couldn't even have and I would say this to his face, you don't even have the common decency, you don't have the shame, you don't feel the shame enough to delete the fucking emoji. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. This is I'm being tongue in cheek here, but this is one of those rare occasions where it's like when you see somebody who is abusing AI to this degree, and pretending that they're not, I actually think that you are within your right to make fun of them and bully them a little bit. Like that, you should be ashamed if you're doing that. You should bully them. Like that's horrible to say, but like you should.
I can understand like brainstorming with AI. Hey, help me come up with some ideas. I can't understand. Give me an idea. I can understand like critique this essay. I can't understand write an essay. I can understand how can I better engage with my community and make better community posts. I can't imagine write me some community posts.
Copy pasted.
It's so lame.
You never seen anything like it. It's a new. This is what I'd be like, my friend. This is a new low. This is a new. Calvin Smith isn't using ChatGPT to write his community posts.
Right.
Calvin Smith isn't doing it. You shouldn't be doing it. Or is he?
Right.
I guess he could be. Maybe he's just smart enough to take the end dashes out. I don't know.
Hashtag be better than Calvin. We've got 3 callers left on the thing, and I'm probably gonna end up running a little bit late today, and that's just what that is. That's fine. I also I'll tell you about that later. I had a silly thing that blended a minute ago, but now it doesn't. Let's talk to. Do you have a preference?
I mean, so I really feel for our longest waiting caller, but I know that's not how we typically do things. But I think that's a good topic switch, so I think we should do that one.
Sure. Okay, let's do that. Let's break from forum and talk to an atheist. Let's talk to Chris. Pronouns he, him. Let me check the AI really quick. Hold on. Calling in from. Let me scroll down to the eyes. That's the wrong direction. From. Oh, irritated librarian. See, I would have said itchy llamas, and I would have said that because I've used itchy and llama like the past several shows. See, I'm refreshing my vernacular, my vocabulary. I'm helping myself think of new stuff. I would have said
ill lamp post, but I also have to pee. So this is your subject anyways. Field the beginning. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Very great. Let's talk to Chris, who wants to talk about the transphobic arguments. Chris, you are on the line with Forrest and Just Forrest right now. How are you doing?
Hello, Forrest and Just Forrest. How's it going?
Hey, never had a bad day.
Yeah. Good. A lot of monkey business tonight, I'm noticing. Everybody's talking about monkeys today in the calls.
dude.
Anyway, we can go talk about the trans thing. So,
yeah,
I guess like for a bit of context, like I am like I occasionally have like these sorts of arguments about like the validity of trans people, and I'm on the trans affirming side, so I like a lot of arguments that I hear on the line. So I'm calling in to kind of, I guess, like see if maybe I missed something in this argument, to maybe get some input from somebody who has a lot of experience in biology and where a lot of these arguments come from, to see if like, maybe I missed something when making the argument.
Okay.
So the basic like premise of the argument, it was going on to the basic, sex versus gender debate. Like sex is the same as gender versus gender is different from sex. And I went down the route of, well, if sex and gender are the same, what do you mean by sex? And that kind of went down to XXXY chromosomes, and then then of course you bring up Swyer syndrome, or the French one that I can't name right now for the other one, XX male syndrome. Yeah. French isn't a real language, so I don't respect it. But
true.
Anyway, the issue that I kind of got there is that I'm not sure how to exactly square the circle here with this argument. So I say, like, well, we would call people with Swyer syndrome women, but so why can't we also call trans women women, right? And so then it just kind of goes into this point of like, well, why don't I just say that, sex and gender are the same thing, and like, we have women are people with XX chromosomes or people with Swyer syndrome. And then, you might bring up another person, or like another condition, or an intersex condition, and say, well, this person has, we would call a woman, even if they're not like perfectly, matching that description. And I guess like the thing that would happen is that you'd be like, okay, well, it's people with XX chromosomes and people with Swyer syndrome, and then yada, yada, yada. And then you keep going and so on and so on. And, to the point where you like list all these examples, but then you never include trans women. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out how do you get past that, I guess.
I would simply ask, so the positive side of this, the speaking towards it and like teaching to it, is that when we talk about these sex categories, we're talking about like cluster categorization. We're not talking about, okay, you tick all these boxes, therefore we're going to call you male. And you tick these boxes, we're going to call you female. It's that there's a shitload of boxes, and if enough of them are ticked, we kind of just gather that up and just put you in this box. And the biggest, most important one is just phenotype. Is what literally we glance at your giblets after you're born, and that's what we go with. And so like I've got a human biology textbook behind me that literally talks about like De La Chapelle syndrome and Swyer syndrome and whatnot, and androgen insensitivity syndrome and all these other things. And it says like, in this case, we would just call this person female because it's just easier. It like flat out just says we would just call them this. And like, that's kind of just the way it is like when we were talking about that, we're talking about clustering people and doing the cluster categorization. Talking from the antithesis side, we're actually having an argument about it. I would just ask, what I usually phrase it is, can you give me one defining characteristic here? If we're going to take the word woman out of it and say we're talking about female, okay, tell me one specific thing that all cisgender women have and all transgender men have, that no transgender women have and no cisgender men have, and is purely physical characteristic. That one thing that we can now actually use as an exclusionary characteristic that always reliably points one way or the other. The way that Jovan Bradley usually phrases it is, what is the necessary condition for being a female or a male? What is the one thing that is necessary that only males have and no females have ever? What is this one thing? Because if there's ever an exception, then it's not necessary, right? If I say it is necessary, if you want to get into this club, you have to be wearing a jacket, and I let somebody in without a jacket, it's not necessary anymore. It's just recommended, right? And so if we say all women, if women and female means the same thing and man and male means the same thing, and so women must have a uterus. Okay, well then people who get a hysterectomy aren't women anymore. No. You have to be born with a uterus. Okay, somebody who has agenesis during like whatever Mullerian differentiation thing they're not women anymore. Like no. Well, you have to make big gametes. Okay, somebody after menopause isn't a woman anymore. No, you have to have the equipment, the structural equipment to make big gametes. Okay, someone with XX chromosomes, a uterus, and a vagina, and also streak gonads isn't a woman anymore. They're like, no, you have to be able to reproduce and have children. Okay, somebody who's infertile isn't a woman anymore. And like you don't even have to bring up an intersex condition half the fucking time. And or it's like, oh well, they pick up your favorite. It's almost always a penis. You know what I mean? Or a vagina. You're like, oh, if you have a vagina, you're a woman. Okay. Men with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome that have all or part of a uterus and all or part of a vagina inside their bodies and also a penis, those are women now, it turns out. Who knows? And like you just go down this fucking list of just it's this, all except for that, and it's this, and except for that, and it's this, except for that. And like you said, you can say it's someone with XX chromosomes unless they don't, unless they have this, except for this, except for that. And you end up with a definition that's so fucking long, it's pointless. And so you end up with this same situation where like you talk about see if this is still a thing in undergrad. So a limbless cold-blooded vertebrate with gills and fins living wholly in water is the first definition that I get for fish, right? Okay, like that's so fucking broad and it covers so many things that's so weird, and like that is even that you could question that, like you could question parts of that definition. It's why Stephen Jay Gould, famous evolutionary biologist, started studying fish and came to the conclusion there's no such thing as a fish, right? Because it's such a huge broad category. Because let me tell you, that definition right there doesn't factor into nested hierarchies. Doesn't tell you about tetrapods. Doesn't tell you about so many other things, right? Doesn't tell you shit about sarcopterygians. Doesn't tell you shit about scales. Doesn't tell you shit about so many things. And so like you get to this point where just like if you try to define chair, and just like if you try to define car, and just like if you try to define any fucking thing, you have so many exceptions that you need to just accept the fact that these definitions are generalities. They are not the rule. They are a description, not a prescription. And if you add gender into that, you're going to have an even harder fucking time. Because I guarantee you, even if you could find this is the thing that we can now say you are a female or a male with this specific thing, like, sure, if I agree with it, now tell me what the fuck a woman is. Now tell me what the fuck a man is. Now tell me what the fuck a non-binary person is. Now tell me and the same thing. Give me the one defining characteristic, as I fucking can. But it relies on self-identification. And it's not just a woman as someone who identifies as a woman, right? It's someone whose gender identity aligns with the cultural, behavioral, social, and or physical characteristics that they associate with femininity. That is the only thing that I can say is the single defining characteristic, the necessary condition for being a man is that your gender identity aligns with the cultural, behavioral, and or physical characteristics, not and or physical characteristics that you associate with masculinity. I guarantee you, Chris, if you told me what you think a man is and what makes you feel like a man, it's going to be different than what I say. And it's going to be different than any other man. And that's just the way that it is. That's how gender works. That's how it's always worked. So to answer your question succinctly, when people bring things up like this, ask them to define what the fuck a woman is. And if they say it's a female, define what the fuck a female is without any exceptions. Tell me the necessary condition, the thing that makes a man or a woman that doesn't fall back on the exact same self-identification properties as all other social identities fall back onto. Can't do it.
It's funny because the people who usually are so hard-nosed, like, classically you get like Richard Dawkins, who's doing the essentialism stuff lately, right? When you've got a biologist who's coming out and they're like, sex is binary and, this, that, and the other thing. These are people who you can find written works of them understanding the nuance of something like species, where they're capable of saying, okay, species is tricky because biology is tricky. And then they'll say, well, species is usually a pair of, actually like populations of organisms that are actually reproducing with one another and the offspring are viable. right? Potentially or actually is sometimes the broader definition that you see. And then it's like, but at the same time, we recognize that polar bears and grizzly bears are clearly different species, right? You can look at them and you're like, a 5-year-old could tell you these are different things. The niches that they live in are different. Their bodies are different. Their the behavior that they engage in is different. Their mating strategies are different. Like top to bottom, these things are clearly different animals, and yet they can interbreed and produce viable offspring. So that's an exception to the rule, which is what these biologists will say. They will say, okay, the biological species concept usually works, but there are exceptions. But this is something that just stymies them. The second we talk about something like sex and gender, right? Where all of a sudden, no, it has to be these two discrete, boxable categories. And if anything falls outside of them, then to them, that is aberrant. And the aberrance there holds a negative connotation. Like they can't fathom that biology is just as squishy along the lines of sex and gender as it is every fucking other place we see it. Like everywhere else we see biology, it's just as squishy, it's just as malleable, which is precisely what we should expect under evolution, under this concept that populations of organisms are changing in response to the pressures around them, and what's advantageous and what's not is going to change. It's context specific, blah, 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 blah. We could go down that road. But pointing out that hypocrisy in people, I think, is important, because what it does is it contextualizes their standards. And it reveals that this has nothing to do with science for the majority of these people. And it has everything to do with bigotry and fear, probably, as well, in my opinion.
I love that, especially with Dawkins, because I responded to a clip of his a little while ago. He was on some podcast, and he literally fucking said, the most beautiful thing about this is that there are gradia everywhere in biology. Every single thing is a spectrum. Every single thing is a gradient, except for sex, which is completely binary with no exceptions. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how do you have that bad of cognitive dissonance for real? Like, what's going on? It sucks so bad.
It's very frustrating. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with these people. And I think at this point it's so sunk cost, because they've embarrassed themselves so many times on this subject over and over and over and over again. At this point, to be like, well, I made a little oopsie doopsie, and actually I was incorrect on this. I'm going to change my mind moving forward, even though that would win a ton of people over, because everybody would be like, good, that's how a scientist should behave. It is hard to sort of bypass the fact that it's like the amount of harm that's been caused in the interim is pretty extreme. They validated a lot of really heinous people and a lot of really heinous actions. Yeah. But setting that aside, the sunk cost thing in the human brain is people can't square it. They're just like, well, I've spent this long believing it. I'm going to look like a fool if I give it up now. So I'll just keep believing it. Whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like when I was making the argument, I think that I said a lot of the arguments you were saying. I think that good. So I don't feel like I missed too much. Something I did wrong in my argument. I don't think that I emphasized like you did, Forrest, the physical. Like name something physical about that uniquely identifies somebody by their sex, or you know what I mean. And yeah. Because when we kind of go into this discussion, me and this person, it kind of tends to have this broader context of how we both understand each other's positions, and I have this more socially defined way of looking at things, including looking at how we define sex, because I would say that to some extent how we define sex is socially defined, and I think that something else that I did that you didn't do there is I used Katie's definition of a woman, somebody whose gender identity aligns with their scheme on the female sex, which I think is very similar to to what you said about
Bonds, yeah,
what they identify.
The word schema, especially that Joe Bond uses that one a lot.
Yes, I love that definition that Katie came up with, and not Joe Bond.
Yes.
Anyway,
so the man gets the credit.
Yes, he does.
Classic.
But classic. Yeah, we just hate women here. It's the real secret.
That's the official stance of the line.
That's true.
Women,
like and subscribe to the line for women hating.
Boys only. we don't let those cantankerous femoids into this place.
Absolutely not. But regarding the Katie definition there, because the snag I think sometimes comes up with like their schema on the female sex versus like I think what you said of associations with like the traditions and roles and blah 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 with femininity. Like there's both that self-identification. One of them is more like associating it with sex, and I think that kind of goes into a rabbit hole. I don't know. There's something kind of weird there that like I'm not sure how to like get out of. Do you have like any thoughts on that definition? How like maybe I'm missing something here about it?
I don't like the reassignment of gender back to sex in that definition that way, personally, just because I think it's really important to emphasize that gender is a social construct. That doesn't mean it's not biological, because, big surprise, biological things are the things that do social stuff. And also we do see like there are associations like in neurobiology and like there are things that do actually overlap here. I'm just saying very vague terms because I don't want to get into it at this moment unless that's the way the conversation goes. But like we actually see that the brain activity for these people aligns with their gender identity, not their sex assigned at birth. And so I don't like so much realigning it with sex in that way. But it's also fair to say that that's not unique in that way. My college anthropology, like intro anthropology textbook, talks about gender as relating to people's view of sex, and I think that's totally reasonable to look at it that way. I just prefer not to define it that way when I'm speaking about it, because I don't want to muddy the waters with people who try to insist that they are not just like associated, but literally directly linked.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because that I think like helps me, because I feel like a little bit weird too. Like one of the examples that came up, because sometimes in these conversations it goes into these weird hypotheticals that would never actually happen. Like, what about this person who was raised by only trans women and has never seen a cis woman before? Does that count? Like if they're a woman, like if they don't have a schema of the female sex, then how would that work? Right.
Right.
And,
well, they still do, because because that is being represented. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They still have this schema. They still have an understanding that, because that is being passed down through cultural education, that is being passed down through their upbringing, seeing what women look like and act like and everything. So like they're still getting the same thing, but at the end of the day, yeah, that's why I don't like to pull it back just to sex. But with that, we are running out of time. I've got to still do super chats, and so if there's anything else, I'm gonna jump on to the next call.
Yeah, just one more thing. If Donald Trump has nothing to hide, why hasn't he released the Epstein files yet? What's going on with that? What's up
Awesome.
with that? Because should release the Epstein files.
Yeah, it is because he's a pedophile, but I do appreciate you bringing it up because it's important that we keep remembering. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's weird, right?
I thought that this was all just a coincidence, and in fact, I actually heard that he was deep undercover. All of that pedophilia that he was engaged in was actually something that he was doing on behalf of the FBI to catch the super predator Jeffrey Epstein. So in actuality, it's fine, and that's why they're not releasing it, even though even though he's all over it. It's just for the bit, so don't worry about it.
Yes, because the key is that he, as someone who was such a dedicated FBI informant that he would go after these pedophiles, number one, told everybody that, which is a thing that FBI informants do. And also, after working so hard to expose these pedophiles, is now making sure that these pedophiles are not exposed, because that's what you would do in that situation. It makes total sense. It all is really reasonable, and you liberals just gotta stop, thinking with your trans ideology and realize that really it's can we even call it pedophilia? Because the whole age of consent is very cultural. That's a whole thing that we should talk about as well. Like, it's just, that's my favorite one. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
It's actually just the most reliable. Anyway,
yeah, we're gonna jump on to the next one.
Right.
But thanks so much, Chris. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks a bunch. You have a great one.
Bye. My favorite. I was keeping my eye on the chat a little bit during that call. And my favorite was somebody said, I love it when the cis people debate my existence. Shut up. We're talking about you, not to you. Get out of here.
Sit down and let this the cis, what would it be like, cisoids? Can you say that? I don't know if that's like if that's not a funny joke slur. Somebody should do that. Let us speak for you.
It should be.
Here we speak for you.
My favorite thing whenever people call in to talk about abortion, I'm like, I think the most important thing about this is there's 3 dudes discussing this at this moment, and that's really what's keeping it making sure it's focused.
Well, and there's, I think you probably mentioned it already, but it's like, whenever we talk about trans stuff in general, I'm always like, we have a show for that. That's the crazy part, is that it's like we get a lot of calls about that on SkepTalk when there's literally a show that has actual trans people talking, like hosting and answering these kinds of questions. But whatever. I guess we have to have big tent strategies right now. The timeline is irrevocably fucked. It is what it is.
Yeah. Let's talk to typing to the person in the chat who wants to ask questions. There we go. Let's talk to Keith. Pronouns he and him, calling in all the way from Scotland, who wants to talk about, it just says God's image, and I don't know what that means. Keith, you are at long last on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Oh, how are you both?
Hi, Keith. We're good. How are you?
Sicilians in the chat, and that's great.
Good.
I'm awesome, Keith.
I've been on the line so long, my head is fried. Can I ask you a couple of questions before I get to the main thing?
Of course. Please, you're welcome to ask us anything, but do take your phone away from your face a little bit, because it's really crackly on our side.
Is that any better?
A little bit, yes. It was just, really popping. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. The first thing I wanted to ask, about deathbed visions.
Like NDEs, near-death experiences?
No. Picture your granddad or your grandma on a deathbed, and say they got a sister or brother that say died 2 or 3 days prior, and they wasn't told, and then on a deathbed, minutes or hours before they pass away, they said, "Oh, my sister's just come to me, said we gonna go to a special place or heaven or wherever." How can you explain that when that physical person didn't know that their loved one had literally passed away, but their loved one had physically come to them that had passed away?
I would ask, first and foremost, how you're talking about, like, this person has like a dream or a vision, right? I think I heard that.
No, it's not if they lucid, but they dying. And
you mean to say, like, somebody saw a ghost?
No. Have you ever heard of deathbed visions?
No.
I feel like that has to be the same. I think, Keith, I'm not sure. I'm going to check right now. Deathbed visions. But I think we're talking about the
Have you ever heard of terminal lucidity?
Yes. Terminal lucidity is something that happens. Forrest, it's something that happens supposedly to people who have, like, Alzheimer's, dementia, usually late stage neuro degenerative disorders. And the idea is that when they're about to die, they have, like, right when they're about to die, they have moments where all of a sudden they are quite a bit sharper, like as if they were, even years earlier in their diagnosis. It is a real thing, terminal lucidity. Okay, I get what you're talking about now.
So, but to me, terminal lucidity alone is special, but take that out of the equation and literally take, as I was trying to explain to you, say you were, your nan, your granddad's on a deathbed, and they got like an older sibling who passed away 2 or 3 days before, and they wasn't told about it. And all of a sudden they say to you, oh, so-and-so come to me, and we going on an holiday, or
yeah,
and that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you, Keith. I hear you. The terminal lucidity thing is interesting. It's a real biomedical phenomenon. I'm not sure what the current hypothesis is for like why it happens. But I think a large part of it probably, and I'm kind of talking on my ass here, so forgive me if I'm butchering this. If you're out there and you're a neurologist and I'm destroying this, just let me know. I think a lot of terminal lucidity boils down to context and a frame of reference. So I think what ends up happening is that, and I say this, let's see, one of my grandparents died of dementia and the other one died of Alzheimer's, or died with dementia and the other one died because of Alzheimer's. And I don't think either of them had any extreme moments of terminal lucidity, but what would happen sometimes is late on in my grandmother's living with Alzheimer's, some days she would be like weirdly with it compared to what most of her days were. Now, my understanding of how Alzheimer's and a lot of these types of neurodegenerative disorders work is that you're basically pruning off memories and losing access to them. I don't know if that's how it actually happens, but that's how it was explained to me once. So I'm not sure how that relates to terminal lucidity, but I think what's actually going on is that people with those diseases are having moments where they are better than they typically are, but it's not like they're back to how they were before their diagnosis. It seems a lot better because where they actually are is essentially bedridden and in a lot of cases, unfortunately, relatively vegetative. And so having the sudden ability to actually speak and communicate with their loved ones and even recall memories seems really, really lucid. And I did see some of that kind of thing for myself with my grandmother. And so I think that's what's going on with the terminal lucidity, but I can't be sure. I don't know the area very well. With the death visions, I do think something similar is going on where people are having like visits from loved ones, right? And I don't necessarily know that them being dead or not has anything to do with the significance of them being visited.
No,
and the reason I say that is because if they were being visited... Sorry, say that again.
May I interrupt for a second, please?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. No, I can understand what you're saying with terminal lucidity, but as I said, with the deathbed visions, these people are literally full of dementia, different things. As I trying to explain, imagine, say for instance, you were nan, granddad, whatever. They had an older sister, brother, like 90s, 100s, who passed away 2 or 3 days before them, and you couldn't physically tell them because they full of, Alzheimer's, dementia, whatever, and they say, oh, my brother's here, and they physically seen him, and they say to come with me.
Right. Because the idea is basically that. Because the idea is that the patient doesn't know that their relative is dead, but then the relative is seemingly coming to like sort of spirit them away to the afterlife or something like that. My question is, how often are they spirited away by somebody who's just a generic loved one? Right? Like how do we know that these people aren't just seeing their loved ones close to death, because that's what we tend to do when we're close to death, is we imagine people we love. This is like regardless of culture, people tend to think about things that they love on their deathbed.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay, try to explain it one more time. I thought I had it.
It sounds like you're asking, why did they ask about this one person in particular who also happens to have already died?
yes, that person has died,
Right.
but they didn't know that person had died.
Right. And what Erika is bringing up, what Erika just said, is that if this person is a loved one that they're thinking about on their deathbed, it's likely that they've known this person for a long time. They're probably about the same age. So it's likely that that other person would have died around the same time. And so them bringing this person up and they happen to be dead is a coincidence. And there's a very good chance also they brought up someone who isn't dead and you didn't hear about it because it didn't sound like magic.
That's what I was gonna. That's what I was getting. The latter part of said Forrest was what I was getting.
Okay.
How many times do we hear of somebody who's on their deathbed who talks about somebody who died a long time ago or who's still alive?
Deathbed visions. 98% of people like that are calling out for their mother or father or their grandparents, etc., who have died decades and decades before. But there's a few minority who are saying, you know, so-and-so's you, and they've been dead a day or two. You can't put that down to brain hypoxia. You can't.
No, but you can chalk that up to the exact statistical probability that Erika just let out.
Well, in a way you can.
Why not?
The thing is, I'm agnostic. You're atheists. Can I tell you a story?
I'm agnostic.
Is it going to be?
That's what I identify as. Whatever, it's fine.
Is it going to be is your story going to be an anecdotal thing that happened to you or something that you heard happen to somebody else that sounds unexplainable and it sounds supernatural, but it is at the end of the day just somebody's story that we can't test or verify?
It happened to me. It's anecdotal, but it's true.
Okay.
Like, put yourself in my brain now. Like
the plural of anecdote is bullshit, and like that's just the thing is I'm sure you have a cool story, Keith, but like at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, whatever you're going to tell us, no matter how fantastical it may sound, the question I'm going to ask you is there a more logical explanation, no matter how slim of a possibility it may be, a more logical, naturalistic explanation than ghosts, the afterlife, spirits, whatever else. I know. What I'm telling you is no matter what the story is, if you're trying to give me a story that sounds supernatural, the question that I am going to ask you is, are there any possible natural explanations for this story? Because the most bizarre, insane, impossible natural explanation is more likely than a supernatural one. So whatever story you're about to tell me, I just need you to know I'm going to ask you the same question anyway. So we might just skip the story because we're all on time anyway.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah. So is there a natural explanation for your story? Is there a possible natural explanation?
Go on, Erika, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Keith.
No, go on. What are you going to say? Fine.
I was just going to say, I worry that a lot of your argument here, Keith, is that you have either experienced strange things or you know people who have experienced strange things, and thus those strange things are indicative of something that is potentially supernatural. And to me, when I hear that, I'm always wondering why someone is not content to say, well, I experienced a strange thing, right? Like, it's always weird to me that someone feels the need to, because something seems inexplicable, it must be supernatural. I can't rule out the fact that it is supernatural, I suppose, because I wasn't there, right? Like, I can't retroactively go back and test it. But I can look to the rest of the world and say that I don't see any evidence of anything supernatural happening. And so as a result, I'm inclined when I hear things that sound like the supernatural explanation could be the answer to say, well, as Forrest sort of alluded to earlier, maybe there's another explanation. Or maybe it's just a strange thing. right? So my concern here is moving forward. If we're just going to do anecdotes, I'm not sure that we're going to get anywhere.
I respect what you're saying, and I do. But every time somebody like me phones up, you just say, it's lies, it's anecdotal.
I'm not saying it's lies.
How many anecdotal? There's millions of them. Can you really say every single one of them is lying?
So for me, Keith, it's like a strange experience happens. Like strange things happen to people. I've had weird things happen to me that I don't have an easy explanation for. The reason why I don't go and say that they're supernatural is because weird things happen all the time by virtue of billions of people being alive and experiencing life second by second every single day over the course of hundreds and then thousands. And then if you go back far enough, tens of thousands and then millions of years, right? Like we're doing a trial every second where something strange could potentially happen that is inexplicable. So it's not surprising to me that there are a lot of strange experiences out there. Of note, there are far more non-strange experiences that are totally explicable and easily explainable that happen than strange ones. And I would think that if the supernatural was something that we should entertain, it should be more common.
I'll tell you my story, and I'll ask your opinions.
What I need you to understand is, like, Keith, there are millions of stories about spirits and ghosts. There are also millions of stories about gods you don't believe in. There are millions of stories about witches and demons and leprechauns and all sorts of other stuff. There's millions of stories about all sorts.
Listen to me, yo.
Is it going to prompt me to ask the same question that I said I'm going to ask?
Well, I hope not.
Yeah, I can ask you right now. Like I said, we can skip the story. Does your story have a potential naturalistic explanation that is not supernatural? Is there any possible way your story could be explained by natural things?
No.
Okay, let's hear it, because I bet you're fucking wrong.
And if you can explain it, well, I'd love to hear it. Right.
If I can give you a possible natural explanation, no matter how unlikely, will you accept that there's no reason to believe that this is a supernatural story?
Just let me tell you, and we'll go from there, yeah?
No, I'd like an answer to that first, because I don't want, Keith, I'm going to be straight up with you, man. I don't want to listen to you tell me some story that I can't verify whether or not it's true. I don't know whether or not you're making it up on the spot. If it is true and you do believe this happened, you don't know why it happened. You don't know any other causes. You're claiming there's no possible other explanation besides something supernatural. So what I'm asking you is, if I can provide for you a possible natural explanation, not even a likely one, a possible one that is natural and ordinary and would explain your story, will you then say you don't believe it's supernatural anymore? Because if not, there's no point in us having the conversation.
Okay, deal.
Okay, great. Tell me your story. I will tell you why it's not supernatural. Even if I'm wrong, you have to admit that it's not supernatural anymore. Let's go.
Right. 1999, my stepfather passed away. I moved back closer to my family. In 2001, my sister had a baby. When that baby was, say, around 18 months old, my mother was in bed. My sister was in a friend's house further up the road. And she heard him coming down the road. She opened a window, and the grandchild said, "Nanny, I want to give you a kiss goodnight." My mother came down the stairs, opened the door, and the grandchild pointed on the stairs and said, "There's Eddie." That was my stepfather's name. He'd never even heard of the man's name. He'd never been mentioned in front of him, and he pointed plain as day and said, "There's Eddie." Now, how can that be explained?
You said the name Eddie, E-D-D-Y?
Yes, E-D-D-I-E.
I-E, okay. And you said how old was this child?
18 months old. My stepfather had been dead
18,
about 2.5 years prior.
So I just double checked. 18 months is the average upper limit for when children usually start saying their first word. So naturalistic explanations, I'm going to give you, let's say, 5 of them. Naturalistic explanation number 1 is that he didn't actually say there's Eddie. He babbled and said Eddie. And just some dumb fucking thing that a child said nothing, and the adult in the room who is very used to hearing the word Eddie and had an emotional connection to that word, heard what they wanted to hear. That's explanation number 1. That is something that we see happen quite a bit. There's actually psychological terms for it. Sorry?
That is a lie.
You said I'm lying?
I said that is a lie.
Shit,
I'm
Keith,
curious
are
because
we
you've
on the same
allegedly got
fucking planet
fired.
right now?
Pardon?
Were you here for the whole conversation, Keith? Well, a minute ago, when you were fucking begging to tell this story, and I said several times, the thing I'm going to do is give you a naturalistic explanation, and whether or not that is true, because Keith, shut the fuck up, because like what we were just here for is that I said I'm going to give you even one possible natural explanation, and you will now dismiss this story as non-supernatural. And no, it's Eddie. Oh my God. I was saying I called you Eddie because I'm so fucking annoyed by your dumb shit.
Yeah.
The first one isn't debunked just because you said nuh-uh. It is a fact that humans do recognize patterns and draw meaning from meaningless, patternless data all the time. You hear a weird noise and you think it sounds like a word. That happens all the time. There are terms for this. Pareidolia and apophenia are terms in psychology for these kinds of phenomena. And so what I'm saying is that it is much more likely that a baby made babbling noises around the age when they haven't yet said their first word yet. They made some babbling noises that sounded kind of like a very simple bisyllabic name that someone else would have a lot of emotional connection to and have a reason to associate those sounds with the name.
Explain the pumpkin?
I haven't even gotten into this yet, dude. I started giving you the beginnings of an explanation, and you cut me off with some shit fucking like, oh my glob. If my dad's name was Heinrich, right? If a baby said Heinrich, that would be a very different fucking situation, right? But if Eddie is an easy fucking name to say, right? And so, oh my glob, dude, that's not that fucking hard. And that, again, I'm not saying that is what happened. I'm saying that is a possible naturalistic explanation. And as we also know with psychology, because this was an emotionally charged situation, this person is going to remember it and tell you about it and tell their friends and their family members about it. And the fish gets bigger every time. The more they conjure up the memory, the more they modify the memory and make it sound more and more and more like the child really did say.
Listen to what I've been saying of you.
You said that a child said that it was a dead guy.
Can I talk to Erika, please? Because, Forrest, you won't got a clue what you're on about, pal.
I just gave you one example of an idea, and you fucking lost your shit about it. And called it bullshit and said that I'm lying.
No,
we haven't even gotten into the details.
He hasn't even blinking heard of the man's name in his life. He was 18 months old.
Yes, he didn't. Oh my God, dude. He didn't utter a man's name then, is what I'm suggesting. I'm saying it is possible that he didn't say Eddie. He just made some babbling sounds, as children around the age of 18 months tend to do. And the person in the room, the adult,
Okay.
heard what they wanted to hear.
So what if he
that
did
is
say
a naturalistic explanation. What if the moon was purple, dude? What if?
Yeah.
What I was going to give you 5 different possible examples of how that could be natural.
Okay.
You stopped first one, and here's the thing,
I'd
Keith.
love to
This
hear
is
the other
exactly
4. I really would.
No, you fucking don't. Because what you just demonstrated is you were being a fucking dishonest asshole earlier when I checked with you. I clarified with you 3 different fucking times. If I can give you one possible explanation that is naturalistic, you will dismiss this and say it is not supernatural. And you agreed to it and said back to me, yes, right, that is what's going to happen. And what happened? I gave you the easiest fucking one, and you threw a tantrum over it and called me a liar about it. Fuck off, dude. I'm not wasting any more time with this.
That's not very nice.
Erika, do you have anything to add?
Erika, may I talk to you, please?
Sorry, Keith, but Forrest has to keep a tight schedule tonight. Call another time. Maybe we can discuss this in depth. But
no,
I gotta
okay.
title my
Like, I did want to ask you something about my main call anyway. About
I'm not terribly interested. I've got him on mute. I haven't dropped him yet. Do you care? That's so fucking shitty.
Dude, I know we're already going over. It's fine. Keith, call back some other time. You and I can
Keith,
talk.
I didn't want to listen to your fucking story in the first place. You dragged it out and begged to give your fucking story. I gave you conditions about how you could tell your story. We let you tell your story, and then you fucking backtracked on your shit and called me a liar for giving a suggestion of things that we know happen. Like, dude, I'm sorry. That's such a fucking shitty thing to do.
You could do the same thing. Like let's say you had a sister named Maddie, and then you have a baby that's babbling. Like Maddie is something that a baby could. I've heard my nephew say that. Well, cousins.
That's why we use words like mama and dada, because those are very common first sounds that babies make. And if you're like, how did they know the word mama? They didn't. They moved their mouth like a stupid fucking baby. Like, what? Like, my God, dude. So lame.
The thing about babies is they say a lot of stuff, right? And we don't take note of it unless it sounds like something that we know. And then it's like, whoa, I can't believe they said that, And it's like, well, that had a lot of trials. there were a lot of trials to get to that, as you said, bisyllabic word. That starts with a vowel, which is also very easy for kids.
Yeah.
Depending on the vowel,
dude. And like I said, that's something that we actually know happens. Like, that's something that we actually have psychological evidence for. We can see several examples of that in reality. So it's not like I'm suggesting some random, like, what if the bowling ball fell on this and knocked a shovel into this that had this Rube Goldberg effect that eventually made the baby make a sound. It's a very common, easy thing. Yeah. Like, ugh.
Well, and as you said, right? Like, you started with the stipulations. It's like, okay, if we can come up with one thing that could, it doesn't even have to be probable. Like, it could be that if we went back in time and saw Keith's relative say this, it could have been like a perfect Eddie, like something like how a baby wouldn't say. But we don't know that because this is an anecdote, and that's the tough thing about anecdotes. The problem is, even if the baby did do that, it's still a viable explanation that it could be babbling, and that's all we were talking about is viable alternative explanations.
Right. Call back in when an 18-month-old baby is like, my grandfather Eddie was up, just tells him, like, really leans in. No, that's not what happened. Last call of the night, we've got
your sonnet.
Last call of the night is Elijah, who wants to ask about DNA tests. Elijah, last call of the night. It better be fucking good. Welcome to the SkepTalk, this show. Welcome to SkepTalk with Erika and Forrest. How are you?
Hey, Elijah. Elijah, are you there? Elijah?
You've been waiting for like 90 minutes. You better be there.
Can he tap is it the phone tapping thing? Do you have to wake your phone up to tap it?
No, they called with a real phone number.
Elijah, please. Please pick up the phone. If you're there. Is anybody there, Elijah? We're going to have to give up at some point. Yeah, please be there.
Yeah,
I really liked your question.
Give him some time. Has a question about ancestry DNA test is what I've got.
I know.
Neat.
I really wanted to talk about that. I've been on my genetics grind lately, so I'd be interested to hear that.
Me too.
But I don't.
I'm in a
think
molecular
we're
genetics
gonna.
class this semester, and it's been tough.
Molecular genetics is not easy. It is not easy.
Cool though.
The fun little phylogeny that you get at the end is fun and great, but the work to get to that point is not very fun at all.
I just the entire class has 2 grades, the midterm and the final, the entire thing, and first of all, fuck that. And so I just did my midterm, and they were asking some questions that like. It's those things where it's like I didn't even know that was a question. Like fuck, I never thought. One of the questions was, I can actually read it to you while we're waiting on it. This person may or may not show up. I'm now just calling everybody Eddie. Everybody's Eddie today. Congratulations, you're all Eddie. You get an Eddie, and you get an Eddie, and you get an Eddie.
He's here right now.
Yes,
he's taking you over.
He's you. He's me.
How can we explain this? Oh my God, Keith, come back. Keith.
Maybe we're all babies.
It's very Lovecraft.
This was one of my favorites.
Concept.
It is. What factors are determined in what factors are involved in determining whether a particular allele is dominant or recessive? Are these the only 2 choices? Explain how null alleles in breast cancer susceptibility, specifically BRCA1, can be dominantly inherited with around 60% penetrance. Answer this in like 1 to 2 pages. And like, and so those are like concepts that are so fucking cool.
That's classic though, that it's like, so it starts with like basic concept and it's like, okay, do you know this? Like A, B, Z, apply it to a clinical setting right now. Like, and then you're like, oh my God.
Exactly.
Yeah. At least if it's an essay though, the nice thing about essay is that you get to justify your answer, right? Like what I always hated about multiple choice tests, especially for anatomy and physiology, is that it's like, and this actually, unfortunately, is whether or not you have a good test writer. Fortunately, I had a pretty good test. Our professor was pretty good. But it's like you can run into some practice questions that are just really shit practice questions. But because it's multiple choice, you can't be like, okay, now hold on. The reason I said this was because I was interpreting blah, 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 blah. And dude, a lab practical too for that kind of stuff. For like, and speaking of clinicals, like lab practicals with clinicals are an absolute nightmare. I'm very glad that I didn't go into medicine, because when I took gross anatomy, finally I was like, oh, actually this is not easy. This is very difficult. I don't think I could do this for a job. I think it would be too much for me.
Right. It's tough. We're dropping the call. It's been time, and now that's happening. And so now super chats can occur. Well, at the end of the show, this is what it looks like. Starting with $5 from the Reverend Nate. Time the fuck out. Aaron is a asshole vagina gonad nut fan. Okay.
That is angry video game nerd fan for those of you who are employed. I'm more terminally online than you, Forrest. You're gonna have to face facts. I am more rotted through than you are, unfortunately. You lose. I win. Do you guys see my dog? I don't think you can see Fred. He's out of the picture right now. He's laying right here. I had to yell at him earlier because I let him in when I went to pee. He was like, he's been sitting outside the door the whole time, and I knew he was going to be clacking around, but he's fallen asleep now. So.
All right, we got $5 from Zereth Moonpaw. Hi, when I'm probably asleep when the oh my God. Hi, I'm probably asleep when ready this live. Either way, have a haiku, regret, and sorrow rivers flow from your eyes. You just lost the game. What the fuck did I just read? What was that?
First, if you don't know about the game, again, I will direct you to the fact that you are not.
I know what the game is. I know what the game is. What the fuck was the rest of that?
Regret and sorrow flows like a river through you. You just lost the game. It's a haiku.
Okay, the problem is the punctuation in that, and the none of it, and like that's the issue.
Okay, whatever. $5 from Joshua Everett. Love seeing Joshua's kitty. Happy birthday to CMD Coffee in the chat. Hope it remains a good one. Happy birthday, Sam Coffee. Wonderful last name, and I hope that you had a wonderful day today, and that you sleep super well and enjoy facing the world tomorrow. Having completed another rotation around the sun. Congratulations. You've staved off death yet again. Be gone, thought. Do not say that to me, Forrest. Oh, wait. Around the sun. Rotation upon its axis.
Yeah.
No, wait. I was right. Around the sun. That's a year.
Are you talking about birthday or are you talking about day? Because you just said day and I didn't know what was going on.
No, I meant completed a rotation around the sun because that's a year. That's a birth.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually crawl through this monitor like the Grudge and kill you with this pen. And you made me doubt the definition of a day. You don't even talk to me about imposter syndrome. You are not on my level. I am a more imposter syndrome than you are. I doubted the definition of a day because of you. Read the next super chat. I'm done with you. I'm finished with you.
$10 from Afrostorian. Both of your thoughts on the news that Messer Ibericus can clone male Messer structure ants to incorporate them into their gene pool. Basically, is this the one that the new ants that literally they give birth to a new species of ants? Is that the one?
Yes, it's crazy. Someone was talking. I actually saw it was like an Instagram reel or something about this, and I was like, "This better be a brand new paper," because the fact that I had not heard of this was unwritten. And then thankfully, it actually was brand new. But this is a crazy story. Like this is just another. Show this to Richard Dawkins when we talk about the definition of sex and the definition of species, because this exact example is merging both of those in a very bizarre way. It's really, really cool stuff.
Have you seen that the thing about the sparrow with 4 sexes?
I have seen that. And that's birds are weird because they've got the what is it, Z and X,
Z and W,
Z and W. That's it.
Yeah, and then their heterozygotes are the females, and it's like what the fuck, and it's just strange. And then with this one species of sparrow, there's 2 different morphs, and so each of the morphs can be male or female, but they only cross that away, and it's like, and if they don't do it, it's weird. It's just so fucking strange. $5 from Josh Beeben. Yeah, what do you think?
The only thing I was going to add to that is I think that our understanding of sex and gender is very warped by the fact that we're mammals. Like mammals are under some really unique constraints that I think are what prevent even weirder things than the things that we see happening diversity-wise across our class. Like every other class of animals just floors us in diversity when it comes to this kind of thing. But mammals, I think it's birth and lactation that are really what's hanging us up. But I digress. I don't know if that's true. That's just me musing.
Yeah. $5 from Josh Beeben. I saw the 2 of you on the Thinking Atheist podcast, so I know you can do a short chat. Seth, the Thinking Atheist Andrews, has had us on a couple of times. We should do it again.
Yeah, but the reason that was short, you need to understand, the reason that's short, and I know the one you're talking about, it was probably the recent one about AI. The reason that was short is because Forrest had to give his talk like within 5 minutes that we finished that chat. That's why the chat stopped. True. It did not stop because we were done speaking. That chat ended because everybody looked at their watches. We were like, we need to go.
I need to be on stage now. I've got to.
Yeah, do not give us credit for that. That was not diligence. That was necessity. $10 from God Sinner.
That whole talk was weird too. I want to do that one again, but better. I want to like vamp it up some more.
It was a really good talk. You guys don't know, but Forrest did like
strange.
He did like a musical. Honestly, it was missing puppets. That's the only thing it was missing. He did like a full musical symphony thing. It was really cool. I've never seen anybody get.
If I had been able to get the sound right, I wanted to. If I had made it louder, it would have been better. I wanted that first note to scare people. You know,
where I was thinking it was pretty good. But I think I was also backed by the speakers, and we had a very old skewed demographic for that. So I don't know if it hit as hard as you would. I think it would have hit harder with younger folks as well. Just because they're used to the multimedia experience, where a couple of people were like, where is that? What is happening? I thought it went great though. $10 from God Sinner. Of course, I didn't get to finish my chicken egg question. The reason I wanted to know is, when do we stop calling humans humans? Will the first human superior be born from human parents from Caracal?
Species don't mean things. So this person was calling in earlier and asking, like with the chicken and the egg, like if we went through the conversation of, if the question is, did the chicken or the chicken egg came first, it's the chicken. If the question is, did the chicken or the egg come first, it's the egg. And whatever laid the first chicken egg was a chicken, but the chicken hatched out of not a chicken egg. But the issue here is that thinking about it that way, it's logically it makes sense and it helps you understand what a species is, but it also doesn't help you understand how speciation works, because there isn't a line where you can be like, that's a fucking chicken now. That just isn't real. And so will the first Homo superior be born of a Homo sapiens? Yeah, but the line is so blurry that it doesn't actually matter or make sense, and you will never be able to say this is the next species. It'll just be a gradual transition. Think about it like language. There was never a time when a Latin-speaking parent had a French-speaking child. It was just a slow change over a long period of time.
Yeah. And you can think about it too. Like we don't get new dog breeds overnight. We don't get new we don't get domesticated animals overnight. Like none of that happens. It's imperceptible, and hindsight is 2020. What you think might end up being a new species is only a new species because we are here to assign it as such. Populations are messy. Boy, that's crazy. It's weird how that works. This is you.
Oh fuck!
This is you for
$5 Canadian from Veeks. Just think how many puns we can send Erika with a show that long. I'm telling you, y'all, save them for Saturday if you want.
That's going to be so awesome. You know what's going to be really great is me cordoning off or actually just partitioning out the sections of my bill when I have to go see a gastroenterologist, somebody who studies the gastrointestinal system, to extract or treat the ulcers that are lining the entirety of my system from all of the puns that I know we'll be receiving that day. The good news is none of you will be alive to actually pay me back, because I will find all of you, hunt you down, and come up with increasingly silly ways, probably not to kill you. Some of you maybe. It depends on how egregious the pun is. $10 from Joshua Everett.
Right on.
Look at those pink ears on that cat. Everyone, save your best puns for the mega stream. Don't waste the good ones on this show just yet. Joshua, there's a special place in my evil dungeon for you on the rack.
Quit showing everybody your pussy, Josh. Well, what I do think, I wonder if we do this mega stream, like, do we do like brief chunks of super chats throughout the whole show? Well, there's no way we should save them till the end. You know,
we can't.
Maybe like after every call, we read the super chats, and then we take another call, and then we do super chats.
I think that's going to have to be it.
Yeah.
I did this live stream a while back to help my buddy raise money for some field work, and it took us an hour and a half to get started with the show because the super chats kept coming in, right? Like they come in live. So we'll have to be careful about that too. I think we need to have like we're going to read this many super chats and then we're going to go to the next call, or else we'll just be reading super chats because this chat thinks themselves very funny. And once an inside joke happens, which it will, because this is a 12-hour stream,
that's all
they'll beat it to death. They'll beat the horse to death. It's Horse Pulverizing Incorporated. They will never let it die. And there will be 100 super chats of everybody thinking they're more clever than the last one, making the same joke. And we will be there forever. So we have to have a strategy to combat them. It's an arms race of
supernatural events confirmed. Erika is a fortune teller and just proved everyone that she knows the future.
Yes. I've opened my mind's eye and peered into tomorrow. This is as certain as the sun rising. It is. This is not. This is the opposite of fortune telling, right? Like this is a given. I know this is going to happen. As certain as I will open my eyes tomorrow. More certain than that. Yeah, this one's you. Oh, Regato's little cat. Look at those white whiskers.
$5 from Regato. Poop jokes don't always get the potty started, but they sure do finish it.
Wow. Oh my god! That is vile. Why do you have a soundboard for that? That's disgusting. That's so awful. How did they capture that sound? How did they even get that on recording?
They just wrung out a weasel, and that's what you got.
This one's wish for you. That was what it was. $10. Oh, cute snake from the atheist mechanic. Horrible pun, by the way. Heard the L plus ratio. Heard it before. Plus Rip Bozo. Plus what are the kids saying? 6'7" plus 6'7". That's what they're saying these days. You know about that, Forrest? The kids are saying 6'7" now. That's 6'7", the new funny number.
Well, it was 1738 when we were kids. So like I don't know what you want. Like, it's it's the same thing.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I went to a haunted corn maze this weekend, And while I was in the haunted corn maze, I was like, check this out. I'm gonna impress the youths that are waiting in line. We made eye contact. I went 6'7". He goes 41. I was bodied. I didn't even know what to say. I was like, what do you even say? I don't know. He had that locked and loaded. I was executed on Maine. It was unreal. I don't know how he had my number that quickly. He knew that I was clueless, and he took me out behind the barn. It was so embarrassing.
You
I don't know.
missed the call and answer, the esoteric. You could have been in the secret society of fucking weird Gen Z children. Gen Alpha, I suppose.
He deemed me unworthy. $10 from the atheist mechanic. Careful saying the hub. Some people use a different hub. Funny enough, in the states that both Forrest and I live in, they're equally as illegal. Both of those hubs are equally as illegal now where we live. So
yeah,
do it that way you will.
$5 from Storm Chaser Noah. Is spaghetti soup if you don't drain the broth? How much broth is required? Because it's still moist. I think they mean the noodle water, which diabolical calling that broth. But also, like, I how much liquid is necessary for a soup to be a soup? You know what I mean? Like, what's the ratio? Because it's still wet.
You have the chowder and curry middle ground, where it's sort of like a thick.
Right.
There's like a paste or like, but there's so much sauce that it's like it's like 50-50 sauce stuff within the sauce. So I don't know. It's on. This was reminding me a lot of trying to define sex, gender, species, meteorites from meteoroids, like planetary bodies. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Gradient.
Yeah.
$5 from Chilliwack.
Oh, this is yours, yeah.
Hard to accept. Death and not sure what to do with my life. Want to be super significant, but that idea also disgusts me. I know won't save me from death. Advice? This is a very truncated way to ask a question about an existential crisis. I appreciate it. You got it all in there.
Yeah.
I think that the best way to give your life meaning, this is just for me, is to do something you love that also makes other people happy. Find that Venn diagram, and I think it's very easy to find fulfillment. It's actually quite easy to make other people happy, and it's also quite easy to do things that you like. But finding a way to overlap those and making that what you do most often, for me, that's where I get most of my sense of purpose and what makes life just kick ass for me is that. And the best part about it is you don't have to be super significant to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, fucking go. Like, if you want to find yourself, lose yourself in the service of other people. Go find a charity to work for or something like that you can volunteer with, and try different jobs, different things, and find the things that you really enjoy that you know are helping people. And like Erika said, find the intersection between what you love and what the world needs. And at that point, you will find meaning. And that's what I would do. That's what I did. That's what a lot of my friends do. And don't worry about knowing what you want to be when you grow up. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. The coolest 40-year-olds I know don't know what they want to be when they grow up. So just be you, be happy, and bring your own flavor of weirdness to the world, because that's what the world needs most.
Ooh, I want to add. I've been on my appreciate the little things grind set lately. Appreciate the little things. Yesterday, I was like kind of having a little bit of insomnia. I was having a hard time falling asleep. And then while I was laying there, I was just thinking to myself, dude, I am so cozy right now. Like, I'm warm. I'm like in a little ball. I'm in cozy PJs. I'm like laying in a bed in my home with somebody I love, and I've got a roof over my head, and my dogs are safe, and there's just like so many little things. Hot water and a nice hot shower, food when you're hungry, a really good workout, watching little creatures do little creature things. Like, there's so many fun, amazing ways to just engage with life. And it sounds stupid, but it's like, it's very much a touch grass philosophy. It's like being online is fun, but also don't be online all the time. Be online sometimes.
I had a similar, like, I remember, like, I have this every now and then. I get in the loop of like, okay, well, am I enjoying my life too much and not working hard enough, or am I working too hard and not enjoying my life? I get in this weird little reflex of just being an ass. Yeah. And I remember I was like laying in bed, and I was like snuggly, and I've got Amber here, and I've got like the TV. I'm watching Brutal Moose. And I'm just like, I'm full, and I'm warm, and I'm comfy, and I'm in a safe house. Like, do I drop out of do I drop out of my PhD? Do I quit? What I could just do nothing but work and just be happy for the rest of my life. Or do I go hard as fuck on go back to school and I need to go to the gym and I need to do this and the other and work really hard on these dreams and miss out on this. But if I do those things, I can get more of this, but I have to sacrifice this to do those things to earn the money to do more of this. And why can't I just be a monkey fucking in a bush right now? Why do I have to balance this? Sucks. Yeah, it's a weird situation, man.
That's part of it, though, you know. That juggling is part of it too. You know, so it's you're not none of you guys, Forrest. You know, none of you guys are alone. Everybody who you think has it together is panicking some of the time. That's part of it too. That's just part of life.
I brought that up. My grandma, when she was a fucking battle axe of a woman, I asked her one time about that. I was in my early 20s, and I was like, I'm just constantly in this fucking thing. And I, go figure, I'm still over a decade later, still feeling the same way. I was like, I'm constantly struggling with I don't think I'm working hard enough, and then I don't think I'm enjoying my life enough. And if I take time off for work to enjoy my life, I'm beating up on myself. And if I work really hard, I'm beating up on myself. And I know I'm going to die pretty soon, and I'm concerned that I'm going to be on my deathbed, and I'm going to look back and wish that I had done something different. And I don't know what it's going to be because I'm trying to do both, and I'm doing all this shit. And she just goes, yeah. If you're worrying about that, then all that tells you is you're smart enough to worry about that. So shut the fuck up. And I'm like, okay.
You're yes, ma'am. Yes, you got it, boss.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Your life rocks.
She cared about education so much, and that was her whole thing. She's like, you're smart enough to worry. That tells you everything you need to know. Get back to work. All right.
Yeah.
$4.99 from Silly Spaghetti, which is the best kind of spaghetti. I seriously love when Erika gives us a rant about primates. Us too. Everybody loves it.
It's luckily for you. I also enjoy it immensely. Why do you think I do it? You know, this is what I mean when I say I love my job. Is that it's just I get to talk about my special interest exclusively to anyone who will listen.
Yep.
$5 from Stephen G. Clinard. The ironically named monkey bars. Yeah, that's the funny part about it, isn't it? It's
it should be.
We call them. We have all these. Yeah, we have all these things that we're oh, monkeys do this, and then it's you are describing what children also do, what kids do and what adults do. You just humans are primates. Is what it is.
This is me. Yeah, $5 from the Atheist Mechanic. Humans are monkeys, shrimps is bugs, religion is man-made, and lastly, monad is all, and all is monad. Much love to you guys and at the line. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
Yeah, the monad stuff. That's what we all need now. We need the monad right now more than ever. Wow, love this cat sipping from that faucet, looking like a total goober. $10 from T-Maz. What's on John Sanford and genetic entropy? Stop asking questions that you don't want me to go on 20-minute rants on. And I've done some research. It seems like BS. I'm sure you agree. But what are your thoughts? I did watch some creation myths about it. I was going to actually recommend Dan's videos on it because they're great. Here's the long story short. Here's the shortest possible answer that I can give you. The reason genetic entropy is not real and is a creationist butchering of a regular biology concept called error catastrophe is because genetic entropy requires us to change the definition of fitness to work. You know, fitness, that core concept to evolutionary theory. So if genetic entropy is aiming to debunk evolutionary theory, and it requires you to change the definition of a core tenet of evolutionary theory, it's not debunking evolutionary theory anymore, is it? Right? Genetic entropy requires there to be it requires fitness to non-be context specific. They imagine that there's this ultimate organism, an ultimate fitness, and that the reason organisms are always degrading and their genomes are always changing is pulling us away from that ultimate fitness. But there isn't an ultimate fitness because what is fit is context specific. And that's why no mutation is inherently beneficial. You can't point to very many. Well, I mean, there are some that I think in the vast majority of contexts are beneficial, but it's very difficult to point at this mutation and say that one is good in all situations, in all environments, for all organisms. And for that reason, genetic entropy fails. And when I tell them this, do you know what they say? When I've told proponents of genetic entropy this, people who work directly with John Sanford and have in the past, you know what they tell me? They say the definition of fitness should be changed. Okay. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that?
You want to change all the science to make your science make sense? No, that's not science. That's not how that works.
Check this out.
What I love about it is whenever people tell me that Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is my last point. Evolution says the evolution says that gravity means that when I drop this pencil, it's going to fall up. Evolution debunked because I dropped this pencil and it falls down. Right? Like, you can change the definition of anything and make yourself right, but then it's completely meaningless. That's all I was going to say.
Right. I get the same thing a lot. I've never heard of this exact person, but I hear about genetic entropy all the fucking time. And it's always that, like, all mutations are inherently harmful. They're degrading the genome. They're changing. It's like, and the common thing to say is like, well, the majority of mutations are harmful. They're deleterious. Unless you count silent ones, because the vast majority of mutations are silent. They're synonymous. They don't do anything. And then the next biggest category is deleterious. And then you have a tiny percentage that are advantageous. But like that doesn't mean that advantageous mutations are impossible or that they're not likely to spread through natural selection, because the majority of the time they do jack shit. And yes, there are a bunch of them that are bad. But if you understand how natural selection works, that isn't a problem. If you understand how genetic drift works, that's not a fucking problem. Like, you don't even need natural selection. Literally just reshuffle the cards enough time, you get evolution. Like, what are we doing?
They don't understand. They don't understand it. I mean, you can give them a mutation that is beneficial that involves a deletion. Like, let's say a part of a gene is deleted, and for whatever reason that changes the function and is beneficial to the organism. They will say that is actually genetic entropy, because deleting genetic information is bad. It's deleting it. And because it's bad, it means that this is actually bad for fitness, except that organism is doing better than everybody else. It just laid, 5 times the eggs or whatever. And then all of them, now it's proliferated and whatever. They don't understand how fitness works, which is why
advantage. It has a fitness advantage, but it doesn't have a consistency advantage, and that's a problem. Like, what the fuck is that? That kind of thinking only works if you are so, like, you call DNA a code so hard that you forget that's kind of like, that's exactly. You're so used to that dogmatic thinking. I got this picture of a dog with Ray Gatto sending $10. What pronouns does Chocolate use? Her, she. Nice. I guess you heard about the guy who evaporated. He'll be missed. Keep up the good work. Make money for the line. Hell yeah.
The cat helps you every time, Ray Gatto, but eventually that good luck is going to run out. I want you to know that. $50, as usual, Red Shrek is incredibly generous. Erika, what are your thoughts?
I called it a dog just to distract her, and she hung up on that and missed the puns. You see that?
Well, Ray Gatto's cat deserves to be respected, Forrest. I will not stand for slander, calling that beloved filiform a dog. Red Shrek says, what are your thoughts on the pushback of Homo sapiens emergence to 300,000 years based off of the findings from Jebel Irhoud? That's corroborated as well by genetic work. So a lot of the most recent genetic work is pointing to an origin of Homo sapiens. Like, I think it's usually like 250 to 350,000 years ago. What I thought this was, so actually I accept that. Anytime, here's a clue for you guys. Anytime the fossil record and genetics are agreeing really, really tightly with one another, that is a phenomenal sign that idea is probably going to stick around. When they're dissonant, one of them's got to give, and it's usually morphology, which is where I thought this was going. I thought you were going to ask about the Yunshan 2 cranium, which is really pissing me off right now. A lot of hubbub is being made about how the origin of Homo sapiens is being pushed back to 1 million years ago. It's not. You need to know it's not. That's not what's happening. I have a video that's already available for patrons on that, but that is not what's happening.
Is this like the whole talking point about how the James Webb Space Telescope disproved the Big Bang because it just taught us some new stuff about it, and everyone's like, that means it was wrong all along.
Yes, well, and it's a classic case of pop science articles have taken they need to be stopped. The pop science article writers have gotten too big for their britches, and they simply must be stopped. I saw a headline that this rewrites human evolution. This completely upends our understanding of human evolution. This changes everything we thought we knew about human evolution. It does none of those things. But you have to just not understand anything about the field to say that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I remember there was this one video a little while ago on TikTok from this creator called OnlyJS, who is known for spreading bullshit. She calls herself a science communicator. I don't know if they use they or she, but I'll just use they for comfort, or for safety's sake. But they call themselves science communicator, and they just say dog shit, because it's like, if you push a pencil in your ear here, it cures migraines, and if you push it here, it cures stomach aches, and just dumb shit. And of course, they've got fucking like 10 million goddamn followers and a gold plaque and everything else, because that's how it always is. And I reacted to one of their videos a while ago where they were talking about this new tooth that had been found in Dmanisi in Georgia. And it's like, this is a human tooth from 1.8 million years ago. And it's causing us to completely change everything we thought we knew about evolution. It's like, no, it's not, because Homo erectus lived there that time. And that's a human. And so you just don't understand what the word human means. And you're calling, and it says in the article that you're referencing and you're screaming over, if you had read the fucking thing, it says right here that this is one of many fossils that have been found there for decades, because it's just a place that we know these things were found. And you're acting like this one tooth is this breakthrough. That, like, no, the story is we found another fucking fossil. That's the story. Like, what?
The grifting,
God, I hate that shit so much. And of course, that video's got 10 million views. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, them and the AI, the grifting psychomers and the AI slop era is eating really well right now, much to the detriment of everybody else on the platform who has a shred of respect for what science is and how it works. To me, it's like, you know how sometimes you'll encounter someone who's religious, and to them it's like the levels of bad are like, atheist is pretty bad, but what's even worse than that are denominations of my own religion that aren't mine. You know what I mean? It's like people who are close enough, and then they're like, I actually hate them more because the atheist is ignorant, but those guys know better. This is me with the This is me with the grifting psychomers. It's like the creationists are bad, but at least they're ignorant for the most part. Not all of them, but some of them are ignorant on what they're saying. The grifting psychomers, I know they know better. I know that you know what you're saying is incorrect, and you know it too, but it just gets the views, you know? There used to be a Twitter user back when I was living in hell who was like that too.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Can I tell you something completely, just, it's totally out of left field. It's just completely random. It has nothing to do with anything. But I mentioned my grandma a minute ago, and when we were on the call with Keith and they were talking about terminal lucidity, I pulled that up, and I just know I have this. I was closing tabs over here from the show where I'm pulling up a million tabs to look stuff up as we're going. And here I have the tab for terminal lucidity pulled up, and I was stifling laughter when I was reading this, because it's all about how this is a surge in clarity and energy before death that's associated with neurodegenerative conditions that lead to dementia and like all this stuff. And suddenly they react to loved ones. They speak coherently. They express needs and wants and all these different things that they weren't able to do before. My grandma died with dementia. And she, for years, was going downhill, losing her mind slowly. And it was really fucking rough. And she finally went to it was a hospice center specifically for that. And so she went to this place to die. And the last interaction I had with her, I went there and I went to visit her on my way to work. And she died like shortly after I left. If it wasn't, it might have been the next day, or if not a few hours after I left, she died. But I went there to visit her, and I remembered that, like, with you there's a ton of really cool stuff about, like, if you hear like music or whatever from your past, like they kind of come back a little bit. And so I was there and I was trying to talk to her, and she was just babbling about nonsense. Like, she was saying stuff about like power and money and just things that made no sense. And so I recited a poem that she used to put me to bed with when I was a kid. And she woke up, and she just suddenly was talking to me, and she's like telling me that, but she loved me, and like she said some really sweet things I'm not going to dig into here because it's not the point. But like, she had this very lucid moment with me, and I left, and then she died. And now I'm reading like, this, and
wait,
did I cause it? Did I cause it? Because here's the thing. I'm reading this, and as I'm reading this, my first hypothesis, I don't know anything about this, but I just think like, oh, I wonder if the sudden burst in clarity is like this burst of brain activity, and that that requires a lot of metabolism, and maybe she burned a lot of energy and then she died. And now I'm thinking, maybe this sweet story, I actually recited this poem and put a nail in her coffin, you know? Like, what if that was what happened?
No.
If I brought it out in her and I burned the last little bit of energy she had in her brain and she croaked immediately and it's my fault. And that's why I was laughing about it. If you go back and watch that call, when Erika's talking to Keith, I'm reading, and then suddenly I'm like holding my because I'm, oh fuck, I killed my grandma. That's what happened.
Yeah, what's the
Oh man.
Oh my god. Wait, that's the you remember the trolls meme, the "'cause music killed my grandma" that was viral a while back?
No.
That's
what was
true.
that?
It's from the Trolls movie, the movie with the little trolls with the hair, and there's this clip where the troll that's played by Justin Timberlake, it's revealed. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to get into the plot. He has this line where he's like, "'Cause music killed my grandma, okay?" And now I'm thinking that might be more common than we thought. That music is out here.
I'm talking about. It's terrifying.
It's taken him out. It's taken him out one by. Although, to be fair, if I was living with a neurodegenerative disorder, I would not be upset if my kid came in or my grandkid came in and they told me a sweet poem, and then I was like, I'm giving up the ghost. You know, after that, that's just too much for me.
It's a fun way to die. By the way, if anybody wants to remember my grandma today, the poem is "Song of Hiawatha." That's what she used to read to me all the time. So like, check that. It's a neat story as well. By the shores of. No, we're still rambling about my fucking dead grandma and how dead she is.
We're rambling.
She's real dead. I sincerely hope she's dead, at least, because they disposed of her body quite some time ago. We've got $5 Canadian from Sad Geek. What?
No, I was just gonna say, if I had a nickel for every time that you went on a ramble of a dead relative and chortled and chuckled the entire time, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't very many, but it's weird that it happened twice.
You know, Dan Povenmire didn't even write that line. It was some intern came up with that, and he thought it was hysterical, and he put it in the show, and now it's like one of the most popular.
It is like the line that I remember from that show.
Because I've never seen it, but somebody said that. I've heard that so many times. I Googled it, found out where it's from, and I texted Dan. I'm like, you fucking did this? I've heard this my whole life. He's like, I didn't even write it, bitch. That's not even me. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, that's that is hysterical.
$5 Canadian from Sad Geek. Can you guys explain the relationship between a hypothesis, a theory, and a law? I know, but I wonder if theist callers might benefit from that info. Do you want to start, or you want me to? I got my whiteboard ready.
I mean, yeah. If you want to use the whiteboard, or I can just go through it. The basic gist of it is you make an observation about something that's happening. You come up with a hypothesis, which is effectively like an if-then relationship. You're like, well, I think that this is happening because X, Y, Z. The next step of the scientific method is usually you create, design an experiment to actually test that hypothesis. Before you actually test it, you make a bunch of predictions about what you think is going to happen beforehand. That's super critical. If that hypothesis is shown to be correct, congratulations, you can publish on it. And if that happens a gazillion times, where that same hypothesis and that same idea is tested by a bunch of different independent observers through space and time, it will graduate eventually to becoming a theory, which is essentially a unified way of understanding why something happens. A law is something that a theory never becomes. A law is something different. A law is explaining how something happens, and it's usually mathematical in nature. So people always think that it's like a Pokemon evolution, where hypothesis evolves into theory, which evolves into law, but not so. A hypothesis is just the first step, or rather the second step of the scientific method, and theories and laws are explaining why and what is happening in different ways.
There you go. Yeah, it's really important to remember that theories don't become laws when they're proven. That's the big thing. My favorite example is gravity. So the law of gravity is that F's of G is equal to negative G times M1, M2 divided by R squared. So we have here a set the force of gravity, F of G, is equal to a set gravitational constant, which was derived by Newton, times the mass of any two objects multiplied together over the distance between them squared. This is what we call the inverse square law, right? So I can take the Earth and the Moon. I can take the two Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy. I can take me and my microphone. Any two objects, and take their mass and the distance between them, put them together in this way, multiply them by this set gravitational constant. The negative is because it's pulling down. And I have now the force of gravity. This is the law of gravity. It tells you what is happening. And I can tell with anything what is happening. Doesn't tell me jack shit about why, right? If I want to know how something is happening, that's where the theory of gravity comes in. And the theory of gravity is all special relativity. We have space-time as this, some sort of a plane which is bending and warping around massive objects and pulling other massive objects down towards their center. That is the theory of gravity. And the theory of gravity is still being studied by scientists today. We're learning more and more about it every single day, understanding how it works. So that's the major difference, because people always tell me, like, oh, evolution is just a theory. It's not a law. I'm like, yeah, bitch. So is gravity, germs, cells, plate tectonics, atoms, the earth going around the sun. You pick your favorite. They're all fucking theories, dude. That's the theory doesn't mean guess. Like, it's not how it works.
You will hear grown adults say this shit on podcast. Like, I can't tell you the number of podcast bros that I have heard say exactly that. It's just a theory. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, probably Theo Vaughn, but I don't know for sure. I mean, like, it's every nitwit under the sun who's saying this shit. And it's like, may I introduce to you an elementary school, tail end of elementary school, but elementary school textbook that can tell you what a theory is and what a hypothesis is. 5 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate. Chromosome 2, is that referring to poop in your genes? Sorry, not sorry, Erika. This is so low effort, it is unbelievable. Reverend Nate, how much ATP did you actually waste thinking about this and typing it up? I'm coming to your house with a gun. It's going to be an airsoft gun. That is so gross, Forrest. Why did you pick the diarrhea one? You could have picked any sound effect.
I have other ones.
Okay, those are better. Those are better.
Yeah,
those are like funny. Like, that's like that's like a little. Yeah, that's just
the
like
one in there.
That's like food poisoning kind of farting. This one's yours. Read it. Suffer.
$10 from Arcane Goat. Why did the primate stand upright? It was tired of monkeying around. That's what's up. Walking on all fours isn't even monkeying around. $10 from William Shaw, because it's not isolated to monkeys, of course. Careful, Forrest, when you mention puns, Erika goes from Gutsy Gibbon to Furious George. That is true. I made a joke about this on my channel when I was talking about some creationists who had messed something up a while back, but it's like, Monster Hunter World, when you're fighting monsters, sometimes the monsters, like, enrage, and then they're, like, way meaner, and they hit harder, and they're faster, and all that kind of stuff. That's what a pun does to me. That's like it activates my attack mode. Yeah.
You're all my targets. Don't give me time to dwell on it.
I was looking something up and I didn't hear the end of that. But I heard you threatening people, and that tells me that I'm in the right time to come back to this and remind you, my dear friend from all the way over there in Arkansas, that if you find baklava under the ground, it's actually Bach magma. $10 from William Shaw. Careful, Forrest. When you mention puns, Erika goes from Gutsy Gibbon.
Awesome job, you moron. We already
George.
read this one. You loser.
I was looking something up. Damn it.
That's what puns
I was looking
do
something up and I missed you reading it. Fucking $5. Well, it's not my fault. It's the producer's fault for not shuffling it through for me. That's their fault. I'm just a fucking idiot that just reads the teleprompter in front of me. I don't think.
I just sit here so hard for us. They work so hard for us, Forrest. Shame him again in the chat. Chat, shame him again. Immediately to the stocks.
Shame him.
He deserves him again. Shame him now.
5 monarchy bucks from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Does the existence of Mormons imply the existence of lesmans? What about just the right level of muns? I suppose lesmans, but I said lesmans, which is lesbian Mormons, I guess. I don't know.
that's where my mind went immediately. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how they make that work. I'm sure there are some lesbian Mormons out there. I'm sure there are.
Probably.
There gotta be.
They won't admit it. They won't tell you, but
either that or the cognitive dissonance is extremely powerful. We have $10 from June Bramley. Hooray, Forrest and Erika on SkepTalk. Happy birthday to me. Second birthday of the night. Happy birthday. We bring out the animatronics and the big cake and do a little birthday. Now, wait a second.
I got it.
June, I remember.
I'm using the soundboard tonight. We're using the soundboard a whole lot.
I was going to threaten to do horrible things to you with the soundboard, but we'll wait till the next time you try to make a joke. June, I remember last time you were on here, you were making a pun joke, and I joked about how I was going to kill you with your mug, but a big mug, a massive version of it. And you know that ceramics that large are very hard to fire. $5 from Space Barbarian. Wait, this is you.
$5 from Space Barbarian. Thank you for a warning to what the fuck? Thank you for the warning to avoid high seas literature searches. What are we talking about? High seas.
Yarg, like yo ho ho, piracy.
I see.
Channel.
That makes sense because that's
Remember, folks, on the map, what you want to avoid is it's scihub.se. That's the one you want to avoid, especially because that's the working link. $10 from DJ Rat Girl Tika. The first conditioned response isn't you. It's what you do after that is the real you. Quote from Forrest Valkai. Thank you, Forrest, for the breakthrough. Make me read the super chat gassing Forrest up when I'm irritated with him. Horrible. Unforgivable. Is that like that? That activates my gag read. That is disgusting. So gross.
$5 Canadian from Quantum Chaos. I thought I would feel different after my vasectomy, but the truth is there wasn't a vas deferens. You know what's crazy about that? They're not called vas deferens anymore. They're called ductus deferens now because vas means like bowl or container, and that doesn't make any sense. They're ducts, so they're called ductus deferens now.
Feel foolish, Quantum Chaos puns yet again lead you astray. $5 from June Bramley. A pair of interesting. Seems we're going to bring back the mug torture that I mentioned earlier. A pair of crows was arrested in my town today. They've been charged with attempted murder. The way that I'm thinking about this, June, the way that I'm envisioning it is it's sort of like, you remember that old game Mousetrap, the Hasbro game, where at the end, the little mouth toys, you pull the little thing and then the cage falls on them? This is what I'm going to do to you. But it's a comically large ceramic mug that's been reinforced with steel beams. And then that falls on you. And you're very hurt. You survive, but it's not pretty.
You're hurt here more than anywhere else. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
You know how disappointed I am. That's what really stings.
$5 from duly elected President Starscream. What do you get when you mix an ape's inefficient digestive tract with a plant fiber-based diet? Coprophagia. No doke. Here's just a gross fun fact. I mean, at the end of the day,
gorillas
it helps.
They will eat their own poop a lot. They will shit into their hand and then they're like, huh. And then they chow down on it. Very common in grass and leaf eaters. $9.99 from Outwitted by Fish. Erika, you'd pun too if you could, but you don't, ergo you can't. Therefore, send not to know for whom the modus tollens. It tollens for thee. And with that, I'm Dawn. Okay, I know that there's some literary puns in here. I'm not happy to see them. What you need to know is that I used to make puns. That's my dark secret. You want to hear that? You can find some on my YouTube channel. One time I was doing a video on limestone, and when I was going to say, you know what I mean, I said, you know what lime mean? Like limestone. I did several of these. One time I said bona fide, and it was my video on dog evolution, and I said bona fido, right? But here's what I realized. I'm through living for you people. I'm through making these jokes because they make you happy when I know they suck. I made those jokes not on my own volition, but due to peer pressure, and you won't see them anymore. So I can make them actually Outwitted by a Fish. There's a history of it. I regret it very much. This is like this part of my story arc where I'm recovering from the evil things that I did in my past. I've been my redemption arc. This is my redemption arc.
Through living for you people is fucking hysterical. $5 Canadian from Reverend Nate. Spiders' dreams about their favorite webinars. That's really good. It's really good. I heard one recently that made me smile. What's a kidnapper's favorite shoes?
I don't know, kids baby size?
White Vans.
Oh, okay. Ha ha ha, because they kidnap kids. That's at least clever. It's at least clever-ish
Right?
because I had to think
I
about
love
it.
that one.
Because whenever you hear spider and internet, I'm coming after our previous super chatter. Whenever you hear spider and internet, you're like, it's gonna be a joke about the web. That's it. It's gonna be a joke about the web. I hear a joke combining pencils with poop. Number 2 pencil. Like that. What's going on in between the ears? $5 from June Bramley. I know you don't want to hear about Ursine fractals anymore, but it bears repeating. Every time you make one of these, June, I want you to know that another iron bar reinforces the big ceramic cup. And those are so heavy.
You know what makes me smile is the fact that at the beginning of this stream, I said that when it comes to 10 o'clock, which is now 4 minutes after 10 o'clock, that I might just have to bounce and let you finish up the show, which means you would be reading all of the puns. if I I'm just saying. I'm not gonna.
People will get their money's worth. They'll get their money's worth, but their money's worth is me threatening them. They know that this is true. And do you know what? This past weekend, here's what I learned. This past weekend, while I was at the haunted corn maze, which was a wonderful experience, it was in Missouri, which, you know, Missouri isn't great, but that's fine. I went there. Chapel Roan's from there, so that makes it a little better, I guess. There was it wasn't a competition. There was a section in the corn. Well, it wasn't in the corn maze. It was on the site because you paid money to get in, and then you could do all of their stuff. They had a test your strength section, and in this test your strength section, you could see if you were city slicker strong, which it's raising a big bale of hay on this big metal like plate. So I checked that. You bet your ass I'm city slicker strong. Second one, are you cowboy strong? Okay, I get up there, easy peasy. Actually, it wasn't easy. It was pretty hard. But yes, I'm cowboy strong. Finally, I went to the hardest one because I wanted to see if I could do it. And those of you who know my lore, you know I go to the gym. I go to the gym a lot because I'm trying to get to 8 pull-ups, and I can do 5 right now. But I'm getting closer, but I'm not all the way there yet. I haven't maxed out my gains. I'm not just city slicker strong. I'm not just cowboy strong. I'm farm boy strong. I lifted the most bales of hay that they had to test, which was, granted, not that many bales of hay. But I need you to know that when I have to lift that big ceramic mug to crush you, June, I'm farm strong. I'll do it. I will lift it hand over hand as I pull it. And I'll have a big old grin on my face when I drop it and send you to sad person purgatory something. $5 from Mr. Barikua 10. Okay, I fucking love bumblebees, and the fact that they play is absolutely adorable. They nap in flowers too. Ack. I are dead from the cuteness. That's fair. And they're very cute. Wild. I love that the science gateway drug for so many people is just bugs are neat, and they are.
They are. They absolutely are. $4.99 from QA Colin 1. Do jumping spiders dream of winged sheep, woolly aphids, perhaps? There's also developing plans for a fiber artists fighting oppression sit-in DC. Right on.
Please
fiber artists.
Save us, fiber artists. We need all the help we can get. £5 from Barbara Barrett. The company of those seeking the truth is preferable to that of those who believe they've found it. It's true.
That's what's up.
I totally unrelated, but isn't it weird that the only social media platform that the current president will use is one that he created called Truth Social? Weird. It's weird how that works.
Right. $9.99 for Outwitted by Fish. When making whipped cream, one has to thrash the cream for several minutes before the first sign of stiffening shows up. So is the first person to whip cream a scientist or just a lacto-sadist? I think the fact that the cream gets stiff by being whipped in that way is really what tells you everything you need to know about it, you know?
I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum.
Whipped cream.
$10 from Ben Baker. What did you guys think of Jane Goodall? Surprised you didn't mention her passing. Thanks for all you do. You missed it. We already did Jane Goodall today. We already talked about her. And also, in honor of her, specifically because of that, I'm wearing my Jane shirt. Jane
Hell
was
yeah.
awesome. I said this on Blue Sky, and you can go back to hear my thoughts on her. She was really, really incredible and pioneering in so much. And people can point at, there are things that she did wrong, and there are things that everyone does wrong, and there are things that you can point to that are going to make any legacy imperfect. But insofar as a person can walk the walk, I think Jane did. And what I'll say is that somebody is beloved when they die at age 90 fucking 1, and it still seems like it's too soon. She was really incredible. I wish she could have lived to be 100, but dying peacefully while you're out doing what you love. She was literally on tour, girl boss, queen, diva of the year. I mean, she literally never quit. Died on her feet. Not literally.
Live your life in a way that Jane Goodall wouldn't want to put you on a rocket. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Did you see that interview? Tight as all hell.
I did.
Went out. Cool
just ultimately, like, completely based, essentially beginning 10. Again, there are issues you can point to, but as far as legacies can be imperfect, hers is really, really good, you guys. It's really good. She made mistakes, but it's really good. $5 from the Atheist Mechanic. Science. Oh, wait, this is you. I read the last one.
$5 Atheist Mechanic. Fuck.
That's good to know.
Me,
Thank
dude.
you.
Science gets better with better science. Religion can't make the same claim. Blessed be the monad. Hell yeah. That's
true. $4.99 from Kate122. Erika, just finished watching your live Fight Laugh Feast videos. What has been the most disheartening video you two have made? Oh man. Honestly, it's probably a toss-up between those Fight Laugh Feast videos, because covering that, you guys need to know that when I made those videos, that was pre-election. In fact, at the very end of the video, you can hear me saying, I'm stressed out because we're leading up to the election. Hopefully, whenever you're watching this, things are better for you than they are for me. That age like milk. But that being said, many of the people who are close friends and indeed advisors to the people, to the absolute slime, to the human garbage that I covered in that series, I'm not talking creationist. I'm talking like absolute just wastes of oxygen on this planet, truly making the place worse by being here. Those guys are advising actual people in office right now. They are directly influencing the decisions that are happening and impacting all of us, which makes it extremely scary. So either that one, or similar vein, the one that I did on the war on science, not necessarily the war on science, but the war on the NIH and the NSF, which that's probably going to go through, which sucks.
$5 from Jasmine Caleb. The Forrest and Erika, you two help me teach my 13-year-old more about than his teachers do. The ADHD brain functions well with your words. Big thanks. I don't know if I have ADHD or not. I've never been diagnosed. And I think it's really funny. I say that because I'm being honest, and I don't want to claim anything that I don't know, but I think it's really funny that I have to be honest and claim that and like explain that, because here's a fun fact about me. My whole life, I sometimes will get caught up spelling things that people say to me, whatever words they're saying. I will spell those words in my head, and I will be so focused on spelling everything that they say that I don't listen to anything that they say, and I will miss a lecture because I was busy spelling everything the professor said in my head. Fun fact about Forrest. Yeah, it's wild. I'll be in a class, and I don't know what the professor said for the past 20 fucking minutes because I've been spelling everything she said. And it's awful.
Is brutal.
Awful. Don't know if I have ADHD, though. Not quite sure. Haven't been diagnosed yet.
That's good. That's a good caveat. $4.99 from Hannah Hodgkins. Yay, I'm star stuff. No wonder I'm so gassy. Erika, please don't come and find me for the bad joke. It's a kill drive. I can't stop it. When I see this kind of thing, it just activates something in me. I'm like the It Follows monster. So I'm sorry, but I'm gonna find you and probably drop a giant mug on you. Well, maybe not a giant mug. Maybe it will be more whimsical. Like a big bag full of Jolly Ranchers or something. Those are heavy. Wait, this is you.
So my wife is texting me, reminding me that I was supposed to have a hard stop. The $10 from she's so sweet, Tyson. As a Buddhist,
tell Amber I tried my best. By the way, don't let Amber think that this is my responsibility. I tried. I put in the Discord. I was keeping you on task.
Erika is keeping me here against my will. Got it.
Amber's going to know you're lying about that. She knows that I would never.
$10 from Taizen. As a Buddhist, hearing it compared with Abrahamic faith is odd to me. Buddhism demands no obedience to cosmic kings or makes any claims of universal origin is more akin to cultural sociology. I've always heard that like it was more of a philosophy than a religion, but that's the whole thing. Next, go quickly. I gotta study.
It is the whole thing. $5 from Draven Dresden. No results found. Enter Homer Simpson kneeling meme so far. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, now you will have some fanfic. Congratulations. These people will go in this evil chat.
I can't wait to never look at it. $9.99 from Taylor Lay. I told my wife I wish I could go back in time and tell myself how cool it would be to pursue a career in science. She explained that we think science is cool, not because we think science is cool because we are not cool. This is news. Bullshit. Cool people do science.
That is true. And lame people do science too. And people who don't do science can be cool or lame. Humans are painfully diverse in our relative levels of cool and lameness. $10 from Misha A. I hate AI, but useful to clarify generative AI is the enemy. There are tons of things AI is generally helpful and valid for, but not when it steals creatives' works. I think that's a great way of summing it up.
Listen to our talk with Seth, and we give all that nuance in that thing. $5 from Kate Space BRB. I'm going to AO3 to write Forrest Valkai fanfic. I don't know how serious that is the problem. So like,
you know that's a real threat. I know you know that. $5
you know
from
what, though?
Sapphic Hazard.
I'll make a Patreon stream, a patrons only thing where I read it aloud and fucking everyone will just hate that, but I'll make a lot of money off it. What'll happen.
People reading their own fanfic actually goes so hard. That's the thing. Like, you joke, but people would actually love that. If you need help foresting an abbreviation, I'm pretty sure you could farm that task out to chat. Always many suggestions. That's true. Chat goes absolutely berserk whenever you do the first abbreviation. They love that. They love it. I don't know why, but they love it.
Already! I just checked it. It's already there. Forrest Valkai meets the monad and dissects a boy. There's already a story.
And dissects a boy. Wow. They're really staying. Man. They're really going places with the lore. They're really expanding the, what would it be? The FCU, the cinematic universe. The Forrest cinematic universe.
Kate Space, go to bed. Fucking $7.99 in ass dollars. Darren McAuliffe. Forrest is a liar or a hypocrite. He says French isn't real language, but he pronounces herb as herb in English. The H in fucking monarchy English, the H isn't silent. I'm a fucking free American. I don't know what a kilometer is, and I don't want to know. How dare you tell me to pronounce an H just to not be like the goddamn French? Fuck off. Next one.
You know what? We don't have time. I can't even begin to dissect the psychology behind why you have that specific button, but that's fine. $10 from Regato. My new SUV has so many cool new features today, but I already know this is Regato, so this is going to piss me off. Today I put it in reverse and it showed me a video of someone getting run over. Regato.
Nice.
You've sealed your fate.
Nice.
That's how I'm going to destroy
really
you, by backing over you in a comically large, like a crazy coupe. That's what I'm going to do.
$5 from the atheist mechanic. Eddie is now the monad. Hell yes.
That is true. Lore-wise, that is true. $7.99 Australian dollars from Darren McAuliffe. Would have been great if the kid said, "This is God. Here's how to convince people I'm real," instead of just Eddie.
Right?
Yeah. There are better ways to go about it, I think. The plan is a little sort of rigged together. $25 from Red Shrek. Erika, since AIG gave up on trying to science the heat problem, have there been any further attempts by the YEC crowd to address it via science instead of appearing to miracles? Red Shrek, you will be pleased to know that the video that I'm working on right now, which is called The Desperation of Modern Creationism, and it's about 3 specific case studies of various levels of desperation that I've seen from them, includes Donnie Deals and the guys over at Standing for Truth's recent attempt to solve the heat problem. They are actually working with Brian Nichol, friend of the late Walt Brown, who just died. He was the guy who proposed hydroplate as a hypothesis. And some of this stuff that they are saying Would it shock you to hear that they're proposing that the reason Neanderthals and humans differ the way that they do in our genomes and the way that it is explicable under the young Earth creationist timescale is that Neanderthals lived in radioactive caves and that some of that radiation actually impacted the food that they were eating, which hypermutated them. And that radiation exists because of accelerated nuclear decay that happened during the flood. And yes, they have bounced back around to the hydroplate model, which, by the way, does not attempt to solve the heat problem. Instead, it is the home of the original heat problem estimate in joules, which translated to hydrogen bombs. Walt Brown proposed that the amount of heat that would have been released in his model of the Genesis flood is approximately, you ready for this? 5,000 trillion hydrogen bombs. But you heard that right. 5,000 trillion with a T hydrogen bombs. That's the equivalent of heat that would have been released during Walt Brown's version of the Genesis flood. And that is because it required doing all sorts of nefarious, stupid bullshit anyways. The latest attempt is just as dumb as all the other attempts. But no, the official orgs, they're calling it miraculous. Is what it is.
But you don't understand. You don't understand. A 13-month-old baby said the word Eddie, and you got to know that. $5 from Inane Glory. I knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody who said Eddie once. Supernatural must be true. Couldn't be anything else. That literally was the call. And I don't know.
Liar. $5 from Tsar Nirenkar. Keith called in a different day and gave the exact same example, and people told him he was wrong, and he called in again, redonk. Why does that not surprise me?
$5 from Reverend Nate. What the fuck? That ass vagina gonad nut super chat was from months ago. Why is it showing up now? Jimmy's fault. Jimmy Snow's fault.
That's true. As everything is.
Mm-hmm.
$4.99 from Smokey. So excited to see this duo back together. Make sure that you show up for the charity stream this weekend if you want to see all of this pain and suffering, but for 12 hours instead of 4. We're going to beat our record. Like, definitely, we're going to beat it.
She literally just lied to your stupid face. No, tune in for the charity stream this weekend to donate so that you can then watch the 12-hour stream with her and I the next weekend, is what she's saying. That's the key, the difference there. Oh, she died also. It's either, is she dead or am I dead?
No, it's me. I'm dead. Can you hear me still?
No, keep it. Yeah, I can hear you, but keep that as the screenshot.
Oh, the whole thing? Are we both frozen? Are we both killed?
I'm checking.
Oh my god.
100 years, we know a lot more than we do. Oh, she died. I heard my dumb face. Oh no, yeah, I can hear you. We are both frozen.
Wow, it's a good frame to be frozen on, I think.
You're
very accusatory. This is very aggressive. I look like I'm sticking my tongue out at you. I think I am. Wow. Should we refresh or?
Nah.
Should we? In the meantime,
I hate how much I'm hearing this whole. I'm hearing 3 versions of this on repeat.
This is what it would be like if we did a podcast. It would just be a worse version of this show.
I'm telling you, dude. We should do it after we both graduate. We should do a podcast. We're going to call it PhD's Nuts, and it's going to be awesome.
Forrest, I need to tell you that PhD's Nuts would appeal exclusively to the millennials, and we need to reach Gen Z, and we need to reach Gen Alpha. They are the ones that need us more than anything. So it can't be PhD's Nuts. We have to include 6-7. We have to include Yachting Up the Rizzler in Ohio. We have to include, there's so much stuff that they just won't know about these nuts. They don't even know about Damn Daniel. They barely know about Road Work Ahead. I sure hope it does. I mean, there's just example after example of things that they don't get. Forrest, they are romanticizing right now. I saw a TikTok about this. It was reposted to Instagram because I am old. And it was people
the audience can hear us.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking all right. Well, whatever. Go on. What were you saying? I apologize.
It's just for them too. They need to understand this too, so that they need to feel my pain. It wasn't a joke. It was played completely straight. It was an Instagram video, and on the video, they were like, it was like this slideshow, like sort of like a jokey slideshow of a bunch of aesthetic fucking wall shit from Tumblr. about being a teenager in 2016. So it was like layered hair and like, Hot Topic and Twilight and Harambe and like all this shit. And it was like, boy, I sure wish that I was a teenager in 2016. That would have been like the coolest time ever to be a teen. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow, this is pretty funny because clearly this is a joke. And then I went to the comments section and it was just full of youngsters talking about how epic and amazing it would have been to be a teenager in 2016. I was a teenager in 2016. That shit sucked a lot. I mean, it was also great in some ways.
I've got so many videos of people like dressing up as scene kids and listening to like Mr. Brightside by the Killers, and they're like, "Oh, it would have been amazing to be a child." And it's like, dude, no, you don't understand. Go use a Motorola Razr for a second and tell me how badly you want to be back in this timeline. Like, no,
they wouldn't be able to handle it because the thing is the dopamine hits were so much farther and fewer between. Like when we were kids, you had to be bored sometimes, right? Like sometimes there just wasn't shit to do. Internet was slow, right? Sometimes it was dial-up for like earlier. Cell phones weren't smartphones. They called and they texted, but it was like old school texting. I mean, the social media came out when I was like, I don't know. I guess I don't know how old I was when it came out. What I'm trying to say is I'm too young to be doing Get Off My Lawn and back in my day. But they're forcing my hand. Anyways, what should we do about this?
Since everybody out there is just listening to this, did you know that enzymes can facilitate catalysis through one of 5 different mechanisms? One is acid-base catalysis with proton donation. Number 2 is covalent catalysis, transient covalent attachment between enzyme substrates. Number 3 is metal catalysis, metal ions facilitating reaction with specific charges. Number 4 is proximity orientation, which is just turning reactants into the correct orientations to create more successful collisions. That's the entire way that chemical reactions happen in the first place. And then number 5 is transition state binding, preferentially binding to transition states to keep the activation energy throughout the entire course of the reaction low. That's what I should be studying right now, but instead I'm staring at a picture of me pointing weirdly and Erika putting her tongue out, and that's my life at this moment as a doctoral student. What are we doing?
Today I saw boobs. I don't know. I'm waiting for whatever this thing, VMix. VMix needs to fix. I don't know, people are enjoying.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go.
Forrest. You're gonna leave me to handle this
just a second.
myself?
I'll get
Okay,
you first.
all right.
I'm gonna go.
Let me think. What's going on with me that I could share with you guys? Do I have anything fun?
Yeah, you talk. I'm gonna go bust the hottest of Wazzes, and then I'm gonna come back in here. We'll do as much as I can before I have to leave.
That is just. I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to hear it described that way. That's okay. Whatever. Forrest is already gone. Can't hear me anymore.
Give me one of those.
Yeah, we can hear you, and I can hear Forrest shitting his pants over there too. Just absolutely shitting. Okay, let me think. What am I doing right now? Okay, you guys, I'm watching The Sopranos. I'm sure you guys will be really interested to hear about that. I'm on season 4. It's a pretty good show. I feel myself saying gabagool a lot more and doing Italian stuff, which I'm not Italian, so that's probably not okay. I did watch the episode recently where they talk about how they're upset that the indigenous population in New Jersey is protesting against Columbus Day because Columbus is Italian, and so they're upset because they're like, he's a part of our heritage, And then it was a fun little commentary because this is from 2001. And then the moral of the story at the end is like, they're like, yeah, I guess Columbus was kind of a piece of shit. So that was kind of funny to see. What else is going on with me? Recently, you guys are going to be thrilled to hear this. I'm going to flex on all of you, so I'm sorry you have to hear this. I recently made a huge purchase. This is big life-changing stuff for me. It's something that I've wanted for a really, really, really long time. My husband and I finally splurged, and now we have our own, at long last, 12-foot-tall Home Depot skeleton with LCD eyes. He's standing in our front yard. His eyes dart around. He looks amazing. The trick-or-treaters are going to go ballistic this year for this guy. He was honestly much harder to set up than you might think. Fortunately, I'm quite large, so a 12-foot-tall Home Depot skeleton is kind of nothing for me. And I'm, of course, quite strong as well, so it was fine. But what you need to know is that this 12-foot-tall Home Depot skeleton is currently weighed down with sandbags in our front yard because we live kind of in the forest, and I'm a little bit worried that like a big tree is going to fall on him. And that's like my most prized possession. It's not really easy to have your most prized possession being sitting like out in the front lawn. Like I can't like keep him stowed away. Other people need to enjoy him too. You know, his eyes have all these different settings, but really only like 2 of them are good. I can't justify the purchase, to be perfectly honest. But my husband was like, oh, okay. All right, I'm doing super chats. Bottom up. Forrest almost KO'd my wife. Okay, Forrest almost KO'd my wife with an 18-month-old, saying my late grandfather, Eddie, and her laugh is worth another $5. Yeah, that's true. When Forrest did the Eddie baby talk, that was pretty good. Okay, you got Draven Dresden's here.
I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book on anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Biology is the only subject where multiplication and division are the same thing. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna kill you. Another one from Draven Dresden. I once read a job advert for the Sato-Necro Bestialitist. I was curious until I realized I'd be beating a dead horse. I get it. I get
That's
it because all of those are all different kinks / I don't even know what you would call. I don't think I would call necrophilia and bestiality kinks. Illegal acts combined into a pun. Phenomenal. Adding that to your list of crimes. Your God Sinner, $10?
Thank y'all. I understand. If I understand right, we don't know when the next human comes from unless we find a way to force it. We will only see some advantages we have from a distant ancestor from Kara. We can already see trends in human evolution right now. I mean, that's that we're getting bigger and bigger heads, we're getting taller and things like that. But like when you talk about forcing it, you are talking about like reproductive advantage. That's what you're necessarily discussing. And until you can say humans who do this are going to have more babies, then like you're not going to have evolution in that way.
Reverend Nate for $5. In the immortal words of the poet Jimi Hendrix, let your freak flag fly. That is so true.
Hell yeah.
Rest in peace. Wait, isn't Jimi Hendrix still alive? Okay, you take the next one.
Appreciate you both dealing with long COVID. If the New Testament were a New Testament, God, if the new treatment works and I get my life back, I'm going to go to school for anthropology and archaeology. Also,
Let's
Erika,
go!
my cat's name is Zagreus.
Zagreus. Gotta be, right? Gotta be Zagreus. That is a badass name for a cat. Googling.
Very cool name.
Let's see. Alicia Hollywood. I just want to get Erika to call my pup cute. So I can actually barely see your pup, but I can tell that this pup is a German Shepherd, and the classic German Shepherd airplane ears up in the sky. Very, very cute. Love this puppy. Clearly a good dog.
I am currently wearing a fucking awesome alien head just in case the video starts back up, and I don't think it's going to, and I'm just hot now. Are Erika and Forrest actually reading soups before I go to bed? Got to get my $10 in, having watched all 4,000 hours when you two are on. I love learning. Fuck yeah. Tune in for the super long show when we raise enough money.
It's going to happen. Tsar Nirenkar for $5 Canadian. A brutal news shout out. Forrest, what do you think of the Kyrandia series playthrough? Big pinky pants. This is Greek to me. Maybe you are online.
Okay. Brutal Moose is my favorite YouTuber by a lot. And I actually haven't seen the Kyrandia series yet. I'm currently watching him play the house call-in thing show game. I forgot what it was called. Okay, I'm clicking.
Already in here. Sorry, folks, we're doing a thing. Trying to fix this. I exited out of the other one, so I hope that's okay.
I just did the same thing. I'm now on this stream instead.
Hopefully this is good. Yeah. Oh!
Hey!
That is a big alien head.
Yeah.
I got a pocket watch to hypnotize you guys with.
Hey.
We're ready to do super chats when they start popping up.
We'll get back to it shortly.
Don't forget to donate to the Dirty Stream, or else I'll never bring you out of your hypnotism. Is this working? Are you feeling relaxed? Wait, I think it has to be open.
Please.
Hold on.
Please let me die. I've just got to do. I've got so much homework due tomorrow. I've got to get up at 5 a.m. and drive across.
Dude, get out of here. I can handle the rest.
Hey, you want to see some really cool shit though?
It's 30 minutes past. I can handle the rest, Forrest.
Okay,
I will
really
be entertaining enough. People want to hear more about my Home Depot skeleton. I know they do. I know that's what they're asking for. That's a cute hat.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, we gotta check the Discord again. Keep reading from Discord. It says, okay, fine.
All right, we're
to understand. Now I can hear me too.
People want to hear more about.
What's happening?
That was just me saying that. I was just saying that. Okay, I found the right one. I'm doing the next one. Lexi Wolf for 50 USD. Holy mackerel. I want to say thank you guys. For the last 4 years, I wasn't so much of a Trump supporter, but I kind of felt like he wasn't bad. But as of recently, I've lost several friends over transphobia. I'm so over people who don't think we deserve rights. I'm sorry to hear that, Lexi Wolf. That fucking sucks. Losing family and friends over politics is brutal.
And inside is tomatoes. And my wife just popped her head and said, you better show them the best one. So I'm going to show you the second best one next.
Forrest, these are really cute, and I like them. But Lexi Wolf was bearing their heart out to us.
That is incredibly cool of them that they grew out of their Trump support, and that's amazing. But also, have you seen this hat?
Okay, he acknowledged. Just want that. Thank you, Lexi Wolf. The hats are both a reward for you and a punishment for me. So enjoy that. Actually, that's not true. I say that. I like the hats. I think the hats are little cute, like witchy cottagecore hats. I like that. But Forrest needs to get out of here. So keep going.
Well, I'm going to show you Amber's favorite is this one. It's got a frog on it.
I like that frog. Yeah, I know. I've literally been saying. I was about to say the same thing. You don't get to complain. He doesn't get to complain when he does this shit.
Well, the issue is that I've been on the thing for so long, I feel like if I leave now, I'm giving up. And so I'm trying to power through, but also we're having a weird situation, so I'm going to wear an alien head and some cool-ass witch hats. What do you want from me?
Witch hats are good. I want you to read the super
both are happy dorks. What are you saying?
You had it flipped up like a lunatic.
I put it down eventually. I look cool as all hell. Both are happy dorks. The given leans in with trees and joyous smiles around. Hell yeah.
It's true.
I think that's supposed to be a haiku.
It is a good haiku. Wait. Both are happy dorks. Thank you. Good job. Reverend Nate.
Get out of here.
$5 million. We find ancient specimens of Homo in the Arctic. We call those thominoids. I don't know if that's a pun, more of a rhyme. No, it's a pun. It's a pun. I'm commanding you now.
Will read it.
Jump into it.
The Forrest will read anything you put on the teleprompter. Hey, go fuck yourself, San Diego. And I mean it too.
Clip that if you want it. Misha A for $10 Australian said, my friend and I went to go visit a psychic as a joke. I knocked over the crystal ball on accident. Cost me a fortune. I wish it would have fallen on your head from 50 stories up.
That was really good, though, for real.
I wish it would have fallen on your toe from 3 feet up, hurting you.
I once observed an orangutan pick up her poop, dip it in water, and squeeze it into her mouth repeatedly. We don't kink shame here on the line.
Yeah, since they eat a lot of foliage, they've got a very spongy quality to their poop, so she was probably bored, unfortunately. And we do keep them in captivity, which is sad but true. Wait, which one are we doing next?
The next round of them.
Okay, shite. I think mine are out of order.
Check out the band Pale Saints, from the 90s. Check out the band Black Pumas from the Nows. They're really good. I'm through living for you people. I'm making these jokes because they make you happy, and I know they suck. Definitely. As one of the funnier things she said all night.
Yeah, funniest. Probably. But it's a tie because everything I say is really funny. June Bramley for $5 USD. You're an extraordinary story to illustrate how much harder you're going to almost kill me with an oversized bug. Simply wonderful. I'm very creative. That's one thing that my victims can say is that, they're not going to be bored. I'm going to be bored when I'm, ferrying you over to the other side. Also from June, I'm taking this one too, $5. Mm-hmm. But also, where does a mansplainer get his water from a, well, actually,
It's really good.
That one's okay. That one's okay. That one could have been worse.
Erika clearly loves puns. She's willing to keep those of us that make them close to her by force if necessary. True, you wouldn't capture somebody in a mug, in a strange mug-shaped torture device if you didn't want them to continue punning for you all day long.
Well, it's one of those things where I'm not capturing them. It's sort of like a hit and run with a giant mug. The only ones that I would capture and then sort of keep in my evil Gibbon dungeon would be the ones for which it's like truly egregious. And I don't know that I've definitely seen some. I just can't remember off the top of my head who's top of the list. It's around here somewhere. I should probably post it on the White House website or whatever. That's where the president seems to be keeping his list of enemies. From Overly Polite Rebel for $4.99. Hey, Eric, I'm sending you my very cute cat. Alaska Tiger Kit 5000? Is that the cat's name? As advanced penance, she's a munchkin ragdoll. She's queen of the house. If that's your cat's name, that is hysterical. I've always loved the name. I think I'm stealing this from a meme that I saw it on, but Inkjet Printer, HP Inkjet Printer is a great name for a cat. Or husband Luke and I have been talking about if we do get a cat, we really like the name Cornelius Cobb. I think that would be really cute, like Corn Cobb for short.
That's an excellent name. That's an excellent name for a cat.
It's a little cutester name, but that's down the line. Our 3 dogs would not go along with cats, so that later.
Good to know you chatlings. Well, good to know you chatlings. I've been Jolly Ranchered by Farm Boy Strong. Hell yeah.
You don't want to mess with Farm Boy Strong. I don't think you guys understand just how strong Farm Boy Strong is. There were a lot of bales of hay on there. So, and if I'm sure I would have been even more powerful were I in overalls wearing a straw hat, because that sort of ups your power level.
Farm Boy Strong sounds like a country rap album or something. You know what I mean?
It does. Either that or a very specific hub tab, but not the Sci-Hub tab. You know what I mean?
Amber is texting me to remind me that we used to have a pig named Snoot, and her full name would have been Snooter Computer, that we called her all the time. She was smart and had a good nose. Amber wants you to know. That's what she put she just texted me. We had a pig named Snooter Computer. She was smart and had a good nose.
And her little nose looks like the outlet that you would plug your computer into too. That's so cute. Thorvey Darwin for 10 USD. That's fucking adorable. Catching the end of chat and Erika threatening subs is Massachusetts? I don't know what that means. But
Massachusetts.
Yes,
it's right next to Vermont.
right. Yeah, I'm assuming that means wonderful. And I agree. Yes, I usually by the end of the show I'm threatening chat with ultraviolence. Okay.
What the fuck is that? I gotta move everything around so I can read the dumb shit you're putting on the screen. Whatever, me to remind everyone to donate to the SSA. Oh, fuck. Are you not seeing this?
Am
only I seeing this?
I tabbed it over. I see it now too. Okay, let's see.
Forrest, what do you want from me? And then Jimmy says, to remind everyone to donate to the SSA this week through their streams and to break $50,000 so there can be an all-day stream that probably won't break. Remember the time I was sick and Forrest thought it was funny to make me stay as long as possible even though I wanted to go to bed so bad? Me neither. Yeah, I also, and I'm not just saying this, genuinely don't remember that. But it sounds like something I would do.
That is some villain origin story, right? Where like the person who's becoming a villain, the hero has wronged them, or what is it? It's Mad Men.
Yes.
It's like, I don't think about you at all. That's evil, Forrest. You know that impacted Jimmy. I'm defending you out here. Remember that next time I do something horrible, like forget that I'm supposed to be on the show. Remember that next time.
Surely you never would have done that. Oh no, hold on. Let me go ahead and move everything around again so for Forrest to practice a good cartoon voice. You don't know what I can do. Maybe I gave you that one just out of spite. Wait, why are we on super chats already? It hasn't been 8 hours yet, has it? No, we're doing the short show today, and then come back later. We'll do the long show. That's the whole thing. It's the whole point.
Forrest has to study, but we keep giving him opportunities to leave, and he won't take any of them. From Perfectly Flawed for 5 USD.
Not a quitter.
Wait, where? Oh God. You just read this. Now I look like an idiot.
Yeah,
From the Fuzzy
see what
Logic
happens?
for 5 Great British pounds. Forced reading his fanfic on Patreon. Shut up and take my money. This is what I'm saying. One of you needs to make a really, 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 really funny one but like make sure that he doesn't know that it's you. And then that'll be worth your money for sure. Like that would be hysterical. I'm trying to think what you could do that I'm not really sure what Forrest hates. Find something he hates and then put that in there.
I just refreshed the page. I just refreshed the page on the fucking AO3 thing, and the one that's already about me already has 13 fucking views and 3 kudos, whatever. I guess kudos or likes. So congratulations to you, you fucking lunatics. What is this? Make you move all your windows again. Well, you've done it. Well, you've done it. God damn you. You piece of shit.
That's a W.
Okay.
It's a W.
With that, I am now, Amber is here and she's bringing me a phone telling me to go ahead and order pizza. So I'm going to be up all night. So with that, that's the end of the show, y'all. Erika, do you have anything for the very end? You want to say anything before we go?
I just want to let everybody know that if we have other super chats, we don't have access to them right now. So please, if we didn't read your super chat, I'm sorry. Bring it up to us in regular chat when we host our perfect, wonderful 12-hour show. And then Saturday, Saturday to come at some point. Did we just get
What's this? Why is it gray? Why isn't it purple?
Find panels from the fuzzy logic. We did the here's the other 5. Are we leaving or are we doing it?
I'm leaving. I've got so much shit. How many do we have? I fixed because I'm producer of the motherfucker. How many are left? How many super chats?
3.
3? Okay.
He said 3.
We're gonna do the 3. We'll do the 3.
Okay, first
Here's
one.
Another 5 for the alien head that totally wasn't clever in no way. Fox News footage, urban war zones, and violent Antifa riots. Thank you.
That's true. I don't like Republicans. $20 from I like some Republicans. I just don't like the ones that have their own shows. 20 Canadian dollars from Tim McCaffrey. What's the science fiction series or movie that you found to be most realistic to your life or interest? This is too specific for what we're talking about right now. Can I just give you a science fiction one that I like? I like Interstellar and I like 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's fair enough, Jimmy. But I have to like some family members. Well, I don't have to like them, but I'm weak.
And finally, 5 Canadian dollars. Sucks that we ended on Canada from Reverend Nate. I've been hearing about Fight Against Big Pharma for years. And while the seeds took, what the fuck is, I couldn't even read it. So blame Jimmy Snow for that.
Well, it was a pun. I'm glad we didn't see it.
For years, seeds to germinate and ideas growing on me. I love it. That's actually very clever and that's very funny. With that, thank you so much to... Thank you for Erika for co-hosting with me. You're fucking awesome. I love working with you. I can't wait for the next one. Thank you to Luthien for producing. Thank you to Jimmy for being here, I guess. Thank you to the mods in chat. Thank you to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to the callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day. Never stop learning. I'm going to go study. Goodbye.
Don't forget, come donate on Saturday or whenever it's happening this weekend.
SkepTalk.
SkepTalk.